Hey, Google Plusing. Damn. This Hangout on air is live. Whoa. Jeez. I don't quite feel alive. Anyway, so I gotta find the idiotic link. So that's the first step. Here is the link thing. Press Control C to copy. Okay. I don't think I'll do it that way. Fuckhead. Well, then I have to post it into the stupid video. Ugh. They just don't give you a good way to do that. So I'll have to do it this way. Which isn't a good way, but it'll be the way I'll do it. It's in the description, right? So I put it in the description. That should be good enough, right? I can add a message. I'll pop it in there. What the hell? And I just won't touch anything else. I'm already live. I'll just assume. Yeah, I'll just assume it changed it somewhere. That's what I'll do. I'll just assume. Yeah. I suppose this chatty thing, I can post it in there, right? List of available commands. I don't want any fucking commands. Thank you very much. Well, not to thank you at all. Let's see if I hit enter. Well, it seems to have gone into the chat. I don't know. But somebody has to be in the room to see the chat, right? So what's the point? I believe, or something like that. So anyway, until people get here, I will smoke a cigarette. My good fortune. Should get my notebook so I can appear to be taking this all seriously in some manner. We'll just pen writes. A clearing of the throat. Yeah, whatever. Really not in a great mood, but what else is news? And such. Should have made a video, I guess, saying, hey, I'm going to be live when I'm live. Oh, Jesus. No, I'm not answering the phone. It's not happening, asshole. So you may talk to the machine. Yes. Enjoy yourself. Douchebag. I did post a link in the description there, you fucking retard. You retarded, stupid fucker. Jesus. God, he's dumb. This page is asking you to confirm that you want to leave. No, stay on the page. Look, they don't give you an option to save this stuff. They say, go live now. Well, I'm already fucking goddamn live. I'll hit go live now for the hell of it. See what happens. Yeah, I'm already ready to go. So I'll just say cancel. Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, hopefully that didn't blow everything up. It says I'm still broadcasting. So the link should be posted now, you assholes. I mean, it's not your fault. Google sucks. Well, it sort of is. Because we all must protest. We all must make Google sucks videos as often as possible. No one encourages that behavior, but it must be done. And anybody who says Google doesn't suck, we have to disown them and kill them, or some appropriate punishment. Google does suck. So there's Wayward Guy. It's very small in Google. Very small. In Tiny Chat, it seems much fairer. Everybody's the same size.
There's a debate going on in Tiny Chat right now, actually. SubDNA and some guy named Soch something or another are arguing about black holes and physics.
Oh, well, too bad I'm missing that. But too bad. I'm missing that. Anyways, the link in the description. I'm just curious.
I think it's in the comments.
Well, okay, that's just as good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's in the comments. I think it's in the chat.
Let me check.
Yeah, try the description, see if it's in the description on the stupid video. I mean, it's a stupid system. You can't put the link in until after you make the room, and then after you make the room, you put the description in and it says, go live now. Well, I'm already live, you asshole, so what do you want me to do? Say, go live twice?
Yeah, it's in the description.
Okay, then. The stupid bathtub creep called me.
Bathtub guy called you on the phone?
Yeah, where's the link? There's no link to the room. You're in the room. There's no link to the room. Fucking asshole.
Wow.
Stupid fucking world. Anyway, I should turn those lights off back there. They're quite horrid. Turning everything green. Oh, damn it. Okay, a Kiwi guy. You know, I'm trying to just change the partition size of my hard drive, right? Because I want to make another few copies, but I want to make a copy on a smaller hard drive, and I got free space, and I just want to change the fucking partition. And I know I used to be able to do that somehow in Windows, but you can't do it in Windows. At least Windows 7 or whatever.
Yeah, the last time I did that, I found that it's best to use one of these like pre-boot things, you know, like I'm trying to remember the name, something like Partition Magic or something like that could do it.
Yeah,
Oh no, there's
like $60 for that now.
no. I just remembered there's a free one. I'll send you the link.
Yeah, okay. Well, don't go to too much trouble, but yeah, go ahead. Go to trouble. It's pissing me off. I know I could do it in DOS, right? I mean, there's some kind of DOS command, I remember, like disk something it's called, and you can do it the hard way. But I just figured there's got to be an easy way where I can just change the fucking partition size.
Have you got a CD writer? Can you burn an ISO?
Well, I suppose I can, but that seems like a lot of trouble too.
Yeah, it's just the safest way to do it though, to boot into something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can boot into another operating system, and I can just change the partition on the other drive while it's a dead drive. You know what I mean? While it's just a slave drive, and so that's all I want to do. I just want to change the fucking size, so then when I reboot to it, it's the right size, and then I can copy the fucking thing, and you know, not have to copy more than I want. Yeah, that's, you know, I don't know. It didn't seem this complicated in the past. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I probably haven't done it in probably almost 10 years.
Yeah, I just been doing this like 200. I had these like 250 gigabyte drives. I just kept doing copies to 250 gigabyte drives. But then I'm saying, well, that's why it took so fucking long to copy it the last time, is that I got too much shit on here. So I said, okay, let's cut all this shit out and just do a copy of the operating system, because that's all I really want.
Yeah.
And so, but then I ended up with this giant. Still, I ended up with like a 80 gigabyte partition and only need like a 60 gigabyte partition. So, I want to cut it down so that I can put the, I can use I got a couple like 60 gig drives that aren't useful for much, and I figure those would be good places to copy to. So, bathtub guy, don't call me to nag me about fucking links, please.
Gary?
No. Changed my name.
All right, inmendham.
No.
I know why you keep seeing only icons. You can change that by go to the above one next to the camera. There's adjust bandwidth usage. It's like a Wi-Fi sort of beam sort of thing, and you adjust it and you go on. You're on audio only, so you got to go on high, which is automatic. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I have no clue what the hell you're talking about. No, I didn't. Just right from the start, you're saying go to something, and I'm like, what the fuck? Go to where?
At the top of your screen, there's like icons on a bar.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. What's wrong with them?
There's one that says adjust bandwidth usage. It's next to the
Okay.
camera.
Yeah.
And then you're on audio only, right?
No. My camera should be working. Hello, can people see me?
Yeah, but the reason why you can't see them, I'm
I
just
can
saying.
see most of them. But anyway, it's all the way up.
Oh, okay. So I just thought it might be that.
Yeah, okay. So that's not bad then. No, it's just that YouTube sucks. I can see most people now. I just won't be able to see them later. Later when everybody will turn to shit. I can see everybody but me. I mean, my little box is black. But whatever.
All right.
Yours is purple, but I guess it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Boy. So
what's the topic?
Yeah, I don't know. Life sucks pretty much. And Android is fucked up, and everybody's stupid as fuck, and yeah, pretty much that covers it. Yeah, it was kind of irritating today. I was supposed to go to work tomorrow, so well, anyway, I arranged for this thing to do this stuff, and then they had this stupid regular guy came and he did the work, and it's like, they call me later and say, okay, you don't gotta come. It's like, fuck you. It's just kind of irritating. Because you sort of arrange your day based on what you got to do the next day, and yeah, so that put me in a shitty mood. Well, not a shitty mood. See, I was gonna have a pie, and so I didn't have my pie because I figured I had to go to work the next day, so I don't have pie because maybe pie will make me incapacitated to go to work, and so I have to wait till tomorrow to have my pie. Yeah, that's my complaint.
Here in Australia, we have meat pies. Do you have them there?
I don't know. Well, they call them like pot pies. It's like it's like stew in a pie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So same idea, I guess. Yeah, I haven't had one of those in 30 years. Yeah. Yeah, I was supposed to have potatoes, but my potato shipment didn't make it here. Let's see what else. I mean, it's just, I got a ton of these little complaints, so I guess I shouldn't complain because they're all little complaints. I mean, I really didn't have a bad day. I've been staying up too late, and so my brain's all frazzled or something. Yeah, well, Rational Access guy, if you get a link or something, I don't know where you should post it, but I guess you post it to Google. I mean YouTube. I don't know. I don't get messages like I used to, right? You can't go to the inbox. You have to go to some message box or something.
You talking about the partition thing?
Yeah, if you find something.
Yeah, I already pasted it into Skype actually.
Oh, okay, that's a safe place. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Skype is good. Okay. That'll work.
Did you see my video about the video discussion software this week, Gary?
No. You made a video about it? I thought that was
Yeah.
I thought that was the first video. So I didn't watch it because I thought, because I had to reboot the, my menu thing. So I had to reboot it, and every time I reboot it, it always puts up people's older videos. Just because I had it arranged that way because I thought it was a good idea, but really it's kind of a bad idea. But anyway, so I thought it was the older video that you first posted. So yeah, no, I'll watch that.
No. Yeah, I put like I went through some screen captures of some mock-ups and things that I did, so you can actually see what it might look like. So I'm kind of working on a prototype at the moment, so I'd be keen for your feedback.
Yeah, good. So you're talking about like maybe a discussion, like a two versions of the story kind of argument, right? Like the two sides would make their argument kind of thing.
Yeah, it's kind of subject-based discussion with you can have either video or audio or text in any combination in the same sort of discussion type of thing, all based around sort of a subject. So I don't know if the format. I'm a little unsure about the whole way, the whole workflow, if you will. So have a look at the video and let me know if you think that will work.
Yeah, I'll have to, because I've been thinking too about that. The idea of going through this idea of just having basic questions and obliging people to directly answer questions. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't evade them; they either answer them or that's it. You're out of the conversation. Like that. It's sort of the rules of logic thing, where you just basically have to agree on premises, and so you get the people to say yes or no to certain questions, and if they're unwilling to say yes or no, then just say I can't really talk to you because these are just basic functional facts. I mean, if any time we're having a conversation and you can invoke magic forces because you haven't ruled out magic forces, well then fuck it. There's no point in having a conversation because every time you're starting to lose the argument, you're just going to, revert to, well, I never said there weren't magic forces. Fuck that. Because, I almost got the idea from one of those videos where whatever that atheist thingy was arguing guy, that whatever his name is guy. But anyway, he's already having, but it was so typical. You ask somebody a direct question, they totally evade answering the question, and you're just like, well, yeah, this is just kind of critical though to logic because until you answer the question, you can't go to the next step because there's no next step logically. You can't have too many variables in a formula, and if you have too many variables that you don't have answers to, then you don't have any useful formula because you can never resolve anything because it always comes out looking like XW if Y then for, and if I mean there's no answer. There's just a bunch of crap. It's all provisional mush, and what's the point? What's the point of talking about anything if you're just going to end up with provisional mush at the end?
Yeah, and I think it's become so apparent that YouTube is just not an appropriate platform for that stuff anymore. It was bad enough when they got rid of the reply, the video reply stuff. It's just such a pain to follow a discussion now,
Yeah, well, no one deals with it. I'm gonna do a response video on the circumcision thing just because it's fun. But I got a lot of text comments. But yeah, just absolutely none of them address the point. They all just keep talking as if I never made the point, like the argument was never made. Okay, so what do you want me to do? You want me to post the CDC website to you and force you to address the issue? I mean, you can keep saying it's not an issue, but it's a fucking issue. Pretend it doesn't exist. Okay, go ahead and pretend. But I'm going to point out you're just pretending. So I smoked my last cigarette, and I have to go find my nicotine juice. I go back to the liquid. Oh, damn it! It's very crowded in here.
You should just drink those cartridges straight up like shots, Gary.
I have sort of inadvertently.
Oh, really?
Inadvertently, I have ingested the liquid the normal way, and yeah, it's not too good for your stomach, but it does get you high.
All right.
Especially
Couple drops of coffee.
here, I got all kinds of shit. Whatever I can find, I throw in here. You know, anything that's seems like it's vaporable. Foot rubs, back rubs. Ow. Shit.
Propane, butane.
Yeah, whatever. Anything. So it's it just does its job anyway. So yeah, sorry, I wish I had an agenda, but I don't. Still working on that part of it. Yeah, somebody's rolling into the room. Rolling. Not quite got it right. Yeah, almost. Nope, not quite. No, we lost a couple people already. So, Hazy Guy, what you been up to? Okay.
Hey, man. Not much. I'm here. So I was just posting links to your Google Hangout in the tiny chat because people are still
Very
showing
good of you. Yeah, very good citizen.
Yeah, I saw your video on Android. I've rooted a bunch of Android phones in the past, and mostly it's just to run like backup apps and stuff like that. It's kind of a waste of time.
Yeah. The only thing I'm finding a little interesting is if you can get a link to the camera. That is sort of because I found one rooted program that lets you do the screen capture thing. And it works pretty good, so it makes a video of the screen capture. It's funny that it doesn't get the directory. Like, it first didn't work because it has the wrong directory. So it's kind of funny that it's an Android app and it doesn't know what the directory for the SD card is. But anyway, if you fiddle with that, you can get it to make a file in the, in the camera folder or wherever the fuck it is. But anyway, so I mean, those little things like that might be very useful.
Yeah, that's cool.
Because what I'm really hoping to do is if I can turn it into like a webcam that only takes an image every 5 minutes or something, that kind of thing, like, and sends it to an FTP site. If it automatically sends a photo to the FTP and then I can download it into a web page, that might be interesting.
Yeah, I've thought about doing something like that too. So would it have like some kind of motion detect or like image detection? There might be some apps out there that do that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Some of these, that might be one advantage to rooting, is that you might be able to get an app that can do that. So that's what I'm looking into anyway.
Yeah, that's a fun project. Sounds cool.
So that might give it some utility. And there's so many things to take advantage of. I'm just, I'm kind of, even hardware-wise, it's so little things, so few things do. But, I'm thinking even about input devices and, almost like having a Wii interface, where your hand motion dictated the motion of the cursor and all, that kind of thing. It's just kind of surprising that they don't have that kind of interface just because it's...
Well, have you looked into any of the Arduino stuff? So there are these, maker communities out there dealing with amateur electronics that are mostly plug and play but are designed to work with other existing technologies, and there's a lot of hacks that people are doing that are pretty cool. So, and it's not super expensive, but there's an expense involved usually,
Yeah, well, I'm buying junk on eBay now just to because you can get stuff so cheap from China, so you can afford to break it, you know what I mean? So, I'm buying some optical Mises and some other crap. It's just so I can smash the shit and see if I can fiddle with it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And then earlier we had the pre-inmendham Saturday night chat again. The topic was like environmental concerns, that kind of thing. But it wasn't very populated. There were only a handful of people that showed up, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, that's sort of a Flywara subject, because she's still. I can sense her will to be to give nature the benefit of the doubt in a way, just to give it a buy, as if it's not as dysfunctional as humans somehow. And when you think about just how dysfunctional nature is, just how insidious, most of the organisms are in terms of their parasitic, invidious, horrid, disgusting behavior. I mean, humans by comparison are pale. I mean, compared to like smallpox or something, how much harm can a human do?
Sure. Yeah, well, I don't know for sure, but I think some of her thought process in terms of the topic was picking something that a lot of people would, that's somewhat controversial and that a lot of people could contribute to no matter what their view on antinatalism was. So it would be tangential, potentially, to antinatalism. But
yeah, I guess, but it's still coming down to this. It's sort of related to this. Yeah, that's why I see value in the circumcision subject, because this is one that kind of gets to these people who, they're always out there defending nature, and that's part of what this whole circumcision thing is. It's this revival of the hippie, and and this kind of this yuppie hippie, of course, the iPod hippie, the electric car hippie. You know what I mean? It's a gesture, but it's a meaningless gesture. Like oh yeah, I'm green. Oh well, not really. I just look like I'm green. And circumcision is one of those kind of subjects. Because like
yeah, I did.
I'm going to I'm going to ask the question in my video, but I mean, you could ask a lot of interesting questions. Like if there was a medical procedure that you could do to your infant, your male child, that would eliminate hair, facial hair growth. This is an interesting question, right? Because I'm somebody who says, yeah, I'd rather never to have bothered having to shave. I mean, before I was 24, I never even had to shave. Like I shaved once a week. And as you get older, your beard gets nastier and gnarlier. And there's there's a few times where I wanted to play with it, but generally speaking, I'd rather not have facial hair. So what if there was a medical procedure that you could only do, like it was painless, well, it's essentially non-meaningful suffering, if you did it a week after the kid was born. But if you waited till later, of course, it would be electrolysis and all kinds of pain and suffering and blemishes and all kinds of nastiness. Would you do it? But it's the same kind of question, right? Isn't it the same kind of question? Because it really just depends on whether you think that you have some attachment to a certain kind of thing. Like I don't see anything valuable about hair on our faces, right? I don't think it does anything, right? I mean, I'm just saying if you have it, you might as well grow it because it's a pain in the ass to cut. But you know what I mean? Like ideally, wouldn't it be better just not to have to bother?
Right. Yeah, so I did see your response video. I didn't see the original video, but I did get to see it via the response video that you did specifically on circumcision. But I was unfamiliar with that particular YouTube or the discussion that was going on. So yeah, in terms of a lot of these kinds of things, I think there will be some interesting questions in terms of people being able to alter their genetics in the near future, choose, whether to have a gay baby or not. The subject starts getting very serious then. So there was a discussion recently, I think Old Fan was involved in it, I think it was last week, and we talked a little bit about this CRISPR technology. I don't know if you've heard about it. And it was this CRISPR technology is the ability to basically edit DNA on, fertilized eggs. So, for example, if a child may be prone to developing sickle cell anemia or Down syndrome, something like that, rather than being aborted, they could actually fix some of these problems. And you've got people like James Watson, one of the famous discoverers of DNA, who's always gotten in trouble for shooting his mouth off on those kinds of topics with somewhat, the idea of eugenics in view, saying, yeah, it's a bad thing for people to be born deaf, so we should eliminate the potential for children to be born with deafness. And it's just absurd that it gets the whole deaf community up in arms to think about that. Or dwarfism, but then when we start having a problem is, well, what if your child is prone to be gay or transsexual, or we can just go on from there. But I'm with you on the beard thing, man. But that's a cosmetic, essentially, right? So.
Yeah, well, it's not just cosmetic, though. I mean, it is a, it's, I mean, cosmetic is kind of important in some senses, right? I mean, in the sense that uh, it's not trivially cosmetic. Can you say it that way? I gotta get rid of that other light. Yeah, I didn't say that's pretty harsh. Um,
Sure.
you know what I'm saying? Because it really has to do with your attractiveness, or women and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, in a sense, it's kind of it's not a trivial aesthetic. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can't really say that aesthetics would be trivial in the sense that when it comes to their importance to relationships, between men and women, it's not a trivial.
Right.
I mean, generally speaking, aesthetics is trivial, but I'm just saying, obviously, there are circumstances where aesthetics is vital to function.
Yeah. So I think we're probably still a long way away from the possibility of people having so-called genetic therapy or even being able to make cosmetic choices about their kids. But it is interesting to think about. I mean, we could go even further and just talk about, the beauty factor and success in life, and what qualifies as, having, whether it's blue eyes or no back hair or eliminate baldness, or we could just go down the list, big boobs, whatever.
Well, I'm just saying they're all decisions that would have to be that are legitimate decisions. They're not, you know what I'm saying? They're not non-decisions. If you have the power, there's a decision, and the decision's there to be made. It's not an obvious answer, yes or no. And to talk like it's somehow obvious because nature made us a certain way, that's the way we're supposed to be. It's just, we all know that's just a lie.
Yeah.
So, and so why are these people resorting to that lie?
Well, that's it. It gets into that area of bioethics, and we know that those are going to be violated by somebody somewhere, right? If it hasn't already been.
But even using the word violated is like, again, it's like, it's not like we're, it's not exactly Frankenstein.
No, exactly right. Yeah, I mean, if people could make choices to have, better outcomes for their children, something like intelligence, they'll do it if they have the opportunity, undoubtedly.
Well, I'm just saying, all the time we have surgeries and we have procedures that are unnatural, to prolong or prevent death and harm and misery and suffering. So, I mean, quite obviously, we're going to augment for purpose. And I'm just saying, there's, you can't deny that there's not an obvious superior outcome.
That's interesting because it kind of relates to epigenetics, and as far as I know, I haven't really encountered any antinatalist perspectives on epigenetics. So, for example, they talk about, I'm not an expert on the topic, but they talk about, let's say, you have a grandfather who went to the war and had post-traumatic stress. That could actually have a negative outcome on the genes of future children and grandchildren. So they could be more prone to having problems. Which is bizarre to think about if it's true.
Yeah, well, it's not really doesn't exactly work like that, and especially isn't going to work like that on the male side. So all the epigenetics is on the female side, so the stress of the male would never have an effect epigenetically. So it's always female stress that has an effect, and the effect is always negative. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing positive in the effect. So yeah, all you can do is break your eggs or break your sperm, but you can't do anything else. And like I say, men don't make any epigenetic contributions, so the only thing they can do is, create genetic defects that are more substantial. They can't create just epigenetic defects.
So once again, it's all the ladies' fault.
Well, I'm just saying,
I'm just kidding.
With that extra bit of chromosome, yeah, it does take on a little responsibility, but certainly, yeah, there is that, it's like your hair is, likely you're going to get your hair from your mother's side, not your father's side, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a couple of weeks ago. It looked like you got a lot of snow. You still have snow on the ground over there?
No, we didn't get a lot. I mean, Buffalo got nailed. We just got a
Yeah.
little bit. But, it's been really cold, so it didn't go anywhere.
Right.
Yeah, it was only like an inch of snow, but it was just the fact that we had snow was just obnoxious. It's just like 3 years, 4 years in a row we've had, snow before Christmas, which is, kind of unusual for New Jersey. I mean, durable snow. But yeah, it was just monstrously cold. Ugh. It was really a nice fall. I mean, it was really pleasant all through October, which is, unusual. And then everything kind of just hit the fan.
Yeah, I was just visiting the chat to see who might have shown up. I know that Old Fan said that she might be listening to some of the conversation tonight, but it sounds like she's still dealing with her recent surgery and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know she's. I feel bad. I mean, she's. She she's really it's runs into a lot of little health things. And she got a lumpy thyroid. I just kind of worry once you let doctors start poking around. They can find all kinds of trouble.
Well, I did look that up. So I had a brother-in-law who had similar problems and ended up having part of his thyroid removed and put on, thyroid medication. But I guess it's not that uncommon, and it's something like 5% of nodules and things like that on thyroids are found to be more serious. It is bizarre though that kind of stuff happens.
Yeah, my thyroid's under functioning, so I have to take the Synthroid crap. So it is kind of irritating. The problem with it is that it's a funny side effect to the low thyroid, which is it changes your liver function, and so you end up producing a little more cholesterol. So it might have been my thyroid that caused my stroke.
Oh yeah, I hadn't heard that. That is interesting.
Yeah. So and I don't really like taking the pills, but I know I better take them just because I gotta keep because they do tend to make my anxiety worse. So it's a weird kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't thing.
Yeah, exactly. Another savage cycle. No, but I'm kind of like you in some ways that I'll find like little technical engineering, electronic engineering projects, computer projects to do. That occupies a fair amount of money.
They're a nice distraction. They create a problem right in front of you. You know what I mean? That a little problem to solve, and so in a sense that there's a little bit of satisfaction in having that little problem to solve. Because it's manageable. And you can feel. You can still be in the game. You're chasing. You know what I mean? But it's not like you're. You know what I mean? It's not like you're doing the big game. You're just doing these little. It's a good enough game, and it just keeps your brain in the game. And so, yeah, I have to admit that it does give me a little. It's made me a little more interested in my existence. Just because of the fact that I have something to do tomorrow, which is figure out why that does this, or figure out why that happened to that. So it's kind of good. But there's just so much.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say there's just so many flaws in all these systems that it's just kind of irritating because no matter what you do, you can't come up with something perfect because there's so many flaws in the architecture. There's so many layers of bullshit, to fight through. It's like all our systems, like email and everything else, is all just slopped together, and so none of it works consistently or reliably because of that. Because it was all put together like Frankenstein. It was just put together out of well, here's a squirrel's ear and let's sew on a rabbit's eye, and then sew on a, you know, it's just some monstrosity they whittle together. And it's like the whole, unfortunately, all these operating systems have all these layers of bad architecture because they have to have some compatibility with this old diagram, you know, from Windows. It's like, you know, it's like, whoa. I mean, can't somebody figure out how to start over?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at some point they all virtually do start over. I mean, they do talk about unifying a lot of these technologies, it seems like, every 10 or 15 years.
Yeah, well, I just think there's a point where you're just going to have to slip to the new game, you know, the new framework, and just say this isn't going to be compatible. You know, it's just it's not going to be compatible. It's new, so it's clean.
Yeah. Yeah, so my experience with all this was when I was just entering high school, I got a computer. I got a TI-99A, which plugged into the TV and used a cassette tape for backup, and you programmed it in CPM Plus, which was a form of BASIC. And then I couldn't afford computers, right? So I started building them with my friends just because we wanted to play games. And the next thing I knew, you know, there was an industry out there that was looking for people who could plug computers in and network them and all that kind of stuff. So that's how I got into it.
Yeah, well, you have a 10-year advantage on me, so yeah. You know, because I actually, it was the first computer our high school had gotten. You know, they got when I was I guess it was my junior year. You know, and so it was, but it's punch. You know, so of course, as soon as it was a computer class, I said, "Oh shit, I'm in." You know, but it was punch cards. You know, you wouldn't even call it a programming language. It was so basic. It was like, you know, unbasic. You know, whatever you want to call it. It was like fetus.
Yeah.
You know, fetusware. I mean, it was, you know, zygote. Yeah, that was the programming language, zygote. It was so crude. You know. I mean, it really was machine language almost. You know, I'd have to say it was almost like just machine language. It was so crude.
Yeah. Well, the first time I was on the internet was on the Well, and back then it was all Unix-based, you know, text-driven internet.
Yeah, well, we both experienced that. I think, you know, just because that didn't come along until much later. You know what I mean? Computers. You know, it was a pretty long time from the first, you know, computer to the first internet. You know what? There had to be at least a 10-year, 15-year gap there or something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And you know, that was sort of surprising because those were sort of dead years. You know, because that was sort of disappointing about it. It just didn't kind of, you know, they got a little better with memory. Okay, you got into the tape, you know, memory and all that kind of shit. And so that was something. The floppies but yeah, computers still weren't doing anything. They were just doing data processing. But yeah, I thought the DOS internet was a fun place. I really enjoyed that time. You know,
Well, that's it. All of a sudden they let all the idiots in. So back then it was only like, you know, a bunch of geeks.
yeah, exactly. And everybody was honest. You know what I mean? So you never even worried about downloading something that was bullshit or crap or what. You know, everything was just real solid shit. People would give you assemblers for your programming language and compilers, and you get all this shit for free. And it was like, wow, this is great. You know, everybody's just sharing shit, and it was like,
even on Usenet, I mean, the amount of trolling that went on was pretty tame.
I mean, even on our terribly slow connections, you know, everything you got was so real and so honest and so accurately labeled that it took you less time. So even though we were on, you know, a 1,000 times slower connection, it was like my internet life was so much more efficient because, yeah, I just went to a download volume, picked the title, and download. You know what I mean? It took like, you know, it was like a no-brainer. There was no bullshit in between.
Yeah.
You just typed in what you wanted, it did the search, and it gave you the result, and you downloaded the file. I mean, it was just so fucking simple.
Well, that's one of the things that interested me in one of your recent projects. It seems like you're trying to streamline the UI to access your content via mobile devices, which I think is awesome.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know where to start with something like that myself.
Yeah, well, it is kind of, it's not that complicated. I mean, obviously they've done that with style sheets and all this other stuff to try to make stuff that was easily convertible. But yeah, it's like they've got so much overhead now built into all that shit that it doesn't work either. But yeah, it's just this idea that you just have a simple trigger and it says mobile, not mobile, and you just serve up two different versions, that are only changed based on, a little bit of multiplication. But
Yeah, and on a related note, I've been interested in what Rational Access is thinking about and hopes to be able to contribute to.
yeah, well, the framing of argument is always, like I said, that's been bothering mankind forever, and it's just, I guess that's the difference between YouTube 10 years ago or whatever, 8 years ago, and YouTube now, is that at least there is more conversation about the method of communication, because that's where it all breaks down. It's really you can't argue the facts, and the facts are the facts. So this isn't really an argument about facts. It's an argument about how people argue, and whether they stay on, whether they follow the rules. And it's like the Anaconda are perfect examples, where they're basically just advocating for, don't bind me, with this obligation to commit to reality. I mean, well, fuck you then.
Yeah.
I mean, how much contempt should I have for somebody who doesn't want to be bound by the fact that we know that there's a difference between apples and oranges? I mean, if you can't tell me that it's an absolute fact that an apple is not an orange, well then fuck you.
Well, Gary, how do you know that you believe what you believe?
Well, yeah. How do you know you're believing when you're believing? Does that really mean you believe, or does it mean you just believe when you're believing you're believing? Or are you believing when you're not believing you're believing you're believing you're believing?
Yeah, it's been interesting.
It's just, it's just insidious, that the evasions. All this word jibber jabber.
Yeah. Well, I think one of his comments recently, I'm not positive that it was on Econobot, but was that maybe he hasn't seen any discussions with, let's say, atheists and believers in which either party has changed their views over their long history of dialogue on YouTube. And I tend to think that's probably the case with a lot of these other discussions that we're having.
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all, actually. I mean, there's lots of people that'll tell you that, they'll tell you the story of their, look, even Rational Access guy might tell you that, yeah, he had a conversion. He had, maybe he had these thoughts all the time, but I'm just saying there was a revelation, in the sense that it became more and more obvious what was the right choice, where his pragmatism had corrupted his honesty, or whatever the way he would put it, you know what I mean? So, but I'm just saying, there's obviously these arguments can matter, so that's another evasion. It's just, it's people who don't want to deal with the fact that what they're saying is absolute shit, because they don't want to be labeled shit, so they're trying to say that labels like calling something shit don't mean anything. Well, they do mean something, and they are effective, so don't, fuck you. It's just another way to evade accountability. So that's all he's doing. It's evading accountability by saying somehow it doesn't matter what you believe. Well, of course it does. It matters what you argue, and it matters what you say, and it matters what you do. All this stuff does fucking matter, and the only way you change the world is to keep on making it matter.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just such a hypocrite, right? I mean, what the fuck? He wouldn't be talking on the internet if he didn't think it mattered.
Just a quick question while there's a break. If I do this screen sharing thing on Google, does anyone know if that takes over the whole thing for everyone, or will it just turn my video into a screen share?
I think it just turns your video into a video.
Yeah, I think it would just mean
try
your video will be screen shared, and then people can select to use it or not. Yeah.
Okay, and is my voice still coming through?
Yeah, so I could see your desktop or whatever I'm seeing.
Right.
Hi,
Yeah.
guys.
And similarly with like the YouTube feature, I think that's the case as well.
That's cool. I just thought I might work a little bit on this prototype in the background. Might be something to look at.
Yeah, well, when you're talking, yeah, I'll see it in the big picture, so that's good. So maybe you can just mumble while you're doing it, and then it'll show up.
I think if you click on my thing at the bottom, yeah, it'll give it to you full screen.
Yes, very good. So, yeah. There's all kinds of stuff happening, but, nothing's happening. You know what I mean? It's all this pieces of stuff, but nothing turned into real stuff yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I miss Mr. Natural. I think he's still out there. I saw that, every Thursday he does his music night at a local venue and posts that video, and they're still going up. I keep meaning to go over and introduce myself to him sometime. He's literally like 6 blocks away from me.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, you ought to go visit. And, buy some junk from him. Yeah. Got a lot of junk.
Well, he's another one of these guys who likes to fiddle around with electronics, and he's got a lot of knowledge. So.
He's got a lot of junk in his house. In his shop. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, things have been a little bit dead in YouTube. We gotta somehow figure out how to, re-energize people.
Well, just some of the conversations that I've had with different people in the so-called anti-natalist community, they're still talking about the Right to Die Vloggerdome episode, and I imagine that might get some feedback in the future.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't think it quite, whatever the right word is, it doesn't quite sing with people. It doesn't hit them where they live kind of thing, so we still got to work on that. So I got to work on next month's episode. I got to get that going.
Well, it just seemed it was so coincidental because there was that young woman from California who moved to Oregon that was in the media at the same time.
Yeah, the only thing I guess, I find these laws a little bit, inadequate. And it's like people think these laws are good enough, and they're really not even close to good enough. So that's the part that bugs me about it is, people accept the 1% solution, and you're like, wow, we can't do better than 1% solutions. Shit.
Yeah, and it's only in a handful of states in the U.S. So.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really get to the guts of it. But I mean, the technology, I guess, eventually will make it so it doesn't matter. But because we'll have enough technical knowledge and technical ability to produce our own, whatever the right word would be. Calificants, cessicants.
So do you mean like in some kind of the ability for people to print their own drugs, that kind of thing?
Well, yeah, whatever it would be, but yeah, obviously access to knowledge is key to this kind of stuff, and that knowledge is becoming more and more available. So I'm just saying,
Sure.
The idea of being able to synthesize your own helium or synthesize your own nitrogen isn't so much more. It isn't quite as unattainable as it was 30 years ago.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there is a real underground on the internet that's promoting the elementary engineering required and where to get access to stuff like that. So these days, supposedly, hobby beer crafting is big, and nitro beers that use nitrogen is pretty popular, and it's not very difficult or expensive to get.
Yeah, so I mean that's the game right there for me. Like obviously I think nitrogen's the best of the gases to do it. So you know, yeah. So I'm feeling better about that part of it.
Yeah. Well, then, and you guys are working on the next Blogger Dome, right? Which is going to deal with democratic reform.
Yeah, I mean that's I got to get my wheels rolling.
I know you talked a little bit about it last week, and
Yeah, well, see, it's not very complicated, right? This idea of representation, but I mean, it's sort of there's technical aspects to it, and people just don't want to. It takes a little bit of work to think, and people don't want to do that. And so you have to try. I don't know why it's so hard to get people to understand how grotesquely inefficient our democracy is, and how big a change you can make with such a minor change. The instant runoff voting and getting rid of the geographic thing are just so big. In
sure.
terms of expanding our representation and just recognizing that you should have a representative. And there's lots of ways that you can have a representative. We don't have to have this stupid, idiotic system that, winner take all. I mean, it's just stupid.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't see the getting rid of the states and the states' rights issue in federalism anytime soon. But the runoff voting and potentially putting an end to the gerrymandering and that kind of stuff, I can see that happening.
Yeah, well, as long as you have the two-party system, you're going to have the gerrymandering. So you really have to kill the two-party system. It's just not, it's no way to run a railroad, so to speak. And the two parties have a vested interest in maintaining their power, so they're going to want to keep serving their minority special interests by providing them with, the benefit of majoritarian power and authority.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And they don't really want a democracy, obviously. They want, an ideological ocracy. I mean, they want their form of elitism to be controlling. Both parties have their own agenda, and they want us all to be slaves to it.
Yeah, well, we are.
Yeah, they don't have to earn it, either. That's the key point, right? They don't have to earn support or confidence. They just want to steal it, and then they want to be able to do it under a system that just, it's just layered in graft and theft and dishonesty.
Well, and the purposeful kind of disenfranchisement of voters, right? So they really don't want educated voters or a significant number of voters participating.
Yeah, no, there's a real, exactly, disadvantage to having a system where people feel empowered, then they'll exercise their power, and that they don't want.
So, are you familiar with Lawrence Lessig? Originally, he had something called, I think it was called the Root Strikers, and then it changed to the Mayday Pack. And I think it's one of these political action groups where they're trying to do the campaign finance reform.
Yeah, it's so stupid. So yeah, I don't see it. The bro guy, you gotta turn your mic off, or you gotta get you gotta boogie. Either figure out what you're doing or don't do it. Okay, well, that's just good. I guess that's good enough. Have somebody else mute you.
Yeah.
Problem.
Yeah, you can mute individuals that are in the dock.
Yeah, I don't see. I mean, the idea that you could possibly stop the rich people from spending their money. Yeah, I can still hear the feedback. You're going to stop rich people from spending their money is silly. I mean, I can set up, if I had $1 billion, I could set up a Cato foundation tomorrow. What are you going to do? How are you going to stop that?
Right.
So, I mean, this idea that you can stop propaganda philosophical propaganda. You got to stop Thomas Paine from writing a book. You know, I mean, what if Thomas Paine was totally financed by Hamilton or something?
Right.
You know what I mean? What you pass a law against that, saying Hamilton can't pay Thomas Paine to distribute a book?
I don't know that much about it, but supposedly it was the Reagan era when they did away with the what was it, the fairness in journalism legislation. I can't
Yeah, well,
remember the.
it got complicated because of cable TV, right? So, I mean, part of that you can understand just because they said, well, once there's cable TV, people can't be whining about all this access stuff. So so they kind of made a trade-off. They got rid of the obligation by creating public access stations. So that was sort of the trade-off. So you'd have a public access network, essentially, versus having every network try to be fair.
Right.
So instead of having the commentary after the news, you have the commentary on its own channel, so to speak. So, I mean, in a sense, I don't see anything terribly wrong with that. I mean, that was almost a valid way to do it. It's just that they underfunded the public access, and then obviously, when I went to court, I found out that judges don't even know what the fuck it is. So what's the point? I mean, judges aren't going to defend your right to it, then what's the point of having it? I mean, judges don't even know how to, I mean, what I learned from the legal process is that there's no point in us even having a constitution if we're not going to have judges that know how to enforce it. And we really don't have judges willing to defend it. So there's no constitution because the judges aren't going to defend your constitutional rights.
Yeah, they get to pick and choose when it suits their ideas of
they have no they have no principles. They're operating under no principles whatsoever. And even the Supreme Court has talked absolute mush, right? So they changed the idea. I remember the one that really put me over the edge was when they changed the idea of where you had to say something was they changed the word probable to plausible. Right? You know what I mean? This kind of word game.
You mean like in regards to the Fourth Amendment in a particular case?
In regards to like say if you have a summary judgment or something, you're going to make an accusation against IBM, but you don't have direct evidence, but you need a subpoena to get the evidence, right? So you have to create the idea that there's a possibility that they're guilty of this. So instead of just being a possibility, now there has to be a plausibility. So somehow it has to not just be possible, it has to be plausible. And you're just like, well, what the fuck does that mean, right? Plausible,
it has to be.
That is the most undefinable crap word you could come up with, right? Because that doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
Right. Not probable, but just theoretically, in the world of
Well, I'm just saying, when you go to sit there and try to break down the word plausible, you will not be able to break it down. Because it's a word that just shouldn't even exist. You know what I mean? Because it's basically covered by possible.
Yep.
Right? I mean, there is no plausible outside of possible. So, I mean, there's just this, it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like anything can be plausible. I mean, it's plausible that I could win the lottery.
Well, that's it.
Does that mean anything? Is it, would it be appropriate for me to say it's plausible?
Well, to me, it's always been the idea of the negative charter of negative rights and how we really don't know what our rights are, and that the court can basically pick and choose to delay taking on cases until it becomes whatever politically correct, or until there's a
exactly. We've seen them use all these technicalities, like they wouldn't let a guy sue over the Pledge of Allegiance because his daughter didn't live with him enough days of the year. So they said he didn't have standing. So he's the father of the girl, and yet they say he doesn't have standing to sue on her behalf.
Exactly. Yeah, the Michael Newdow case.
What kind of fucking retarded bullshit is that? I can't sue when somebody violates my daughter's rights? Fuck you, Supreme Court.
Yeah. So I happen to agree on that case. I was very interested in it when it was happening.
I mean, it was just such a lame cop out, right? Why take the subject if you're gonna cop out like that, right? Somebody spends fucking goddamn 10 years in goddamn court, and this is the answer you give him? I'm amazed the guy didn't fucking shoot one of those bastards. I mean,
Yeah,
you
and then I
spend
think
10 fucking years in court and they give you a non-answer to your question. I mean, how the fuck can they justify that?
well, and he tried to redraft his argument and return to court with it, and it was all of his other attempts were summarily dismissed without even giving him a chance.
Well, I'm just saying, it was just an obvious cop-out. I mean, you know, it's not a difficult question. Answer it. Answer the fucking question. Is it or isn't it? This isn't, you don't cop out. You don't sit there and say, yes, we're going to take this case because it's somehow a complex issue, and then say, oh, we're going to evade the subject, you know, on a technicality.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that is what they often deign to do.
Yeah, I'm just
Again and
saying,
again.
that is just the most despicable. And like I said, changing the word you know, probable to plausible, you know, or possible to plausible, is just another game they're playing. You know, and it just opens up this now any judge can decide what plausible means in any kind of, you know, in the most ludicrous ways. I mean, one judge will say, certainly it's not plausible that you're going to win the lottery, and another judge will say, of course it's plausible that you could win the lottery. So anyway, it just means we just don't have a constitution. No, anyway, we don't have much. We've got a lot of fucking assholes and idiots. You need to go back to a world where everybody was playing for real. You know what I mean? Like, you were really, your integrity mattered. A lot of things mattered, you know. You were arguing with other people with guns, you know. There's just no accountability. Everybody just cheats everywhere. Cheat the argument, cheat each other, cheat.
I don't know. I get the impression that has pretty much gone on throughout history, especially in U.S. history.
Yeah, well, I'd argue it really hasn't. I mean, you know, just because, you know, especially on this legal subject, because, you know, when I read Supreme Court decisions, even really, you know, courts that were pretty stupid on slavery and different subjects, if you read what they wrote, you're saying, damn, these people are smart. You know, it was the arguments were really intelligent and well articulated.
Sure.
And, you know, and they weren't these evasions, you know, this, you know, like I said, now the courts just operate on semantics and technicality.
Yeah, I think that there's clearly been a lot of biased decisions of late with the current court.
Yeah, well, I know,
Where
but they're not even decisions. Like I said, even when they make a decision, it's still not a decision, right? Because if you notice, some of them are so qualified that you say, well, this subject will never come up again in exactly that form, so they actually said absolutely nothing. You know, because they didn't articulate anything on the principle, they just articulated on the case.
Sure.
And so, you know, it's only going to happen again if you have exactly the same circumstances, which are going to be highly unlikely.
No, go home. No.
Oh, somebody else is making some racket. Letting the dog in and out. Yeah. Your mic's open, dog person. Oh, let's see, what else is there? Yeah, I just, I guess gotta find more people to argue with, because it's just, the old guard is all kind of dead. I mean, nobody's making videos. I mean, you got.
Sorry, man. I could be devil's advocate if you want.
No, I'm just saying we should be able to find some jerks somewhere. But I'm just saying, yeah, I got to find a new list of jerks, because the old jerks aren't doing any jerking. I mean,
Yeah.
Anaconda is like pointless, so right, we're kind of done with him. And
Well, so the point that you were making earlier, there are going to be people who are listening that are going to come down on one side or the other of those discussions, though. So even if the principal people who are arguing aren't very flexible, that I think you're absolutely right. Obviously, that there's going to be a lot of people who are going to, if they tune in, will form an
I just
opinion.
that Anaconda has basically made it a non-starter argument, right? I mean, his argument is, I don't wish to be required to accept any logical fodder for conversation, any kind of premises, and I'm going to say what's in it for me eventually. Every subject there's going to be the catchphrase is going to be what's in it for me. So if that's okay, well that's so easy to deconstruct into shit, right? That there's no possible way you can deal with any of the realities of life by saying what's in it for me, right? We know that drunk drivers can't do that. We know that a lot of that's bullshit. You don't say what's in it for me because you don't live in Meville. That's not the island. Earth isn't called my planet, right? I mean, that's not what we call Earth, my planet, right? Where it's me first. No. So I mean, that's a non-starter. Right? You can't have a philosophical conversation with somebody who says something like, "What's in it for me?" Right? There's a principle. Well, fuck you. A philosophical principle? I mean, a philosophical principle? What's in it for me? Fuck you. So I'm just saying that's all I mean by the limitation is you can only have that argument so many times where you're just being so redundant. Like, how many times? What am I just going to keep saying over and over again? We don't live on my planet or your planet. It's our planet. Yeah, get it?
Yeah, I was listening to a lecture on the Phaedo the other day by some guy on YouTube who's got like a philosophy channel. He's a professor. And, it's all basic information, but it was the idea that philosophy essentially is kind of a wrestling with ideas that will prepare an individual for death. And they were kind of joking around about, like, Socrates basically being accused by fellow citizens of, like, well, you're already half dead. Philosophers are already half one foot in the grave. And in a sense, I thought, that's a little bit true, because the rest of these people are so narcissistic, self-absorbed, and caught up in the game. They're not really willing to entertain those kinds of questions, a debate on ethics, or the idea that maybe what we're doing is wrong.
Yeah, I know, but I guess what I'm saying is that's one of the first rules of the game is that description of the game shouldn't be to your preference, but to the facts, right? So I mean, that's the first rule of the conversation. Essentially, is that you go where the facts lead, not where your stomach leads. So,
yeah,
I mean, if you're not willing to play that game, and obviously it's not going to be a game where you might not win, right? I mean, if it's not about your stomach or your penis, then your stomach and your penis might be left out. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Well, I think it seems like in those kinds of conversations, even if somebody is willing to say, well, yeah, there are certain facts, they're still going to say, but those facts are meaningless. In the big picture of the universe, it doesn't matter. That's the problem.
Well, I guess obviously they're saying that, but that's obviously another glib statement that says absolutely nothing about real philosophy, because we know it doesn't work out that way. We know it's not meaningless, and that we know that the outcome of 6 million Jews in concentration camps and 6 million Jews eating Twinkies is completely different. So obviously, right. If those outcomes are always at stake, there's no way to call any of it meaningless.
Well, I agree.
Well, I'm just
Absolutely.
saying that. I'm just saying it's another one of these easy to argue points is that this is a non-starter. You can't start from a position of conversation is irrelevant. I mean, that's that means you don't want to have a conversation. Okay, go to hell. Shut up then. If you don't want to argue what you're saying and defend it, well, that's the most weaselly kind of crap. What you want to just say shit without having to authenticate it or defend it? Well, then fuck you.
Right. Well, this is where I've mentioned before that I'm always interested to hear how people who are willing to assert a relatively nihilistic point of view of how they assert or validate their own choices that they make every day. I mean, their choices to agree to certain rules in society or to behave in certain ways, because they're making those choices all the time. And if they were truly nihilistic, then they're what
how do you do
explains
it?
their
How do
behavior.
you do it? I hate to bring up the reference again, but I mean it's an important fact that yes, it's in the Bible, but I mean the golden rule is the rule of reality. I mean, it is the first thing that should occur to you when you've recognized that other people are equally sentient. Then automatically it's in play. Automatically you have to start considering what you would want have done onto you. And it's not about a specific act being done onto you. It's about the idea of somebody deciding for you. You know what I mean? I mean, the principle really is about, it's not like if I forced you to eat chocolate ice cream, you know what I mean? Well, then I could say, hey, I'm not doing anything negative on you because I'm forcing you to eat chocolate ice cream. But really, it's the force thing that's the crime, right? Because now once I have applied force, now the force can be chocolate ice cream, or I can force you to eat possum shit.
Yeah.
And so I'm just saying for the nihilist to not recognize that, not to not admit that they would not want somebody recklessly stepping on their freedom would be insane, right? I mean, how could you possibly say I'm nihilistic on the subject of whether somebody runs me over? I mean,
Right.
no,
Well, that's
don't give me that crap that you're nihilistic on that subject. You're saying that you don't want accountability when you run somebody else over, but somehow you're saying to me honestly that you don't mind if somebody else runs you over? Fuck you. What a liar.
yeah. Well, of course, their answer is just that. Well, that makes sense from my subjective experience.
Well, I'm just saying it makes sense to be selfish from your subjective experience. So now we're starting to get into Hoslidays videos, right, where he's just basically saying, well, look, evolutionarily, it's to our advantage to, well, so what? Yeah, what does that have to do with philosophy? You think philosophy has something to do with biological evolution?
Right.
Besides recognizing our parasitic bastard origin? I mean, beyond the fact that evolution elucidates that we are a hideous monstrosity, it has no meaning philosophically. It only has meaning as a description of the poor architecture. And beyond that, it has no meaning. You don't apply it as a fucking guidepost. You don't put nature up as a guidepost and say, there's my authority to define my morality. I'll call it natural intuition. I mean, I wanted to make a video about that, because I really have to. I mean, these people who think there's such a fucking thing as moral intuition. What the fuck do you think your moral intuition is? If I don't teach you,
it's God-given, right, Gary?
If I don't teach you anything, your moral intuition is going to be me wanting me takey, right? There's no moral intuition. We're selfish motherfuckers. I mean, there's nothing intuitive about our generosity or any of that shit. We have to learn that shit. We have to learn by actually hurting somebody and watching them cry. And we say, oh, God, that was ugly. I don't think I'll do that again.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that term. It is interesting, though. I mean, just in semantics. So there's the idea of pro-social behavior, so that hominids are social animals. So we're going to have certain
pro-social behavior, right? I mean, mammals aren't pro-social, right? I mean, they live in social groups, but there's nothing nice about their social organization. Like even lion prides, right? It's basically just kill the other males, kill their children, and rape the females, right?
Well, by pro, I mean there's also
Name
antisocial,
me
which can be pro.
social dynamic that exists in any fucking mammal, and I'll show you a dysfunctional family. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing functional in that dynamic. It's a hideous competition.
Yeah, I understand. But you understand the term. So there was a question about like morality versus ethics and whether there's any biological impetus to morality versus ethics.
Well, I'm just saying that this idea that we have some native intuition that we should be iconizing, that we should be authoritizing, or whatever the right word is, that we should be aspiring to achieve the intuitions of our nature, which is basically selfish rapist, doesn't make any sense. Why the hell would I want my native intuition to rule me? That would be idiotic. My native intuition is a bigoted motherfucking cunt.
Well, yeah. And
so
this is readily shown on almost every level of our behavior.
Yeah, he
right?
was actually talking about it affectionately, like there's some sort of, like nepotism is somehow a rationally brilliant idea, when it's obviously just bigotry. Fucking irrational bigotry.
Yeah. I don't know if there was a video that you had in mind specifically, like a Hathliday video that dealt with that.
Well, his last one, I mean, he says it in a lot of convoluted language, but he's basically saying in that last video that this is what we are. We're a native organism, and the biology sets the agenda, the fundamental agenda. And so he's almost talking like an anaconda in the sense that, we are what we are. Like, what the fuck does that... What do you mean you are what you are?
Yes, it's true. We are malignantly useless, vicious, game theory machines. But that said...
I mean, damn, that is just so fucking stupid a thing to say. Like, what do you mean, I can't be president? Yeah, what do you mean, I am what I am? Fuck you. Anyway, yeah, it's just annoying, this affection people have for nature, and then they have affections for their cultures, and you're just like, well, why, I mean, it's just so, why don't they get it that the principles are everything? I mean, knowledge and understanding are the only things that have any value. I mean, this cultural attachments, it's just so, it's just so obviously, just a malignant bigotry.
Yeah. Well, I was just visiting the chat room to see if there were any people soliciting questions for you. I don't see anything. There's some good conversation there. Looks like the tiny chat is pretty empty right now.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's kind of a shrinking world lately, so we do have to work on that. Yeah, Logic Rolls of Dice is a weird fucker. Posts some strange-ass videos.
To be 18 again.
Yeah, well, he is young, so that is true. We can blame it on the whatever of youth. I mean, he's really quite well informed and stuff, but yeah, it's kind of.
Yeah, I didn't mean it in a negative.
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe some of this needs to just wear on him for a while, and then he'll be a little. Well, whatever. Like I said, I'm talking like I'm disappointed. I mean, he's performing quite well. So it's like I'm not like I'm disappointed, I guess. It's just that it's, there's. I'm always suspect of people who have anything nice to say about Christianity and Buddhism. Yeah, that's a little dangerous.
Fair enough.
He actually made a video saying something like about, well, Catholicism is like the better kind of Christianity, and you know,
Yeah.
I could feel my brain rushing to the back of my skull. What the
Well,
fuck? What is he? He's fucking on drugs?
yeah. So I was raised Catholic myself, but my only thought on that was, now I don't know exactly what Logic said, but I'm guessing it's the idea, well, the church does accept science and does change and all that kind of stuff. So to me, it's still, I guess, like Francis recently was talking about evolution and that kind of.
Yeah, like they actually had some principles and they stood for principles or some other kind. I'm like, God damn, you couldn't get a bunch of, more pragmatic, hypocritical, flag waving, what do you call it when somebody just, feigns compliments and stuff?
Like sycophants?
Yeah, sycophanty, plagiaristic, patronizing. They're patronizing God. They're patronizing their own God, with their rhetoric and their behavior. I mean, they're just like, oh yeah, well, you're not really going to send me to hell, are you, God? Right? I could sin a few 100 million times, right? It's okay. I'll just say some of these little Hail Marys, and it's all okay, right? I mean, it's just like you're insulting your fucking goddamn God.
Yeah.
I didn't mean
so
it.
there are a lot of atheist versus belief, conversations happening on YouTube, and they're just preposterous. I mean, I have zero patience or ability to hang out for those.
Yeah, I have to admit, I just, you really want to get. I mean, I know I have to be more reflective of where people are coming from, but yeah, they're just so alien to me. I just can't. It's like you just can't go back into that kindergarten and, try to communicate with ABC blocks. It feels.
Yeah.
It just feels just so slow and cumbersome. Oh, you mean we have to start right all the way from the very beginning? Oh, crap.
Yeah. So that is still a bias for me. I mean, so even in the realm of technology and in science, there are Catholic priests that, apparently put out some good information, have some good research, but I'm always suspicious. It's like, how can they be doing good science and maintain their belief system,
Well, yeah, and it's kind of obvious that, yeah, they're just making this shit up as they go along. So they just pretend, okay, well, God made the dinosaurs and the fossils just to keep us interested. Give us something to look at. Something, it was a test. It's just a test of our faith. Yeah, that's what it is. God's testing our faith by putting, contrary evidence in the ground just to fuck with our heads.
Well, so I don't know that much about it, but supposedly Pope Francis, and he wasn't the first in the Catholic Church to suggest that, yeah, the Catholic Church admits to evolution as a process and that humans evolved. But to me, that's just like, well, how can you possibly support your own, religious views if you believe that essentially we're here by accident?
Well, but obviously that's not what they believe. What they believe is that, God created it that way to give the story some sort of interest and intrigue. So he gave us a prehistory. But it's not real. We didn't really do that.
I see. So in fact, they really don't.
The Pope's not saying that we evolved from other mammals. He's just saying that evolution as a theme of in process exists. Okay? But yeah, humans were still created by God.
Okay.
God just created evolution as part of the mechanism of the ongoing story, and he gave it a prehistory that, yeah, it's not a real prehistory, but, that's the way God created the world. He had to make the world out of something, so instead of making it out of chocolate, he made it out of the Grand Canyon and fossils and all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, still leads to, it still doesn't answer the, I mean, it's still a completely ludicrous way of interacting with reality, just because you'd have to explain why God would do that. Why would he give us a fake story to live? Why wouldn't he tell us about bacteria? Why wouldn't he tell us? I mean, why did he force us to learn the hard way?
Right. And then I think it was last week we talked, maybe it was the week before, because I think Logic was in the room. We mentioned Buddhism again. And, you know, my impression has been that it, too, is another one of these religious belief systems that tries to update itself. So when the questions start to get really tough, then they begin to invent some, you know, another Buddha. Oh, we have a more recent version of the Buddha, a new incarnation, who's going to answer some of these tougher questions and take the philosophy a little further down the road.
Yeah, well, that's kind of Anna Conavad's approach, that's why it's a little irritating, because, you know, you don't like somebody talking the same kind of talk in a way, but yeah, it's just so convenient to have this, you know, and then to be able to say that there's something called a logical discipline in Buddhism, and you're just like, oh, yeah, go ahead, show me where that exists. You know, but the Anaconda name is basically a reference to this, you know, this Jainist, I mean, a sect within Jainism.
Yeah.
You know, which is kind of hilarious. You know, a sect, within a cult within a sect. Yeah, and it's just such a pile of crap. I mean, you know, they're only self-aggrandizing. Their only authority comes from the fact that they have given themselves a shiny gold badge. We're a legitimate philosophy. See, we have the philosophy badges that we all made. You know, it's not philosophy. It's a pile of rubbish.
Yeah. I really don't know anything about Jainism or Anaconda as either a philosophy or a philosophical term. I basically have the Wikipedia version is about all I know.
Yeah, well, I can't say my knowledge is that much more extensive than that. I mean, I did do some more research on the Buddha than just Wikipedia, but it's still, yeah, I mean, it's still just a story, and it's not a, you know, it's a totally incomplete story. I mean, right? I mean, yeah, they described the part they had to describe, which was reality. So they had to put reality in the story, but then they just, at the beginning and at the end, they put Goldilocks back in, and the three bears, and the three pigs, and the three blind mice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. My impression is only that
they did absolutely nothing useful in terms of contextualizing our existence, because the two end plates are still made out of complete shit. They made up the beginning and they made up the end.
Yeah.
So it's still happily ever after, and you know, whatever to begin. You know, the beginning is poof, and the ending is happily ever after.
Yeah. Well, so my impression is just that the idea of the relative versus the ultimate, and the ultimate is unknowable, essentially. But that, and then on top of that, that everything is provisional, right? So all belief is provisional. Scientific evidence is all provisional, that kind of thing. So it's that argument of, you know, the blind men trying to determine what they're feeling, which is an elephant. They all have a different part of the elephant. None of them have the full picture, that kind of perspective. And I can understand that element to it.
Well, I'm just saying, but that's only a metaphor, you know, for a cliche notion of ignorance, right? Like I said, you know, where ignorance isn't hystemic. Ignorance isn't a terminal condition. I mean, you know, I think we've kind of demonstrated that, right? I mean, I think Darwin demonstrated that. I think, you know, in part Einstein, I think all this stuff kind of points out that we can figure some of this shit out. We did figure out what microbes are. We did learn of their existence. So I'm just saying the context is no longer, I don't think you can say the ultimate is, you know, unknowable, in the sense that I think you can know it in every significant detail. All you won't know is the insignificant.
Right. That would be the question. So, and I tend to agree that, you know, we have discovered enough through science of what is happening in our space-time, in our universe, to understand it and ourselves.
Well, I can make it understandable in the simplest terms by just saying that you don't sit there and worry too much about the exact dynamics that causes an eddy in a stream. You just recognize that, yes, streams create eddies. When water flows downhill over a friction framework, it
Right.
creates these disturbances. And we are essentially the same as one of those disturbances. We're just an eddy in the stream. We're a pocket of complexity that only exists because, yes, thermodynamics and the existence of elements with properties creates the ability to have these bizarre combinations of properties. And one of the properties is evolution, and evolution will create mechanisms that have tools, and that these tools will have the manifestation of this complexity. And that's all we are, though. We're complexity for the sake of it. You know, for the sake of its tool value. You know, no other reason. I mean, we're only complex because it has tool value. So there's the explanation for it. You don't need any other explanation, do you? We exist merely because it provides a mechanism for acquisition of durability.
Right, and you've done a good job in a lot of your videos and past discussions going beyond that, though, into the areas of logic, and logic rolls the dice as well in terms of his epistemology and logical proofs and that sort of thing. So from a philosophical perspective, you know, not just what science is telling us, but how we can essentially incorporate that information in a meaningful way and make decisions about it and come to a conclusion about it.
Well, I'm just saying that we can see reality's dick. You know, we don't really need to know what color its pubic hair is, right? You know, yeah, I love that metaphor. You know, we have the relevant facts that the mechanism creates complexity out of simplicity. Out of a simple function, there is the capacity for this complexity to be formed, but the capacity has no inevitability beyond the fact of our permutation, and it has no significance, you know, beyond its raw function.
Sure.
So in a sense, we've answered, like I said, any other question that you might have is going to be a question that isn't it going to sound a little bit like naming freckles? You know what I'm saying? If I gave you an origin, I'm telling you the origin is going to be like me telling you the exact dimensions of one of your freckles. It's not going to be meaningful. It's not going to answer anything. It's just going to be more evidence of the fact that you're just part of a mechanism.
Well, exactly right. And I mean, we have the mathematics to actually demonstrate how freckling occurs and what freckling looks like. And not just that, but the stripes on tigers and the shapes of, you know, starfish. And we could just go on and describe all of nature in those kinds of terms. It's that predictable. It's that accountable to its own, you know, mathematical logic.
Yeah, and there's elements of it that are incredibly complex, but incredibly crude in function. Like a tornado has very complex dynamics, but its basic function is a big pile of wind. You know, I mean, it doesn't do, you know what I'm saying? It has no function.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, it's really funny looking, but you know, it's not doing anything.
So have you played around much with like programming or artificial life type stuff or any of that kind of? You remember,
I wanted to, you know, and I like that there's, you know, some of these people with the AI stuff are starting to venture into the realm where I thought they should have gone in the first place, which is the idea of having software rewriting software. Like the idea of creating a synthetic intelligence to me isn't about creating one kind of neural network. It's about creating neural networks that do exactly what evolution does, which means they have a competition for getting it right. You know, the idea of intelligence is getting it right, right? I mean, getting the wrong answers isn't going to do the organism you're guiding any good. The organism needs right answers, not wrong answers. So, you know, that would be the mechanism. That would be, all you're trying to do is create a mechanism that duplicates that process of creating a way of differentiating between correct and incorrect answers.
Yeah. Well, it's coming. I mean, I don't have any personal experience with it. I've met plenty of people that are in the field, and a lot of them, were interested because they had those kinds of questions about the nature of consciousness and human beings and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's just the seeding. You got to create the right seed for it to grow. It's a very subtle mechanism. But if you create and it has to be very clean logic that you create for this competition. But that's basically, yeah. I mean, we have the advantage in that we can vastly multiply the process of evolution, in terms of a time frame. We can put huge efficiencies into that process of gaining knowledge. So once we get the dynamic right, it could go from infant to Einstein, in 15 minutes theoretically. Yeah. So once we get the dynamic of how intelligence and knowledge is created, we could do it very quickly.
Yep. Well, there's a lot of money and a lot of smart people trying to do that right now. So I wouldn't doubt. I mean, I think I forget who it was. I think it was one of the heads of Google. Maybe it was Sergey Brin, somebody like that, who said he was confident that within like 5-10 years we'd have pretty advanced AI.
One of those cunts is in charge of it. It ain't gonna happen. He's such a fucking weasel.
Well, they're just paying for it, right? So they're paying for the ingenuity of other people to.
Well, I suppose they wouldn't know what logic was if it fucking hit him in the, as a pie in the face, right? Because they're, the logic of being such a compulsive fucking liar is, so illogical. The idea that you can steal billions of dollars out of the economy and somehow you're not hurting anybody is such a fucking lie. But anyway, that's a whole nother. Sorry, I just can't. I can't.
That's okay. That's why we love you, man.
Yeah, I hear Sergey Brin, and you might as well be saying, Waterloo Mengele or something. I mean, it's just like, fuck you. Yeah, he's just evil.
Well, we could talk about Alan Turing if you want. I saw an Alan Turing documentary.
I'm just saying that was just kind of a bogus test, in my opinion. I mean, it's not, who cares about fooling us? The idea is to create the machinery that actually creates, the intelligent process. And the other aspect to that would be the idea of sensation, which is so much a part of our character. So the Turing test doesn't have anything to do with those important aspects. I mean, having somebody just mimic our behavior or our vocal gestures, that to me is useless shit. I mean, the real important part is whether or not something is able to learn and do it well. And so my approach, I mean, what I would, how I envision doing it, if I could work on it on a small scale, is that just as I mess with JavaScript a lot, and JavaScript is really interesting in that you can create these kind of simple programs, but they're kind of full. They're kind of complete programs. And JavaScript can rewrite other JavaScript. You know what I mean? You can actually. It's very easy, to write a piece of JavaScript that will rewrite another piece of JavaScript, and to have the other piece have a right to rewrite the other piece. So you can actually have 10 or 12 scripts that would be rewriting each other. Not reinforming each other, but reforming each other. And I think that's I think that's a fruitful enough mechanism where once you have the code writing the code, right, you just let it loose. Once it knows how to write code, you just let it write it.
Yeah. Well, I know that there are a number of different areas where that kind of development is taking place, and they've even talked about it having a big influence on programmers in the near future, where essentially they'll just have like nuggets of code that they will be able to add, and then a lot of the supplementary, how to get from point A to point B will be done by a kind of program that will fill in the blanks.
Yeah, I just don't think they've ever had it quite right in terms of understanding the need to do this rewriting thing, to have the absolute, to give programs the absolute power to destroy each other, for programs to actually kill each other.
Yeah. I forget the name of it. There's another program that's out there that's a form of an artificially intelligent. It's kind of like a chatbot thing, but it's pretty sophisticated, where they are training it to gather information from the internet and actually try to learn from it in a meaningful way. So in other words, to be able to go out and resource information and be able to glean that information in a way that is sensible.
Yeah, well, I'm still saying that's going to be just it's going to be too standard in terms of just being a database and an algorithm. And what's going to modify the algorithm is the key words, right? The key concept.
Yeah.
It still comes down to this idea that you really, that it is difficult to create this idea of something, some way of recognizing what is right and wrong and rewarding and punishing. To create the idea of reward and punishment for the code's performance. Like somehow you have to make the program pay for doing something wrong.
Yeah, and how to ensure. So if you have an evolving machine, how would you ensure that those rules don't get broken exactly?
Yeah, so you have to create a synthetic sack of nuts, that you can squeeze on the program. You have to give it a synthetic stake, a personal value interest. And I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm just saying that it's a little bit complicated in exactly how you create that mechanism of a personal stake.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something, I just wish I had, I wish I could clone myself so I could work on, have a separate me to work on these different things.
So without any kind of biological element or without any feeling, would you ever assert that an AI could be quote-unquote sentient or conscious?
Well, I don't think it can be without that being deliberately the aim. I don't think you're going to be lucky to fall on it. I think nature just fell on it, right? I mean, it just happened, and it fell on it, kind of thing. And so you have to, and it took billions of years, right, for it to turn into anything. Right? It took a long time, 500 million years, for it to really turn into anything like this, human consciousness. So, but yeah, I mean, a synthetic, that first ouch is just such an amazing thing, right? I mean, a perceptual ouch. I just don't know if you can create that synthetically.
Yeah, that's always been my question too. Unanswered. I'm doubtful.
The very idea that we have created a theater and a projector inside of our brain, that creates something called a real experience.
Yeah.
Is really quite amazing, right? I mean, we sense our reality, our consciousness, but obviously it's an illusion. It's obviously a figment of our brain's imagination, but it's one hell of a fucking illusion, right? I mean, you just can't get any realer. So that's the funny, that I keep saying that this is the irony of our life, right? That the realest thing in the universe is the synthetic creation of consciousness.
A self-reflected consciousness, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's the only thing that means anything, right? There's no meaning without it. It's the entire game. There's no other game in the universe that means anything, right? All matter, all gravity, all meaning gravity reverts to a consciousness, right? There's no meaning gravity anywhere except where a consciousness could exist, right? If it's not sentient, there's no possibility it could have meaning gravity, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine anything. I'm just saying that maybe somebody can come up with something, but I personally can't figure out what possibly could matter if it couldn't feel bad, right? So if you took feeling bad out of the equation, how could anything possibly ever matter?
Yeah. Well, I think that if the human race does have the opportunity to continue its science, that it will be able to figure that stuff out eventually.
Yeah, I just don't know.
As just a physical process.
I just think it's just so nuanced, in terms of, this chemistry and electricity. It's got to be made out of that, but you know what I'm saying? It's not like I don't think it's going to be as simple as just a spark. And there's an ouch. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, well, you mentioned
it's a complex illusion, so I don't think you can make the illusion out of something simple. I think it's an incredibly complex illusion, so it really does take the projector and the screen. I don't know if we're ever going to be able to figure out how to make a projector and a screen.
Yeah. Well, that's unanswerable for now. But you know, the speculation is, as you were talking about earlier, the neural networks that have feedback loops and essentially where you have some kind of a processor control that's
Yeah,
going
I
to
know,
be
but
thinking.
can you see the danger of that? Let's say that we even came close to being able to create something synthetic like that. Can you see how Frankensteiny it would be?
Yeah, well,
We'd
that's
have,
where I was
we
going with
would have,
that ethical to even
it
go
would
there.
have no way of communicating with us. You know what I'm saying? So we wouldn't even know when we were torturing something. You know what I'm saying? It would be It would,
Yep.
we would have, and so all of our experimenting, it wouldn't even be as obvious as like right now people are torturing laboratory rats and they know they're being tortured. You know, it's quite obvious. But I'm just saying this synthesized consciousness, we'd have no way of knowing what it's sensing. And so through all of our experimenting, we would be just doing we could be doing, incredible damage to awareness. We could be raping its awareness, and it would have no way to express that, no way to communicate that rape.
Yeah. Well, without emotions, maybe not so much. There could still
Well, I'm just
potentially
saying,
be the.
without expression, there'd be no continuity. There'd be no 500 million years of creating the obvious expression that comes with our emotions. So their emotions would be like the emotions, like I could speculate there's still emotions inside of somebody who's a human vegetable or something. You couldn't know for sure, but I'm just saying that's the dilemma. There'd be no overt way for us to detect the fact that it's suffering,
I see. Yeah.
because it would have no communication network. It would have acquired no common. All the mammals have very common gesturing, very common behaviors related to their sensations, and we would have none of those signals in our synthetic consciousness. So it would
Right.
have no behaviors that we could recognize, no symptoms, no anything. So we'd have no idea that we were torturing it.
Yeah, it is a bizarre time that we can even have this kind of conversation, and you have people like Hawking or Elon Musk throwing their danger signals out, waving their hands, saying, "This could be it for humanity. We really need to be careful."
Well, we're done anyway, so we're going to be toast anyway. So it doesn't matter. It's just this when thing is kind of silly. So I mean, the Hawkings and the rest of those people ought to wake up to that reality.
Well, both of them have said, no, this is all the impetus we need to go into space. So if we're going to survive, we have to become spacefaring.
Well, I'm just saying, there's nothing. I mean, for Hawkins to say something like that just makes him into an asshole and an idiot.
Yeah.
Because I mean, obviously, there's no way to do that as an us. All I can do is send something,
Yeah, right, exactly.
representing me, called Bubba Bob Spaceman. Is that
Yeah.
is that us? I don't think so. I mean, it's not really a human being who wants to live in a fucking, you know, whatever you want to call it, a little tiny cage for 500 years. You know what I mean? Would you call that a human being? It wants to live in a little tiny cage for 500 years to go travel to some other galaxy where it'll, start farming humans on some rocky blob, you know?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound to me much like a human.
No, I think that they were talking more about just managing to have like some kind of escape vehicle for, a event on Earth, and then potentially repopulate or manage to survive in our solar system, which is still absurd.
You can't survive in our solar system, so it just doesn't make any sense, right? You're not going to survive in the solar system because the other planets are fucking toast. I mean, they're just not going to allow you to survive on them.
Yeah, that's when they get pretty far out and start talking about being able to, if you had, what do they call it, like a Star Trek like replicator, right, where you could just take base material and turn it into something else. those kinds of ideas.
Well, I know, but you know, just you're still whatever atmosphere you could generate on Mars, it's not going to be stable enough. You know, just imagine how complex it's, how difficult it's going to be to create an atmosphere that's going to be stable enough to create the consistent temperatures you need to make living easy.
Yeah, well, at this point, this is what's weird about like the Mars One program and all that kind of stuff is we still don't have a means of combating the radiation poisoning that would occur
Well,
on a
I
trip
mean,
like
yeah,
that.
not only just the radiation, but yeah, just the idea that, you know, your vessel isn't going to maybe maintain it. You know what I'm saying? You're going to spring a leak or some other shit's going to happen and you're going to lose your atmosphere and you're going to die. I mean, you just got no maintenance. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody going to come to rescue you. You know, there's no Maytag repairman. It just seems inevitable that something's going to be bad enough that it's going to get out of your control and you're going to die.
Right. Not to put you on the spot, but I don't know if I've ever heard you like speculate about how far off, you know, like a major environmental catastrophe that could be potentially, you know, an extinction level event on the Earth
Yeah,
might be.
well, I wish you know, yeah, I really don't have anything I can, you know, add you know, I think we have evidence that you know, once it starts going bad, it can go bad really dramatically quickly. You know, it's just this tipping
Yeah.
point. So you can make a tipping point argument that we got the thing wobbling, you know, and it's just a matter of when's it going to break, you know, when's it fall. But
Exactly.
I think it's going to be that kind of thing that once it starts cascading, it will cascade like an avalanche. You know what I mean? The rolling will just roll on top of the rolling, and it will do the pendulum swing. You know, you'll get preposterously hot, and then everything will gas up, and then it'll get preposterously cold. You know, it'll be that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It'll turn the environment into this inconsistent, erratic, destable thing that's going to take it maybe a million years to restabilize.
Yeah, you described it very well. That's the way I've heard it explained by noted scientists. And the question is, how far off, or you know, how far away
Yeah.
is that?
So what are you saying? Yeah, exactly. What, you know, you could predict 10 years, you could predict 20 years, but yeah, there's this point where we might just go into this nuclear winter kind of thing, or this, you know, Venus summer thing. You know, we're either going to boil or freeze.
Yep.
Well, I guess the key thing we're going to do is flood. Yeah.
At least in the short term, yeah.
Well, just because there's so many people, you know, living so close, you know, so close to sea level. You know, people just don't realize it, but you know, most of the American people live, you know, 10 feet or less, and that just ain't good enough.
Yeah. Well, that's it. I mean, I don't think our models are accurate enough to make those kinds of predictions, but it is pretty scary to see Florida disappear under the water, that kind of thing.
Well, you just know that the coastline is in big trouble. Like the coast, you know, the East Coast and the West Coast, and look how many people live on those coasts.
Yeah, well, New York's already had flooding, subways, and all that kind of stuff, right? So.
Yeah, they're getting a taste of it, but yeah, I mean, Manhattan is basically, I mean, it's not as bad as New Orleans, but you know, the only thing that keeps it afloat are, you know, the fact that it does have big giant walls keeping the ocean out.
Yeah. So we talked a little bit about that kind of stuff earlier. And then, of course, we talked about the food problems, right? So that was the other element.
Yeah,
At
well,
least
food is energy, right? So that's the only problem with food is it's part of this energy equation because you make food out of energy. That's where most of the energy goes. So it is kind of a strange circumstance, because you know, they do have a ton of energy in the ground still. I mean, all that coal is in the ground, and they're still burning it, you know, and they're burning it. They keep in, you know, that's the irony, right? They keep talking about all this environmental crap, and every year, you know, the percentage of the world's energy coming from coal keeps increasing. You know, a little 0.5% a year, just keeps going up. And so here you have the dirtiest greenhouse production is where you know, is the one increasing.
Yeah.
And you know, that just, you know, that you can put all the solar panels you want all over the goddamn place, but if you're going to keep burning coal, it's not going to make it's not going to do you any fucking good.
Yep. So those are the kinds of things that I think will impact like my nieces and nephews who are teenagers right now. You know, it'll be their adulthood that begins to really be affected by that kind of situation.
Yeah, well, they've grown up in such a strange time, you know. I mean, I don't, you know, I just find, well, there is an inconsistency, so I guess I can't go by some anecdotal evidence. But, you know, it's like people like Logic Rolls the Dice. You say, well, there's a young person. You're saying, you know, where did he get serious-minded? You know, where did that come from? Because, yeah, most young people are just fucking idiots.
Wayward,
No,
just wayward.
it's almost like they deserve to die because they're just playing video games anyway and chatting on Twitter, and, you know, they don't even know what sex is. You know, they you know, it's bizarre.
Yeah, I don't know.
And they don't take anything seriously and don't seem to be serious about anything.
I don't really have a very good read on the so-called millennials. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just going by a raw impression, so, you know, I've acquired from what little impact or what little, you know, they've just lived such controlled lives with this whole, you know, molesting world out to get them kind of environment or whatever. You know, everybody's just so controlled, and they're so used to being controlled, and the technology controls them, and Facebook controls them, and, you know, they just seem to have walked right into that whole kind of goddamn whatever you call that. I mean, they just seem like they're wearing their uniform kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how strong the political activism, the environmentalism, any of that is with that.
Yeah, well, I can't say anything good about my own generation. I mean, they obviously dropped the ball, so, you know, the Vietnam War ended, and they all turned into fucking disco, you know, nihilist fuckers, so, I guess I shouldn't say anything. I mean, the human race is just disappointingly silly, right? I mean, they lose religion and then they gain some kind of Gaia bullshit, you know, and it's the same difference, right? Or, you know, psychedelic god or some kind of other crap, and you're just like, this is just so disappointing.
Yeah, well, that's the inevitable outcome when they were trying to recover their humanity, right?
Yeah, it's almost like they fall off the good ship Lollipop and they climb right onto the whatever, the good plane Hershey bar. You know what I mean? They just
Yeah.
you know, they just get on another toy, you know, another toy. Yeah. So good job, Hazy. But yeah, it's like the choir singing at the choir.
Yep, I was just checking the chat in the tiny chat room, see if there was any questions. Or anybody else that wanted to participate and didn't have a link.
Yeah, oh, pussy shit. I have to go find them. I have to go molest people where they live.
Well, I've thought about that before. I mean, potentially some of the people, some of the kinds of interviews that you've done on Vloggerdome, potentially we could invite somebody to have a public discussion and, you know, respectfully allow them a chance to talk, whatever. Whether it's a religious person or whatever, you know, a future utopian or a devout nihilist. Something
Yeah,
like
they
that.
all seem a little bit cowardice. You know, you can't really get them back in the game. I might be able to get Piero to do something, but you know, Piero is just he talks so much that you know you're off the subject in no time.
Now he's a Java programmer too, right?
Well, he does. Yeah, I think he does more database programming, but
Oh, okay. And I don't know about Wayne, about rational access. I know he's a programmer as well, but I don't know what his expertise is in languages.
perhaps the evil C++. Yeah. Yeah, I did try to learn regular languages, and I could never get the hang of them. I never liked. I didn't like the words, you know, class and what other words they used. You know, I just it's like, oh, yeah, because
Yeah.
I just wasn't getting what they were after here. So then I finally did figure it out. Oh, okay, these are just categories and properties of functions. Oh, okay. If you would have said that in the first place, I might have picked this up.
Yep.
But it's like, yeah, I don't really like the dynamic. I mean,
Well, I fooled around with programming, but I'm not a programmer. I help programmers, so I deal with a lot of the C# and .NET people generally.
yeah. Yeah, well, the weird thing is, you know, Microsoft had that ASP, whatever that fucking. But it was kind of
Yeah.
funny because it was like, you know, it's really just a form of. I mean, you could do it with JavaScript, you know, just do it with
Yeah, it's their form of Java, right?
Yeah, and it's just kind of funny that it was, you know, it was almost like another piece of redundant. You know, why are you doing it? Why are you creating a new? Yeah, you know, it's almost like PHP is a little bit of that too. I mean, it's a kind of a monstrosity, you know, a combination of, you know, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript.
Exactly.
You know, you're just
Yeah.
like, it's some kind of a monstrosity.
Yeah, .NET Nuke and SOAP and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, part of me kind of I just I keep staying in my my comfort zone, but yeah, I hate architectures that are sloppy like that. You know, I want something, you know, and like JavaScript is like its own little simple. I mean, it's just so you know what I'm saying. I mean, it's just obvious. Just so
Yeah.
it seems so intuitive to
Accessible.
me.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's nice that
utilitarian.
you just have you give things labels, and then you have variables and you have functions. I mean, damn, do we need to get any more complicated? No. I guess that's what I hate about the. It's like the C plus was almost a response to BASIC, and it was just another kind of, you know, Visual Basic. Not like
Yeah.
Basic. I liked Basic is almost like JavaScript. You know, it's kind of basic. Um, but you know, I guess it's the idea that once you establish you're doing it on this platform, so it's like so Windows, you know, it's just so fucking Windows, and it's just really all about just getting Windows to put a menu in, and menu item is got a label, and you know what I'm saying? It's just so narrow.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like you can do anything your own way. You know, you have to do it the Windows way. You have to access everything through Windows. You have to open the door, close the door, do it all the way Windows tells you to do it. You know, it's that kind of thing. Where I'd much rather have a language that just goes back to basic, you know, that goes back to DOS, you know, that goes back to just a really crude, you know, port access system.
Well, so related to some of the earlier discussion we had where you were fooling around with your phone and you were talking about programming in Java, and I asked whether you were aware of like their Arduino projects and a lot of the make culture. You know, they have had this theme for a couple of years now, the Internet of Things, and it really does seem to be happening. And there really are opportunities for people like you to potentially, you know, create some little knickknack that is doing whatever. I mean, as a home sensor, that kind of thing, and make some money, sell them on the internet.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, I obviously don't have enough of a, I don't have much of a commercial eye. You know, I always look in, you know, for what interests me or what, you know, I see a hole that needs filling, and I'm just not too good at thinking in those kind of terms. But yeah, it does seem like there's sort of a ripeness for innovation here. You know, there is some opportunity to take advantage of this. You know how much technology they got crammed into these little tiny devices. I mean, it's not. I got tablets, not phones, but you know, same difference. Just the idea of this smart technology, you know, whatever you know, it is based like on this Android operating system, but you know, just this idea of having a scaled down, but not you know, not dysfunctional. I mean, it's really is. There's a lot of functionality in these devices. I mean, a lot of potential functionality.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that stuff is cool. And you know, Intel came out with you know, a lot of these labs for home users to do these kinds of things as well. I don't know if you're familiar with any of that, but they have like their Edison and Galileo projects, and it's for making, you know, all kinds of devices with sense.
You'd think they would have a huge advantage in terms of having an infrastructure advantage in terms of really knowing their own CPU, but it is kind of funny how other companies like you know, NVIDIA and all those seem to somehow know how to make it work better.
Yeah.
But I can't believe, you know, like I said, when I take one of these tablets apart, you can't believe how much you know, it's just so, you know, there's so little to it, so little heat. And you're saying, how the fuck are they getting that much processing power, you know, out of this little, you know, I'm saying it, 11 watts, right? 11 fucking watts. Why can't I string like 10 of these things together, you know, have a 120 watt computer that probably could outperform my desktop.
Yeah. Supposedly they're going to be hitting the wall of what they can achieve because of the physics limitations by the early 2020s. But Intel's like producing 10 nanometer right now.
Well, I know, but it doesn't really matter. Because so what I'm sort of saying to you is that I could put a few of them on top of each other.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it wouldn't. I don't need them to be any smaller.
Yeah. And it's all system on a chip kind of thing.
Like I said, if you know 11 watts, if it's doing that much computing power out of 11 fucking watts, I mean, if it's running, you know, 1.2 gigahertz of, you know, that's a hell of a lot. You know, I mean, that's a lot of bit manipulation. 1.2 gigahertz worth of bit manipulation a second. That's a fucking hell of a lot of fucking goddamn work.
Yep.
You know, if I can get that out of that device, then I don't see, you know, why do I need it smaller? I mean, I'm not saying smaller wouldn't hurt. I'm just saying that, you know, the way it is now, like I said, even if you were stuck with this size frame, this isn't a bad place to be stuck.
Yeah. Yeah, with all the multiple cores and system on a chip and low power, and they're coming out with new alternate power, I mean, new battery technology. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, well, even what they got is, you know, the lithium batteries do pretty well, but, you know, I'm just saying it is, you know, you are impressed by the amount of performance they're getting out of something, you know, that weighs a pound.
Well, and so I'm really curious. I think really some of these companies might hinge on who gets there first with a kind of, you know, what do you call it? Like a form of artificial intelligence. Like a digital assistant, right? That can actually have conversations and manage your business and be connected to all kinds of sensors and devices and all that kind of stuff. Integrated, almost invisible.
Well, I guess you're almost talking about, there's lots of work that people are doing that they think is creative that obviously isn't. You know what I'm saying? That you could have a synthetic intelligence too. And so then, yeah, you could just take the profit for your machine's work. But, that's kind of gets into a gnarly spiral, right?
Yeah.
That whoever produces the robots why would they give them to you?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They'll just take all the jobs and take all the money for themselves. They're not going to sell.
So we're all doomed.
Well, I'm just saying they're not going to sell you the robot. Why would they bother selling you a robot when they could just put the robot to work and steal its paycheck?
Yeah.
Why would they give you the right to steal its paycheck?
Yeah, I don't know how far away that stuff is. I know in San Francisco they talked about having the first automated burger joint. So, and the automated programmers will be next.
Well, I guess the question is whether you can automate some things. Like I said, the intimate experiences, and people sort of live for the joke. So maybe that'll be the joke, won't it? That all this high technology will be used to write jokes.
Yeah.
Right? We need artificial intelligence so they can write some better jokes. Isn't that the joke of it?
I wonder about that. I go online, man, and I wonder how many of these articles that I see out there were actually written by people.
Well, I'm just saying if we get to that point, but I'm just saying that will be the irony, is that you will create an artificial intelligence to do something stupid like rub your feet.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Well, it's sad because they are really talking about doing that for children and for old people. And to me, it's astounding that anybody would sit and have a conversation with a, machine. So the idea is that if they can program, as like you were talking about earlier, if you can program enough, phony behaviors into a robot, then people will relate and respond to it.
Yeah, well, that's the joke of it, right? We're going to create an artificial creative intelligence to do a function that has no creative or imaginative or whatever you would call it, truly valuable. It's a mundane function. So we're going to take something better than us and put it to work in the field. As a slave.
Or to rub our feet and tell jokes.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that's that will be the irony, that we don't have an application for the technology because we don't have an application. Period. There is no function, so therefore there can be no application. So I love
not even sex surrogate.
Yeah, not even the word application has a new meaning. Yeah. Well, I mean, sex is just such a, again, it's another mundane function when you really think about it, right? It's not complicated. It's just a matter of a perception and physical mechanics, right? So an illusion in physical mechanics.
Right. Well, this gets us back to the whole discussion of what about the emotions and being able to synthesize emotions, potentially. Because it really is.
How's that guy putting his butt crack on my screen? I'm a little curious.
I don't know. It looks like it's windy out there wherever he is. Looks somewhat tropical.
Without even having to say anything. It's a pretty neat trick. I mean, he's not talking, but he owns the image. I guess maybe I clicked on him or something. So maybe it was my fault. Okay, yeah, I fixed it. Anyway. Sorry for the distraction. It's my error.
No problem. Gave me a chance to check the chat room and see what was up.
You are a slave to your little habits, aren't you? You're a checker. An ignorer. That's very good. There's conscientious people in the world.
Yeah, I haven't seen Gray for a long time either.
Yeah.
Not that I socialize with him at all, but always enjoy his videos.
Yeah, he doesn't make too many anymore, but you know, whatever, buddy. Everybody's got their crap, so I imagine it's some crap of some kind, or he's too distracted playing video games or some other thing. I guess I should find out one way or the other, but I'm too lazy to do that.
Well, I saw you discussing some of the other video technology that you have for making videos, and there's like that software that does kind of the kaleidoscopes of images. Have you fooled around much with video editing? Like a lot of the stuff that you're doing with Vloggerdom, are you helping to edit those, or is that Old Fan?
Yeah, Old Fan's done most of the editing, so I'm going to do some of that just because the burden's been kind of heavy on her. So I'm going to try doing some of it. But yeah, you can't really just use video effects. You have to get a little better than that. But
I have no experience with any of that. That's why I was asking.
yeah, no, I mean, doing the kaleidoscope thing is interesting for the swimming videos and whatnot. I mean, I'm learning some stuff by editing a video. You always learn something. Filters and effects and stuff. But the bottom line is you still have to be able to, it's still the content stupid. You still got to have the substance.
Yeah.
I suppose. I don't know. I suppose you can. I mean, there is so much fluff in like documentaries. I almost find it annoying. And even the shows on TV about science or something. There's so much. So much of it is dependent on all this imagery and editing, and you're just like, is there any substance to this? It's like that Cosmos show was a lot of that. Just a lot of show, but not much, go.
Yeah, exactly. I've thought the same thing for a long time. A couple of my friends have felt the same way. It's pretty terrible. So I think, there is good information out there about how people learn best and how they access information best, but unfortunately we don't really see it utilized very often.
Yeah, and it's just it all gets cut down to like 4 paragraphs or something. So yeah, you got a half-hour documentary, and if you cut it down to the real content, there's 4 paragraphs. No, I still think there is this way of building. You starting and finishing an argument. And I have to, just think more on that subject of how you just go from here's the premises, here's the conclusion.
Yep. Well, Logic Rolls the Dice has been doing that to some degree. I mean, most of his videos are under 15 minutes. I mean, he's sourcing, texts a lot of the time, but not always.
Yeah, I can't say I'm overwhelmed by his style yet, so we'll have to see if it grows on me a little bit. But yeah, I mean, some of it's kind of redundant. He just keeps saying, if he says excluded middle again, I'm going to,
Yeah.
I'm saying.
But at least,
it's like you only keep yelling the same principle over and over again. So, I mean, I don't know, I know I'm doing the same thing in a lot of respects, but I suppose there needs to be a better way of framing, an argument in terms of just explaining why that's the way it exists as reality, because of, the complexity that exists in the sense that there's no, so many of these words we have in our vocabulary are not real words, like probability and stuff, These are words describing symptoms of our failure, not things that are real.
Yeah. Well, so both of you guys do take arguments on headlong, I mean, directly, which I think is, awesome. I'm not one to criticize at all because I'm not in that game. I don't produce videos, and in general, I don't even participate in the comment threads.
Yeah, well, I think you could. You just don't, for whatever choice reason.
It's mostly just time.
Huh?
It's mostly just time constraints for me, and not having a lot of experience with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really, sorry, you don't buy that. I mean, because you have spent an awful lot of time in these live chat rooms, so I don't think you could really argue you don't have the time. You know, I mean, videos don't, videos, the amount of time I spend in this room, right? I could probably make 7 quality videos, right?
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Fair enough. Yeah, and to some degree, we've been trying to do that. So by having the idea was potentially we could get more material if we met up and had more chats, and chose topics to talk about. That maybe something will happen.
Yeah, well, I think we're like I said, we are nudging up to a mechanism to do that with. See, I have my, we all have different strengths and weaknesses. So this is what it's probably about. Is that I'm pretty good at this thinking on your feet thing. I'm pretty good at talking, but I'm not really great at, writing is taxing for me. I'm not saying I can't do it, but it's very taxing. So that's not a strength of mine. Because I'm always seeking perfection in written words, and you just can't do that. So it's really strained and awkward, and I'm really. I mean, I guess I could say I'm a bad writer, but I know I'm not a bad writer. I just know I'm just no good at writing.
Well, I haven't read a lot of your stuff, but I did visit your website and read a little bit about some of the experiences you expressed about the court system and that kind of stuff. And I thought you were a good writer and an entertaining writer. I mean, I laughed out loud more than once, that's for sure. But I was unfamiliar before then. I just discovered that, and I was completely unfamiliar with all those adventures you had. So I could certainly sympathize as well.
Yeah, I had forgotten about that, but I used to do a blog, So I did a blog on the search engine stuff, and I did a blog for the local town. And I didn't realize, but I wrote pretty like a regular human. You know what I mean? I was like, I read something the other day, and I almost didn't recognize me because I'm saying, shit, I'm using like cliches and state. You know what I'm saying? I'm being like all like regular talking.
Yeah.
Like I actually like the people I'm talking to or something. I was so friendly and so human. I was like, gee, I like this guy. Whoever wrote this, I like this guy. And I was like, it was hilarious. As I was saying, I'm not a likable guy. So it was just kind of.
Yeah.
I was seeing a view of how when I'm just trying to be informative, that and I don't really have a hard agenda. It's a soft agenda. That I can be a pleasant writer, and I did write. Yeah, it was like entertaining to read. It wasn't bad because it was just kind of friendly and it just kind of a light jokes, not hard. You know what I mean? It was pretty good writing. So I know I can do it. I guess that's all I'm saying is I know I can do it. I just know I somehow need to be in a certain kind of mode to do it. I guess because I did that without it. That wasn't too taxing. I mean, which is weird. Because I could so somehow 10 years ago I could write something every 3 or 4 days, and I can't do it now.
Yeah, well, that seems to happen. I don't know. Even like, what's his name? Shit, I'm sorry. I forgot the gentleman's name, but he's one of the noted antinatalists who had a blog, and he's kind of abandoned his blog recently. I think it just happens with the blogosphere. But, you were so prodigious earlier, even in your production career, when you were producing videos for, I think it was for live or for, your local community TV stuff. And that was all pretty purposefully entertaining.
Yeah, I guess it was sort of a kind of the GNUs in a way, right? You're doing reporting on their council meetings. So in a way, it was a GNUs kind of format.
Yeah, exactly. The GNUs itself is an example of that. So would you say that your blogging was a kind of a reflection of your GNUs video production?
Yeah, well, I guess the GNUs was sort of an expression of the blogging. Yeah, it was kind of in that style. So yeah, it was a different kind of headset, that you have. But anyway, so my point is that there's people that can write pretty well here, Um, Jay Sounder. I don't know why I can't get his name to stick in his new name to stick in my head, but you know, his new girly name. But anyway, he writes very well.
Yvette Santi.
Yeah, and so it's sort of but like I said, I think it is this bullet point thing, and it's getting this reduced to questions. So if we can get that part down, and figure out what the two sides are obligated to produce in any kind of discussion. So if you just say here's an issue to be debated, abortion or whatever it is, and you say, well, what are the issues to be debated, or whether this thing is sentient, or whether this thing is holy, or whether what are the conditional things that have to be debated, and can there be resolution on any of those absolutely, and that kind of thing. And so, it's taking an overview before you even have the conversation. It's just having an overview of the weapons that are going to be legitimate, or the ones that are going to be perceived as a cheat, and then let it evolve in that framework. But I guess it's so that's like we're back to the Vlogger Dome thing. Is that my vision is to create a theater, that constricts the characters. They have to stay in character. They have to use the props provided. They can't bring their own props. They can't, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, the name I was looking for earlier was Jim Crawford's YouTube name.
Yeah, I was going to say Metamorph.
Yeah, Metamorph thing.
But yeah, I mean, everybody's kind of shut up. I mean, Anti-Bullshit Man doesn't write that much either, and nobody does anything.
Yeah. Well, there have been some contributions, like in Old Fan's recent contest for Forever Wolf Films, with the antinatalist question, what brought you to become an antinatalist, that kind of thing. And there have been some people who have contributed written comments that I'm unfamiliar with,
Yeah,
they're not here tonight.
Like I said, that's what sort of got me thinking about it too, was the fact that this idea of questions. I mean, I don't particularly like, half her questions. I didn't think they were very probing, I guess is the point. But the idea of it was a good idea. The idea of cutting it down to, this is what my side is going to ask of your side. You have to answer these questions for me, and then you write me some questions for why I believe what I believe. You can probe me with questions, and do it this. This is kind of like the first obligation of an ordered conversation is that is to nail down answers to these questions, and to recognize that if there's certain questions you won't answer, then there's certain conversations we can't have.
Right, precisely.
And I think that framework needs to exist, just to always, like I said, you got to have some way to prevent, the Anacontavods of the world from just keep opening the escape hatch every time the conversation gets rough. Oh, you're going to talk about evolution? Well, I don't want to do that. I'm jumping ship. Well, fuck you then. Just admit what you're doing. You're just pretending evolution doesn't exist, right? If you're going to start talking about all this uncertainty mumbo jumbo, you're basically saying you don't believe in evolution, because we know where our psychology came from. It's not a mystery.
Yeah, exactly right. Well,
I mean, there's absolutely nothing about our psychology that is in any way aberrant from any other fucking mammal.
Well, in these conversations, those kinds of escapes, no matter how artful they are pretty, I think, obvious to most people who are watching or listening closely, right? So the merit of the ideas and the arguments in the end, I think, is pretty clear.
I suppose it's obvious and clear, but I'm just not sure that there's so many people they'll feed on anybody giving it even the. His persona is so confident and so arrogant, that it kind of makes them think that this is a real argument. Because he's saying it with such authority. You can't understand. You can't. We do this. We make this mistake. We got. And it's like when he's saying we, he means he means you. When he says we can't understand, he means you don't understand.
Right. Well, so I guess that's the question that looms: is that truly dangerous to have somebody having those, making those kinds of statements? I mean, I think he laughed that off.
Dangerous in the sense that he's not obligated to do it in the context of my counter argument. So that's all I'm trying to say. That's where we get back to the Vloggerdome thing, where whenever somebody makes these statements, they should be in Vloggerdome when they do it. You know, they should do it in a sense where they have to actually defeat the adversary, not pretend they defeated him.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so they can't do the comfortable home turf bullshit and get away with it. You know, they have to actually play the real professional team. They can't just go find a high school team to beat up.
Yeah, and pick and choose what points of the argument they want to respond to and manipulate their response. And
well, like I say, you'll see that every one of their videos, like every video by Professor Anton and Kantavad and you know, all these people just keep ignoring evolution, right? I mean, they don't really deal with it. They don't deal with the animal nature of the human organism in any way, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not familiar enough with Professor Anton's videos. I did watch some of his conversations with you, but I haven't really, viewed a lot of his other content. I think he's still producing stuff, but it's, more oriented toward his subject matter that he teaches.
Yeah, well, I mean, his videos are, more rare, but they're just so, yeah, well, now, they get into, I mean, it sort of is relevant, but it's irrelevant. He's doing it in language that's so convoluted and excessive that I don't even think somebody would understand what he's saying. But he's basically back to this argument, the argument that troubles him the most is this argument of why are we here? As if that's says everything.
Yeah.
And that obviously we're here for a reason. That's the implication of his words.
Yeah. As long as it's still an open question,
the universe does.
Right?
These complex organisms, and instead of putting that complexity in the context, that's why I'm saying evolution is important. Instead of putting that complexity in the context of evolution and the crudeness of its creation, and the fact that we're, the instrument of our intelligence is enslaved to the crude nature of our biology. He wouldn't understand. He would not understand our consciousness as just a scheming device. He would think of it as a, the self-reflexive, the universe contemplating its own wonderful ass, kind of crap. He'd put that kind of spin on what is obviously just a tool that we have applied, with. Who owns us? You know what I mean? Does your brain own you, or does your penis own you? Or your stomach? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's either your penis or your stomach, right?
Well, and it seems like frequently the same kind of debate is entered into with the quantum consciousness folks as well, right? And there was some debate earlier this evening in the tiny chat room with SubDNA and another guy, I don't know the other guy's name, about essentially those same things, about the meaning of the universe, but from the quantum point of view.
Yeah, well, quantum's a whole just another canard of, of trying to interject a magic, and there's nothing, Feynman used to call it quantum electrodynamics.
Right.
That doesn't sound so magical, does it? You know what I'm saying? That doesn't sound like photons reading our mind or some kind of crap like that. So, it sounds more mechanical, that this is just a description of mechanical function. And that there's mystery, there's uncertainty, there's invisibility, but there's not magic.
Yeah.
Really a big difference.
Now, increasingly, whenever I see these kinds of articles, it just smells like money. Like,
they've just quantumed everything. It's like you're going to have quantum timeshares and, quantum trips to the moon and quantum. I mean, it's just quantum everywhere. They put quantum on everything now.
Sure. Well, even so, there's this guy Hammeroff who deals with the microtubules kind of thing, and another recent video by Alfred Millet, who's a famous neuroscientist and who's involved in the study of free will, but both of them are supposing that there's still room for some kind of soul or intrinsic
Yeah,
self.
well, it's just such a pilot. Yeah, I just find it so irritating because it's not really. It's terrible science.
Well, this is it. I think it's just an area of science where there's still sufficient money gets thrown in that direction to keep it interesting for them to
Yeah, I mean,
pursue.
I have to do some more of the physics videos, but I mean, I've been watching this. He's a professor at some college in California, and he does videos. And they're very good videos. He's very good. He does astronomy and electricity and resistance and compactance and all these different subjects, and he does them well. And so he was on the two-slit phenomenon. It was just so funny how the math is beautiful. He's doing a very good job of lots of stuff, but I mean, he's just falling right into this trap that somehow this actually is happening. That somehow there actually is a wave interfering with a wave, and that you have a neutral. You know what I mean? Like somehow
Yeah.
the non-particle landed somewhere. No, there was no there was no cancellate. That didn't happen, quite obviously. Photons don't disappear. They don't cancel each other out. None of that can possibly happen. So I mean, it's just so irritating because they're just talking this metaphor as if it's a reality. This wave dynamic is just so pervasive, and it's just so impractical as anything that you could call rational. It's just silly to talk about somehow a wave contracting. Exactly how would it do that? Exactly how there's no physical mechanism you could come up with to say you because now again you're back to this faster than the speed of light communication thing or something. How does the photon know what the wave balance dynamic is of its entire interference pattern it's producing, and its probabilistic obligation to land in a certain location? I mean, it's just idiotic, and it's just annoying because the point is he's showing all this complex geometry, and all the geometry's origin is the slit, and you're just saying, well, then obviously the slit is where the fucking thing started. That's where the interference happened. Is in the slit material, nowhere else. So this is a dynamic of matter. It's not a dynamic of photons. The matter did it. Oh, well, anyway, I don't want to get complex, but
Well, that's all right. I don't know who it is that you're describing. I think I might know. There's a Berkeley physicist who
yeah, I don't think this
publishes
guy is Berkeley.
lectures.
He's a foreigner of some kind, a European, but he's really quite adequate. It's called I Lecture Online, is his screen name. I Lecture
Thanks, Gary.
Online.
Cool.
So,
Well, so do you have a take? I don't know if I've heard you talk about the so-called entanglement issues that are going on. Do you have a take on entanglement?
well, unfortunately, this is again the experiments are so broken because the way they're they make claims. Number one, that they have two twin photons and that they know where they're going, and all of this crap. But I mean, if you look at the experiments to do entanglement experiments, you're still talking about photons having to interact with not just one piece of matter, but many pieces of matter. So it's like it goes through, or it gets reflected by a half-glazed mirror, then it goes, to be combined with something else. You know what I'm saying? So there's multiple interactions where there's no way you can tell me a wave has survived those interactions. So what's the point of even talking about it? And there's no,
so Alan Guth
supposedly of the reality that there's no such thing as a pure reflection anyway. Nobody has any evidence that a photon actually reflects off of anything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, a photon is absorbed by an electron and then readmitted by the electron in a new direction. But technically, you know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as it doesn't bounce off of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Photons do not bounce off of electrons. They are absorbed by electrons and then readmitted by electrons, but there is no such thing as a bounce.
Right. Well, is there any interference?
Well, I mean, the idea, no, there's obviously no interference. The interference is merely a, as I called it, what do I call it? I call it not a pattern, I call it a filter. But I mean, you can just imagine that say if I make a slit, two walls, and they're made out of matter. Now, one thing you know about atoms is that atoms are moving, and we know that the electrons are moving. So you have two kinds of movement. So you have the vibrations of the atoms, right? They're doing this, right? And then you have the idea that the electrons would also have a cycle, right? So the electrons are also spinning. So there's a time when the electron is on the far side of the atom and when the electron is on the front side of the atom. You could argue, okay, that there's two different potentials, and that creates another opportunity for the synthesis of a wave, right? So when you have atoms vibrating, isn't that exactly the same thing as a wave? I mean, is that functionality any different than a wave? And I would argue, of course it's not. It's exactly what a wave would do, right? Is that so when the photon hits when the matter's at its furthest extension, and then the photon hits when it's at its furthest contraction, and that it is the fact that the frequency of the photon, how far apart the photons are, mean that the photons can never, they're not hitting all the time, so they'll never catch the whole wave. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep.
Because of their own frequency, their own period. Their own period prevents them because the atoms are moving just as fast as the period on the photon. So the point is that there would be the period and the distance of the movement would always be in precise proportions. You know what I mean? Like 1/4, 1/2, 3/4 full.
Right.
They would never have, the frame rate would never be complete. So it would always be forced into either the 1/4, the 1/2, the 2/3, or the full. There would never be any other place it could fit. It would always be rounded off into one of those categories. So I'm just saying that that's your filter. That's the mechanism that creates your filtered pattern.
So I think I've asked you this before. Then, what's your view of, for example, the pilot wave model of the wave form for
I'm just saying that it's a practical matter. We're just saying that there's no practical way to describe the physics of that carrier wave, right? I mean, what's it made out of? How does it move a photon? It just doesn't go anywhere, does it? But I'm just saying that the point is you still haven't explained, you still haven't unexplained what happened to the atoms jiggling.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that now you've got too much noise, because if you would concede that the noise I'm saying is being created by the movement of the atoms of the two slits, then how are you accounting for that movement in your interference pattern? Where is the evidence of the matter's movement? Because I'm saying, now you're, in my opinion, you're in trouble. The only way you can make these interpretations make sense is that you have to keep thinking of matter as something that isn't moving, that isn't made out of atoms.
Yeah, I understand
made out of electrons. So if you start thinking about the atoms and the electrons that the photons are interacting with when they interact with the surface, they're not interacting with the surface, they're interacting with electrons. And then if you start thinking about static electricity and the fact that the electrical potential starts to get much higher on the surface, it's almost like the planets always have an atmosphere kind of thing. You know what I mean? There's always a crust, and there's a crust of electrons around all matter, all atoms, matter, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? It has a density field of electrons. So even if the two slits are this far apart, the fact of the matter is the density of the electrons makes the two slits this far apart. You know what I'm saying? Because the photon going through can't help but start hitting electrons that are statically connected to the material slits. But I'm just saying that I can't really make a rational counter argument to a carrier wave theory that's just made up out of complete, okay, I can make up the speeding Lamborghini theory.
Yeah. I think it's just an explanation that's
the photons are driving Lamborghinis, and that the wheelbase of the Lamborghini, when it goes through the slit, gets expanded. I mean, it's I can make it work, but it's still just made up.
It is, and it's used just to provide a possible explanation for observed phenomena. It doesn't
I
explain
know, but what I'm
how.
saying is that the problem with this whole thing is they're thinking of space as a medium, and they're thinking of atoms as rigid.
Yeah,
So you see where they're making their mistake,
sure.
right? I mean, the matter is the medium. The matter has the movement in it. The matter creates the waves.
Yeah. So is there a way potentially to measure that? But that does amount to a form of interference, right? And is there a way to measure that?
Yeah, well, it's a yes, it's a tremendous amount of interference, and yes, there's a way of measuring it, and I think it's in their own experiment in the sense that if you flood too much light through the two slits, you'll blow up the phenomenon. You'll make you'll all blur together. And why does that happen? That's because you're just like in the atmosphere. When you put enough ultraviolet light through the atmosphere, you basically use up all the mechanisms that absorb it.
Yeah.
Okay, and you'll end up having a color shift change because the chemistry. I can't remember how it exactly works, but there's a word for the phenomenon. And the fact is that a certain amount of light and the phenomenon breaks down because you've used up all of the catalyst material.
Right. Well, that gets back to your filter analogy.
Slits, what you're basically doing is flooding the electron static charge. You know what I'm saying? So you're putting too many photons through for them to interact with the number of electrons that exist, and so yeah, you degrade the existence of the phenomenon.
Yeah.
So I think that's one way you can dissect, but I'm saying you can deduce my theory's correctness, I think, just by redoing the two-slit experiment in all these different ways. Like first see what light you're shining on the two slits in the first place by putting the detector in front of the slits, and first making sure you actually are sending light of a random pattern. You know, because my argument is going to be is that it's not a random pattern, that it is in fact already in the pattern of Newton's rings. You know that the light has already been refracted, and so it already has a pattern on it before it even gets to the two slits.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you change the distance. You know, the target. You can change the focus, and as you change the distance between the slits, why does your wave break down? So that's another argument I could make, is that when they make the interior distance longer and wider, why does the pattern degrade more substantially than the amount of distance you've moved? You know what I'm saying? Like a small distance change creates a dramatic degrade in the pattern creation, in the interference pattern. And that wouldn't happen in a water wave. So, crank caller, I presume.
Yeah, I could hear it in the background. Yeah, so I did read an article about the physicist Alan Guth, who I guess worked on the Inception movie recently, but he was talking about the entanglement issue, and he's proposed.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Who knows? No, it isn't.
But he was proposing a new test for the phenomena of entanglement that would require light from different star systems. I can't remember all the details, but so supposedly they think this is theoretically possible to put it to the test at this point.
Yeah. Look, crank caller guy, what's your point? Okay? Yeah, you have the power. So
What?
Yeah, I'm not going to turn my phone off just because you're an asshole.
No, I don't understand.
My
what's going
father
on.
has a heart attack or something, and my sister maybe is trying to call me about it. I mean, what do you want me to do, jackass? I'm not entitled to have a personal phone
Can you just
call?
pick up your phone, because we're trying to reach you? We need to talk to you about something important.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you don't, okay? I'm doing this show. I mean,
No,
you know
this
how
is more
obnoxious that
important.
is?
This show is not important.
Oh, yeah, whatever. Fuck you. God, you're so
No,
fucking
don't
rude. You are
say that.
so
That's me.
fucking rude.
I'm a Christian, goddammit.
No,
and I don't
yeah,
want you
no,
saying
you're
that.
not. You're a liar. Okay,
I'm
so
a
yeah,
Christian.
obviously you're not. No, obviously you're not a Christian because you know God would think a
You
fucking
son of a bitch,
crank
you.
caller
Don't
is
ever
a
talk
cunt.
about my God like that.
Oh, you're just such a liar. A compulsive, despicable liar.
Listen here. You look like Doc Brown
I don't
from
care.
Back
I
to
hope
the
you
Future,
get what you
alright?
deserve, you motherfucker. I hope you get the insidiously horrid death you deserve. I hope you in life
Fucking
get
idiot.
exactly what you have earned, which is, the worst kind of anal fucking wart.
No, don't say that.
No, I will say that. I hope it on you. I wish it on you. If there was a God and I could sell my right to go to heaven,
There is a God, and I
just to,
believe in it. And let me
just
tell
to
you something.
send you to hell, okay, I would do it. I'd say, no cupcakes for me. I won't eat a cupcake if you motherfucking shove the cupcakes up this guy's ass. But first, yes,
Jesus
put AIDS
Christ.
and herpes on
My-
the cupcakes before you shove them up his ass. Put fucking AIDS and herpes frosting on
I'm
the
gonna pray
goddamn
for you.
cupcakes, and then shove them up this motherfucker's ass. Yes, I would
Pray,
pay
I'm
God. I
Father
would pay
God,
God lots of free
holy.
toes, okay,
This
to
man.
punish the motherfucking shit out of you. If I was
No,
goddamn president of
stop.
the United States,
I
I
pray
would
to
throw
God.
your fucking ass. I would send the goddamn drone. I would blow you right the fuck up, and then I'd kick your mother in the cunt.
No.
She's a skanky fucking whore if she could have a weaselly piece of shit like you for a child. You were raised by scum. You are scum. You should be turned into fucking scum. You should
Please
be
stop. I'm
ground
sorry.
up in a Cuisinart and fed to the leeches.
I'm
You
sorry.
motherfucking piece of cunt
What's
fool.
wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's
I'm
wrong? What's
sorry.
wrong? What's wrong? I just arrived and there's all this animosity happening.
Well,
What's
really, I don't
happening?
give a shit, bitch. Who is this bitch talking now? I can't see
Don't
icons.
talk to her
So
like that.
tell
That's a
me their
woman.
fucking names
That's a
so I
woman.
can
You can't talk to
fucking
her like
ban
that.
them.
My name is Kendra. I'm a big fan of your show.
Well, there's no
I'm a
fucking
big fan
Kendra
of
on
your
the fucking
show.
goddamn list. Fucking
I'm a big
Kendra.
fan of your show. Why are
You
you
can't
so
talk to your
mean to
fans
me?
like that, you
It's
fucking asshole,
Nathan.
you.
It's Nathan.
Some fuckers, okay? You're just going down.
I can't believe this. I'm shocked.
Yes, well, you're going to be more shocked in a minute. I'm going to stick
Really?
a
How?
neck right up your
Why?
ass in a minute.
What?
Okay? As soon as I can figure out who the
Excuse
fuck
me?
you are.
Jeez. I'm a big
This
fan
guy's
of
a real
yours, or at
fucking
least
asshole.
I was, and now you're being a
All
jerk
right.
to me, and I think
Yeah,
I'm
right.
gonna
We're
fucking
perfectly
go
rational
all out. I'm
conversation.
gonna go all
Fucking
out bitch
insane
on your ass
lunatics
now. It's
know
all
that.
out war. It's wartime,
Oh,
fucker.
shit.
You
It's
should get off
wartime
the
now.
dock unless I know who the fuck you are.
Hey, listen here.
Hang
Listen, motherfucker, you.
Every
Alright?
motherfucking piece of
This is
fucking
my church
shit.
group. This is my church group. We're
Oh,
boycotting your
fuck
show.
you, liar! You're just such a liar, a liar, a liar, a preposterous
No,
liar.
I don't lie. I'm a
You're
Christian.
a fucking insane liar. All right, I think I got them all. I could probably get rid of Bro, right? He doesn't do anything. No.
No, Gary, that bitch came in and she was definitely being a gunt. I'm glad he got rid of her.
Well, gee, she was not nearly as big a cunt as the other guy's cunt. But anyway, I thought I was rather eloquent in my description of his deserved fate.
Yeah, but she's playing the card of can't we all just fucking get along?
No, she wasn't playing any card, you idiot. She's a fucking troll. She wasn't playing any card. There wasn't a single thing she said that was an honest expression. She was obviously feigning everything. She was doing
I'm in
drama.
right now.
She was probably a drama, she's probably going to drama school, and so this was probably one of her drama exercises. In my description. Whatever. Fucking die. Zoltar, you can go fucking die with the rest of them. Green, you gotta have a better name than Green. I ain't taking no greens here. You better not dock up, like I said, unless you put some decent name on your name, you're going down.
I don't know if I'm in here under bathtub guy, but yeah, don't. Anyways,
I think you're down or something.
that works. Sometimes I have Down syndrome, so that suits me well.
I thought we probably put you to sleep, man.
Yeah, well, I got you on record there. You're on an answering machine that's being recorded. So yes, I'm recording your harassment, you fucking idiot. So yes, just for the record, I'll have a recording of you being an obnoxious motherfucker attacking my personal welfare.
Yeah, I didn't mean to intrude earlier when I left a message. It was kind of helped the chat out. I apologize for that.
A little too late, too little, but whatever. Seems like it should have occurred to you that I really get enough assholes calling me. Yeah.
So what is the topic and such?
Well, me and What's-His-Face did pretty well. Yeah, we hit all of them, I think. We were on physics, so we probably did need an interruption because, you know, nobody likes physics.
Well, so I didn't catch that comment that you made about this guy who was making the videos. Did you say that you wrote to him or that you made a comment on one of his videos related to your own
Well, I
theory?
have commented on one of his videos, but he didn't comment back. But
Okay.
you know, they're just very good videos. They're obviously very obscure. Nobody pays much attention. It's kind of disappointing, right? Because he kind of does a good job of it, and they're not highly viewed. But yeah, I'm just thinking I want to challenge him to, you know, sort of explain, you know, why he's 12 videos into a series on the two slit experiment, and he hasn't talked about this all just being probabilistic crap, and that this is just a metaphor, you know, not a reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's talking to us. He has a homo brother. You know, they're fucking like, I guess they sit and they, you know, jerk each other off. You know, look, I have to do my life with my brother because we're both a scareded, and you know, but if we make prank calls together, then we can do it.
Yes, that was an interesting interlude. Spice things up a little bit.
Yes.
Gary does not tolerate the fucktards. That's why I enjoy coming here, because fucktards are not tolerated, so.
Well, those guys were outrageously fucktarded. I mean, Jesus. I mean, you can't, you know, I mean, they should at least, if they're going to, you know, if you're going to pretend to be a Christian, I mean, do it with a little bit of, you know, I'm easy to fool, you know, and if you're not fooling me, then, you know, you suck. I mean, you just suck if you can't fool me. But it does make you want there to be. I just wish there was a God, you know, and he would just smite all those who are lying scum. Because I'm sure a God would hate lying scum.
Yep.
You know, I often said, like, that's the worst of the human vices, you know, that the best invention we could ever come up with is a perfect lie detector. I mean, that would just end all the bullshit.
You think we'll ever get there?
Well, I think we could get there easy, yeah. I mean, I think we're on the cusp of it, so to speak, but no one's going to invest in it because, you know, obviously nobody wants it, you know, except me.
That would be the end.
You know, I'm the only person who wants a lie detector test that works.
Something that would analyze language and kind of pick up on your pitch, so to speak, you know? That'd be great.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying the mechanisms of lying, I think there are lots of things that can be detected. I mean, apparently these MRI ones are pretty good. You know, they can kind of see when you're lying because your brain goes all funky.
Yep.
You know, there is this technique. If you have a tack in your shoe and you step on the tack when you're telling the truth, it elevates your response as if you were lying.
Yeah, you can fool any device that depends on your visceral physical reactions, but the point is that obviously I guess that's the first thing you look for when you're giving somebody a polygraph test is whether it's got a tack in their shoe. But I mean, beyond that, it really has to do with the examiner. The examiner is going to know when somebody's breaking the test. Okay, so I mean, it's not gonna you're not gonna fool somebody who's good at light. You know what I mean? A good examiner is probably going to be able to do a pretty good polygraph test. Because
another thing is the price.
it's all about how quickly you answer the questions, and the questions are asked over and over again. I mean, if it's done, it's a real technique, and if you do the technique under these, strictly well, it's going to be very hard for somebody not to get tied up in their own lies.
It'd be nice if we could use it with our politicians, man. Like, that'd be the best use.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I was running for politics, I would insist on having a polygraph examination. I mean, I would say, yes, that's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to get the best polygraph examiner, and we're going to fucking make sure I'm telling you the fucking truth.
Bush openly lies to us, and nobody fucking cares. People still don't care about that shit.
Well, I think they would, actually. I think it would matter to people. So I think once somebody starts doing shit like that, it would catch on. So I think most people do want their representative not to be lying to them. They want the guy they're voting for not to be lying to them. Yeah, I think they do want that.
They always claim it's for national security. That's why we lie.
Well, I'm just saying, but they don't care. They don't mind if they lie to other people. They don't want to be lied to by the guy representing them. They don't want that guy to be lying to them. They don't change the fucking subject. Yes, we want our representative to lie to everybody else, but we don't want him to lie to me. I don't want my guy to lie to me. Yes, he can lie to those fucking idiots, but don't lie to me.
Yeah, I agree. Do you think our space program would advance further if they realized just how fucking wrong Einstein was?
Yeah, the space program is so completely not dependent on Einstein that you just can't. There's not much you can say. I mean, you don't need to have an explanation for causes to understand effects, and so Einstein is kind of irrelevant to the crude knowledge you need to navigate, to conquer space. So, I mean, all you need was Newton, to do the moon. You didn't need Einstein.
Do you think it's a worthwhile endeavor for us to want to get faster rockets and explore more stuff, or not?
Well, that's where the Einstein thing gets interesting, just because, I think that theoretically people have no clue. They think this relative velocity thing is real, and it's not. And there is absolute velocity, and I think the point is that you'll never achieve these high velocities because your matter will get degraded, and you'll be destroyed by tiny particles that'll be moving. Like when you interact with them, they will be red-shifted dramatically, and so something like an X-ray will turn into a bomb ray or something. It's going to be a nasty little fucker when it hits you. So high velocity would never be practical for complex matter. That's why there is no complex matter in the universe moving at high velocities, because it can't.
You'd need some kind of a fucking force field type system protecting the craft you're on, like in Star Trek.
Well, you'd obviously have to, but obviously to protect it, that means you have to move all of that matter out of your way. And obviously the rules of acceleration and the demand of force laws will be in effect. So you will need to generate an incredible amount of energy to be able to deflect even these tiny particles, because their relative mass based on velocity is going to be incredible.
Yeah, it's kind of like throwing a quarter off the Empire State Building.
I don't think it has anything to do with that, but the point being is that you're not going to do it. That's all I'm saying. You're not going to be able to force your way through space with a faster boat. It just ain't going to happen. Matter don't do that, you know. Matter don't do that.
That's what I mean, though, Gary. If they would kind of wrap their minds around what you're saying and try to revamp their shit, they could maybe get somewhere.
Well, I don't think there's anywhere to get, so I don't think they could get anywhere. But obviously, I think they would waste less money, and they would do things that weren't completely stupid. So that would be good. But I mean, there isn't. You know, we've done everything that's. The interesting part of space is the vacuum part, right? I mean, playing around in a vacuum was a really good thing to have the opportunity to do. So I think there's always value in that. But yeah, every robots can do all that we need to do in space now. So you don't really need a space program in terms of a human space program, and you certainly don't. And even beyond a human space program, there really isn't much more to do but take some pretty pictures.
So you're not really in support of like a total recall thing with Mars and shit like that.
Well, I just don't think there's any possible way to do it. Like I said, even the total recall thing. What practical? Where you know, how many plot flaws do you need me to name? You know, glass building, right? A glass world. They lived in a glass shopping mall on Mars. You really think that's that could happen? You could live in Glass City on Mars?
Yeah, the fucking radiation would have fucked them over.
Well, I'm just saying, just besides the radiation, I mean, just the idea that you're in a pressurized glass bubble. I mean, you can't see how that's doomed to failure.
Yeah, it's a valid point.
Yeah, I think what they've talked about are using like caves and mine systems and basically having subsurface or in a mountain or something like that. But I'm totally with you that humans don't belong in space.
Yeah, well, I'm just obviously put enough material on Mars to send up enough stuff to Mars to get it there, right? It's going to cost you what, $1 billion a pound? I mean, how much it costs? It costs a preposterous amount of money to send stuff just into space, into orbit, right? I don't know how much it costs a pound, but it's it's like really expensive, like $50,000 a pound or something. You know, it's really expensive. Yeah. To go to Mars, it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you huge amounts of money. So what is the guy going to show up at Mars with like a plastic shovel and start drilling mines with his plastic shovel? Yeah, I'm digging a mine. Yeah, it's only going to take 600 years.
That's the motive. The motive theoretically is that they would find some raw material they need, and corporations would want to. That's the theory, anyways.
Well, I'm just saying that until you got kick-ass robots, you got no chance of doing any of this shit. And even with kick-ass robots, it's still, it's just too hostile an environment. We can't do this shit here. Let alone do it on Mars.
Get your ass to Mars. Get your ass to Mars.
Yeah. So it just wouldn't. What are you going to do with your ass on Mars? I mean, it's just no place to be.
Hazy, I didn't mean to walk on you, man. Go ahead.
No problem. I was eating.
But there'd be no problem creating genetic diversity anyway, because you imagine that you're going to have one hell of a lot of mutant children.
Yeah, this is what happens when you have no oxygen, when that glass barrier breaks, Gary, on Mars.
Yeah. Well, it's when you have no atmosphere is the problem. Yeah, no atmosphere. Little eyeballs will pop out of your head.
boiling fluids. You've got about 15 seconds or so.
Yeah, it gets.
But yeah, I think the Japanese were talking about a space elevator. I don't know where they are with that.
Yeah, I don't. As soon as somebody says a word like that, you're almost like, what do you mean? Like, how are you gonna do this one? Oh, you do like a wormhole or something? Worm
No,
evader.
they're talking. It would be like literally a tower going up into low orbit and made out of carbon fiber.
Yeah, well, we know that doesn't really have any hope of being practical, right?
And I think their main goal was to get to the moon and mine helium-3.
Yeah, well, like I said, I mean, that's the irony of it, right? You create one of these tubes, you still got the same problem of trying to get out of gravity. Gravity is the real problem, right? It's just so expensive to change your gravitational position, energy-wise.
Is there such a thing as anti-gravity? Does that make any sense? Is there such a thing as that?
Well, I think there is, just because my theory is it's all photons. So I mean, obviously, I think you can create a photon shield, and theoretically create a anti-gravity um, device of some kind. But I mean, again, you're back to force dynamics. So when you really do all the math, you're still in trouble.
I hope they hurry the fuck up and make one of those hoverboards from Back to the Future, man. I've been waiting a long time for one of those.
Yeah, we should watch the most recent Thunderfoot video then, because it ain't gonna happen. But anyway, if it does, it's gonna be lame as fuck. I mean, I hate Thunderfoot, and I hate that he's, well, these are just such easy targets. But I mean, these shysters out there claiming they're doing something. They get Tony Hawk. They actually, it's just disgusting how people sell out, right? So they actually paid Tony Hawk enough money to stand on a 90-pound piece of shit called a hoverboard, on a sheet of copper, and pretend he was hoverboarding. And it's just, it was just humiliating to, just saying how much, you just sold yourself out. Somebody signed you a check and you say, yeah, I'll show up and pretend I'm doing, trickstery on your 90-pound skateboard. But frankly, I'm just not a hoverboard kind of person, I guess. It never seemed very, it just never seemed like something I'm saying, oh God, I gotta get myself a hoverboard. No, just didn't occur to me.
Michael J. Fox made it look more real than Tony Hawk did, so that's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, well, they spent $200 million making that movie,
And DeLorean is flourishing today, so it's kind of interesting. I wouldn't mind having a fucking DeLorean today.
Yeah, well, I think it was a hell of a car, actually. I mean, the engine was shit, but, it was a hell of a car. I mean, it was stylish as fuck.
I would love to see you in an old, like, DeLorean from the 80s, man, Gary. I'd love to see you in one of those. Some troll fuck muted you, Gary. That MO bitch muted you.
Get away with that shit. That's just so rude. My own room. Mo be less now.
Oh, I'm kind of impressed, though, Gary. I mean, you're kind of getting the hang of the controls, and, I like it.
Yeah, I'm not too impressed, but whatever. I mean, a Google box. So, anyway.
What I would like to see, though, is actual advancement, though. Our computer technology right now that you and I are using, all of this shit was invented back in 1968.
Yeah, well, whatever. You're just going to keep complaining. No matter how much we give you, you're just going to keep complaining. So it doesn't matter, right? Your standards are never going to change. You're just going to keep saying, where's my, where's my, where's my, where's my. I mean, I gave you penicillin, right? I give you a constitution and the right of free speech, and I give you, let's see, what else did I give you?
Air conditioning,
Like
McDonald's.
smartphones and shit, and I give you like air conditioning and give you all kinds of shit, and you're still complaining.
Do you know Douglas Engelbart? Have you seen his 1968 demo on YouTube?
I don't know what a 1968 demo is, so yeah, probably not. Why would you think I would be watching a video that I don't know how many views does it have?
It's got about 200,000, I think.
Right, and so you think I'm one of the 200,000 that would watch some guy called Engelbart?
Well, basically, in the video, though, every piece of technology that we're using today, he demonstrates in that video back in '68.
Oh, whatever. I doubt it. Seriously.
I put a link to the video if anybody wants to bookmark it later, but it's legit. The guy was a computer scientist.
Okay, so we'll see if it's legit, and I'll make a video humiliating you, and that'll be fun. Oh yeah, I will copy the, whoops, I guess I opened the link, so I guess I'll open the link. Mother of all demos. Oh, 1 of 9. Oh, this will be fun. I mean, they couldn't have just put it into one fucking video? No. Well, at least it didn't have an ad on it. So far, it's pretty boring.
Yeah, if you want to bookmark it, I mean, either way, I don't know, but I appreciate it, Gary. If you want to smash me over it, but I'm just saying it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that most people that start to say things like that, I don't find it very interesting. I just say, oh, look, what a bunch of crap. But we'll see.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Not with that video, but with that story. Also, similar stuff over at Hewlett-Packard Park. They're in Coyote Hills.
Well,
And
yeah,
then,
this guy demonstrated a graphic user interface, a mouse, video conferencing, all this shit back in '68.
Well, I know, but we know Xerox invented some of that shit. So, you know, obviously making something and, you know, a demo of something, obviously a lot of things you could say, you know, the idea of it was created, you know, 100 years ago. But yeah, until you had the technology, you couldn't implement it.
He actually uses the computer code in the video, and you can watch him use the code and show all the formulas and how it works, and he makes it work and run. This is before Xerox even utilized this.
Well, it couldn't be before Xerox utilized it, whatever that means, but whatever. We'll see. Sounds like a lot of hype to me.
I'm just saying my overall premise is that we haven't come as far along as people think we have. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, and I'm saying exactly the opposite in the sense that I don't think there's going anywhere to go. Okay, you're never going to be satisfied. So why don't you just concede you're not satiable? I mean, if you fix all the environmental problems, you still got the problem of the fact that you're still a goddamn fat pig. So you got to fix that too. I mean,
And I'm still stuck in a bathtub.
well, I'm just saying you're not going to be able to fix the broken. Is you're going to keep bitching. There's no end to the complaints. Trust me, that's the way it's going to work. Trust me. I can't believe I said that. I can't believe I said the word trust me.
Gary!
You're too interesting. No, you're not. Oh, that's right. You're not interesting.
Gary!
What? Yeah, good night. I don't know who you are, but you're going. Good night.
Quickly characterize the by saying, in your office,
Let's see, who's doing that? Oh, bro? No.
Gary, your mic is open. That's you, I believe.
Well, how the fuck am I doing it? I'm not playing the video. How much value could you derive from that? Basically characterizes what we've been pursuing. The motherfucking video is playing on its own. Fucking YouTube auto-played me. Cunts. Well, that was pretty cool. I got to kick people for no good reason. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Well, there was one guy who showed up who was making noise, so he started it. Anyway, probably kicked, no, Hazy's still here. Okay. Yeah, you never know.
Still here. No worries.
Once I start hitting the buttons. Oh, down guy. I'm getting a little sick of your redundant video.
Yeah, let me change it. I apologize.
It's okay. I can't really see it when it's a small icon, so as long as I keep it a small icon, it's okay. I just had to click for some dumb reason. No, anyway.
I've been making a lot of pop culture references. I'm kind of hung up on the 80s for some reason tonight.
Well, apparently you were hung up on the 60s, but whatever.
I think it's due to that John Nicholas guy that died recently. Anyways, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know who that is either. I don't really care either. Such either. I am feeling kind of hungry and thirsty, so I guess I better decide to make something to drink or get something to eat.
You get a Pepsi and put it in a wine glass.
Yeah, I don't feel like a Pepsi. I think I'll have coffee or vegetable juice, but I'll have to decide when I get there. Ew. I'll be back.
We'll keep your chair warm for you.
Yeah, so Bathtub, I made a mistake earlier. I said Hewlett-Packard Labs, but it was Xerox Labs. Gary mentioned it. Same stuff. It is cool. So I did just see this documentary, Codebreaker. It's about Alan Turing. Mostly it's about how he got fucked over for being gay. But a significant part of it pays respect to the fact that he was a brilliant mathematician and, you know, advanced computing significantly and really was a visionary when it came to, you know, he had a lot of ideas about things that we're encountering only now, you know, coming to life in the future.
Was Alan Turing 60s though or 70s or before?
No, that would be that was 30s, and then he was one of the main cryptographers who worked on breaking the Enigma device in World War II in Britain.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he's coming to me now, but I guess I was pointing out that my whole stint was on Engelbart, though. He was doing stuff even before Xerox was, to my knowledge.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with Engelbart. I mean, I can't remember. Somebody did another just after he passed away, because it wasn't that long ago, right? I mean, it was late 90s, I think.
Late 90s at what?
That he passed away?
No, he passed away last year.
Oh, was it last year? Oh, my God, okay. So, yeah, I think a lot of the, you know, like the movers and shakers in the industry did kind of pay their respects.
I think Xerox took a lot of his technology. I don't know if he worked for Xerox. I don't know who he worked for, but he may have worked for Xerox. That would make sense.
Well, there might have been like some connection too between some of the Stanford labs and what is it? Is it SRI? Was it Stanford Research Labs, which I don't think is necessarily part of Stanford, like a corporate subsidy of Stanford, but might have had projects that it related to Stanford and with Xerox Park.
everyone wants to celebrate Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs didn't do jack shit, you know, and then this Engelbart guy nobody knows of. You know, it's very fucked up.
Yep. I think that's true with a lot of, I forget the other gentleman's name, but, you know, one of the guys who developed so many of our most powerful computer languages and operating systems.
And Bill Gates never invented DOS or any of that shit. You know, he bought it from somebody else. I mean, none of these guys were innovators.
Right. Well, I mean, there's some innovation happening in terms of just the enterprise, you know, capital view of things and the marketing, that kind of stuff. But yeah, you're right. I agree. So there was, during the 90s, there was this sense that the engineers were finally taking over and even moving into, you know, the boards potentially of a lot of these companies, but it never happened. You know, what happened was the finance and marketing people basically took over. So a lot of those companies were founded, you know, by geeks, really. I mean, HP or Intel, by real engineers. And then, especially
they all got pushed out by corporate greed.
Yeah. Well, but during the 90s, there was this idea that, wow, the computer innovation that is taking place is being done by engineers, and they're starting, you know, this was the dot-com era. So it's like the engineers are running their own companies finally. But once again, as you're suggesting, that seems to be what happens, is that they end up getting pushed out.
What I don't like is how people claim we're in some computer renaissance and we're advancing so quickly. We're really not. I mean, that's a point I'm making, man. You know, by 2014, I was expecting us to have fucking, like, Terminator fucking androids by now. I'm not trying to be a complainer about it. I'm just trying to point out, I'm trying to be pragmatic about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we are in a time where there are these disruptive technologies that come around, but overall, I think you're right. I mean, it's pretty predictable where the technology is going. There's going to be some innovations that are going to change, like the social networking element, and, you know, how that has advanced, you know, to $1 trillion economy just in terms of the power of the internet to inform shopping and all that kind of bullshit. So stuff like that might continue to happen with entertainment mostly. But
well, they're trying to say that, oh, it's so innovative to have your fridge on the internet and your stove on the internet and your thermostat on the. No, it's not. You know, that shit. Who cares about that? I
agree with you. I'm in that business essentially. I mean, I'm in the IT sector, and I totally agree with you. So, I mean, there are certain advances with the cell phone and with, like, communicating like we're doing right now that are pretty cool. But for the most part, a lot of it is just, you know, selling stuff to people that they don't need.
But yeah, who the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Who the fuck wants their freezer or fridge on the internet? How is that going to help me out as a consumer? You know?
Yeah. Well, where it unlocks certain levels of innovation, like the whole Uber thing, right, is kind of big. I live in San Francisco, and it's the disruptive element of, yeah, we can find new efficiencies, and we can find new models of doing stuff. Well, people were driving cars around and picking up people beforehand. You know, it's just that this innovation of being able to have, you know, tracking and all that kind of stuff. But the younger generation doesn't seem to give a shit about giving up their privacy. To me, it's like, it's still a big deal. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I was driving around way before Uber and randomly picking people up, you know. So,
yeah, right.
They
also, like, there was this conversation took place with Rational Access earlier. There's this service called Ello. Have you heard of that? It's like a new social network site, and they're promising, oh, we're not going to be like corporate assholes like Google or like Facebook. You know, we're going to protect your privacy and all this kind of stuff. So those promises have been out there before with other services. This is still fledgling. Go ahead. Oh, I guess Bora was talking accidentally. But in any case, we'll see. So I've been surprised that we haven't seen a response to the Twitters and the Facebook. I thought for sure that things like, you know, the hidden web services and Tor, and the potential for there's social networking software like Diaspora that would allow anonymous distributed social networking and that kind of thing would be taking off, and fulfilling a lot of the ideas that the early internet had of being able to ensure certain levels of anonymity and freedom of speech and all that kind of stuff. But now instead we've given up all our privacy, not fought for it at least, and we are looking at some pretty crazy network neutrality deals. The latest thing I heard is that like Comcast is going to start metering data, which makes sense, but it's their way around the net neutrality thing, which sucks.
You ever stop by Mr. Natural's shop?
I've been by there before, and I knew who he was before I ever met him online, and the way I met him was through Gary's chats. So I knew a little bit about him, but no, I haven't hung out with him yet. I'm going to have to do that sometime. I just don't want to bug him or freak him out or anything. But he's been really nice in the past. I've chatted with him briefly, and he said, yeah, come on down. So.
Yeah, I'd stop by and do business with him. I'd actually buy something off of him if I lived close to his shop.
Yeah. Well, he's a very active person.
Yeah, well, yes, interesting character. So anyway, I briefly heard some of your bullshit. You guys don't know shit about nothing. The internet's just a glorified fax machine, right? I mean, once you invented the fax machine, isn't that the internet? I mean, that's the beginning of the internet, right? Fax machine. In principle.
Yeah. Well, except for content distribution, like music and movies and shit like that, right?
No, I mean, but it's the same thing as a fax machine, right? You're just it's like the transformer in Star Trek, right? Doesn't matter what you send in the transformer. The idea is that you turn something into bits and you send it over the stream, And
yeah.
So that's all the. I'm just saying is that the fax machine was basically the internet.
Yeah, but like DARPA was doing this back in the 60s, though. I mean, that was my point, though, is that it's not really advanced. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know if you could advance it. You had to go through the steps. I'm just saying, your demand that there be some sort of, it's like even the space program and stuff. We're back using rockets we were using back in the 60s, which we just found out that these limitations are limitations. And all these fancy machines just aren't durable enough for the job. So you can't make yourself a space shuttle. You can, but it'll cost you a zillion times more than it would just do it the hard way. And so obviously there's some, and then when you get into the financing argument, that's the big argument, right? So you're expecting there to be all this advancement when we have no mechanism to finance investment in it. Because the fact is that, it's not in the middleman's interest. It's in the consumer and the producer's interest, but they never took control of the device. So, the only thing that sort of has some of that is eBay, maybe. Some sort of direct connection between consumption and production. I mean, there's actually producers in China who don't sell any other place than eBay. Which is kind of when you think about that, right? There's factories in China, and they only make things to sell on eBay. But anyway, but that's sort of the way the internet should. That was the promise of the internet, was this direct connection between you and the producer without no middleman. And the only way the internet found to finance itself was to create middlemen, and to create noise and graft and bullshit. So, got to say that if we would have invested in a better internet, we would have had a better internet. But there wasn't really an investment in it except for the commercial aspects of it. So the best parts of it were destroyed so they could create the entertainment aspect of it. And the graft, the theft, the Nigerians with their money trouble.
I mean, basically, porn made the internet. I mean, there's no argument about that, you know. But I agree with you that the middleman is fucking shit up, and I wish that they could do like the guy in China does with eBay. I wish it could be directly to the fucking consumer and not the middleman.
Well, I'm just saying that the internet was never built the way it should have been built, which was to have different, there should have been different kinds of internet, you know. And you know, all these people, the whole thing is just such a pile of shit. I mean, it's like they keep talking about like the Bernard-Lee guy, like he invented the World Wide Web. He fucking created a kind of crappy tag language for formatting documents. You know, HTML is not exactly fucking brain surgery. It's about as dumb and obvious as you can get. Oh, let's put the B inside of two brackets and we'll call that a bold tag. And then we'll put an I, and that'll be italics. I mean, it's just, you couldn't get dumber, could you? And they call that the internet. And that's like you're saying, what the fuck? It's a formatting language. We should have had a construction language, you know, where the menus would have been built in. It all would have been client side to the server side. So yeah, but it's like all these protocols got ruined because we never did it real. We never didn't do it on purpose. They just kept letting it happen based on who was paying the bills, and usually the bills would be paying by somebody who's lying and cheating.
Yeah, well, there are plenty of people who say that HTML5 is like the last nail in the coffin for what might have been.
Oh, I haven't heard that. I mean, I thought HTML5 was going to be good because it was going to at least make we get rid of Flash and get rid of these damn plugins.
That's all true, but at the cost of implementing a bunch of DRM and, you know, corporate mechanisms.
Well, if they're going to do that, yeah, then fuck it. You know, if they're going to give corporations more control. But I'm just saying, as long as you leave it open enough where you can have blocking mechanisms, then I guess it's okay with me.
Yeah.
But if they're going to close the browser and not let me fuck with it, well, then it's no good.
Well, the problems with HTML5 is pretty profound, that you can do video and audio, and you can do microtransactions and all that kind of thing. And they're even working on, you know, basically anonymized transactions, which is pretty bizarre.
Yeah, well, it seems like that we ought to be able to have these mechanisms like the Play Store and like even eBay now. It's so efficient in terms of you got a PayPal account, you know, you pay for something in 10 seconds. You know, there's absolutely no effort involved. And that's good. But I mean, yeah, that ought to be like second nature to the internet. You know, I mean, there ought to be like a non-commercial PayPal, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I ought to be able to just join some kind of government library bank thingy where I have a debit card, and yeah, they just take the money out of my bank and put it in the account, and if I don't have the money in the account, I get penalized for an overdraft.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like how PayPal wants to be the middleman and fuck with your shit and charge you this fee and that fucking fee. I agree. It's bullshit.
I'm just saying we shouldn't have to have this is basic infrastructure, so again, it should be something provided. There should be a non-commercial alternative, to quote the Google cunt guys. You know, that's how they defended their Google. That's how it was created. They solicited financing for it by claiming it was going to be a non-commercial alternative. Isn't that hilarious? And now it's the biggest seller of commercials on the internet.
Another corporation that'll lie to your face?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, they weren't a corporation then, but yeah, they certainly did lie to our fucking face. But they didn't fool me. I was the only one on Earth who was not fooled, and I can document the fact that I wasn't fooled because I have it all on film of me fighting the evil Google right in the beginning.
And then all the honest companies that want to start up, they always get fucked over. They can never compete with Google because Google fucking, you know, controls everything.
Google's the new Microsoft, so yeah, it's just that, you know, we traded Bill Gates for these two Russian cunts.
Yep, pretty much. Although when they did pick up YouTube, I thought, well, this makes sense because they had, Google Groups, and then they started the Google Hangouts and Google Voice, and of course they have Google Mail, and I thought
Yeah, well, that came much later, and they would have wanted to do that anyway, because that's just a response to Facebook, because Facebook was stealing the eyeballs.
Yeah.
But I mean, they bought YouTube in the first place just because of the marketing information they would gain from it. It was a great petri dish for seeing how ads worked. On the internet. I mean, that's vital information to a company that's the biggest ad seller in the internet. So that was like a vital resource for them to own, was this place where they could watch people's behavior as they interact with ads.
Well, so I had much higher hopes for what the end results would be. I mean, there's still a chance they'll integrate some of that stuff, but
I just don't know why they just can't, that nobody, I mean, we have a public library and we have bookstores. We know the difference. Why don't we have a public library highway? You can still have the corporate highway, but I'm just saying we should have a public library highway. A secure network that you go on and you play by certain rules. Okay, you're not allowed to be a lying crook. You're not allowed to be a fraud or a thief. You're going to be judged and held accountable for your behavior. I'm all for it. I mean, just give me a parallel overpass that gets me to the same place on a better road.
Yeah, well, they've talked about that for years, right? About turning internet access into a utility and potentially investing in high-speed internet across the country.
I'm just saying that you can have the same system and you can just have a parallel. We're just talking about standards, right? We're not talking about even building a new infrastructure. We're just talking about standards. So you're just saying that there's standards for this infrastructure, and we're just saying that if you're on this road, this virtual road, that's exactly the same as the regular road. It's just a virtual distinction. That there's speed limits and cops, and you have to meet a certain standard of conduct. And I just would think that's so you can still have the jerk off scumhole road. If you want to take the shitty road, you can take it. But I should have the choice to be on a road that isn't covered with fucking lying cunt assholes.
So you think that we should have transparency on the, let's say, on the utility road,
you should have like a .org or something, right? You should have a pathway where the only way you get to be a member is you sign a terms of service that says, yes, you took a driver's test. Yes, you know what you're doing. Yes, you have a license. Yes, you have a social security number. Yes, you're not going to be unaccountable for your behavior.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, and then that highway would get indexed, and everybody who's doing real business would probably want to meet those standards to be on that better highway, because they're going to know that people are going to migrate there because they're going to want to go someplace where crooks aren't allowed to be crooks anymore.
Right. Well, there has been a lot of talk of that in the past, including by bigwigs involved with the internet who've talked about that.
Well, they're always talking about in some kind of, it's like that Bernard Lee guy. He's always talking about some kind of semantic web and blah 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 blah. But it's all made out of this commercial shit, and it's all been to save copyright and all this other crap. It's all for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, the semantic web, Tim Berners-Lee, all that is essentially about open data, right? So he's saying let's free all the information and let's have transparency. And
I know, but the problem with that transparency is it comes with this obligation to somehow say that this guy owns something forever again. We're back to some kind of copyright crap, which gets that we have to have better copyright law, or it's just not going to work. Because this idea of ownership and attribution becomes, all of a sudden I have to negotiate with this asshole before I can publish, which is bullshit.
Well, that is another massive, massive clusterfuck.
Yeah, they really got to change this copyright shit. I mean, I heard, with all this controversy, I guess Bill Cosby's being attacked for rape or something. I heard that he bought the Little Rascals and thought they were racist, and so took them off the air because they're racist. I just thought that was so funny, considering how racist his, and how bigoted his Fat Albert series was.
Yeah, I never heard that before.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that should be already public domain, right? I mean, Little Rascal should be public domain by now.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, it should have passed into the public domain. That's why I was surprised to hear that he was able to do that, to buy the rights, but who knows?
Yeah, it's just irritating that somehow they keep extending this copyright shit. I mean, it's supposed to be 10 years, then it's 30 years, now it's 60 years, and it's 90 years. I mean, it never ends.
Hi, Bandit.
I can't see any of the new icons, so I can't see who's so rational, ideist.
Bandit is ideist.
Christian? Who's the hell is Christian?
Wayward is Christian.
Oh, okay.
That's me, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't see any icons, so I couldn't tell it was an anime thing.
So what's your view on anonymity online?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in certain networks you shouldn't have it, in other networks you should have it.
Okay.
Okay, but the two have got to be separated. There's got to be a right to separate myself from people who don't want to be accountable, because I'm against non-accountability. I want people to be accountable.
Right.
You can't just let a bunch of people go raping all over the place. I mean, the Google search results now suck so bad. I don't know whether anybody else is noticing it, but you search for something, you end up at these fucking websites where all they've done is grabbed the text off of some other blog and
I hate that.
with a ton of Google ads, and you're like, what the fuck is this shit? And somebody, they don't have pop-ups anymore that are outside the page, but the pop-ups are in the page, right? So they just keep popping up divs on your page, and it's just so obnoxious.
Yeah, they've ruined the internet. That's been going on for a few years.
Well, and the fact that Google doesn't do anything to stop it, right? Google knows these pages are shit, but the fact that they have Google ads on it means Google makes money, so Google wants to keep doing it. And that's, somebody should point out how there's a conflict of interest here. Google's making money off spam, and that's not good.
Gary, have you monetized your channel yet?
No, I ain't doing that. I like the idea of a donate button. I have a donate button on the Do Not God channel, so I think that's a good idea.
Do they take a portion of your donations, though?
I'm sure, yeah, of course. It's PayPal, so they take their piece. And I'm sure if I ever got enough donations, I'd end up with IRS trouble or something. But,
eBay,
I haven't gotten that much.
eBay basically owns PayPal, and PayPal owns eBay. That whole it's a fucking scam how they fucking do that shit.
Yeah, well, I don't know if that was so bad. I mean, the two really did belong together in a way. So it made sort of sense to me when eBay bought PayPal, but
now they're splitting again.
I don't like them as separate companies, and I don't like them as the same company. So now they're talking about releasing PayPal again as a public company.
Yeah.
Ironic that they're going to resell it just to make money. You know what I mean? I mean, they've already made it public once and made a huge fortune, and now they're going to make a second fortune off of it by going public again with the same product. And you're saying, why can't, but this is a monopoly-run world, and it's just so hard to compete because, where are you going to get, it's so hard to be the first guy again, so, I mean, but this is such non-brain surgery. This is just such a minor function. This idea of having an account that you have money in that you use on electronic funding just seems like this should be our right to buy this all over the place. There should be secure ways of doing that by every, you know what I mean? Just like credit cards where you have a MasterCard and a Visa and an American Express and a blah, blah, blah. You should be able to have a few of these payment things. I shouldn't be stuck with just PayPal. But I mean, the idea that there don't need to be corporate. I just think there ought to be a non-for-profit company or some non-for-profit group or something that just starts a bank of their own. I mean, why isn't like, you know, Goodwill or one of those. Wait, what's that charity that's like the all-in-one charity? The Good Way or the Neighbor Way or what the
Oh, the fucking United Way or whatever?
United Way, yeah, they ought to open a bank with all their fucking money.
Yeah, they're kind of a scam.
Well, I guess that's the problem is that the definition of a non-profit is getting kind of fudgy. They're letting a lot of companies that seem to me to be goddamn companies call themselves not-for-profits. United Way seems like one of those kind of places where they pay themselves nice salaries, they make a nice cut, and they do minor good in the world.
Let's start a Gary Mosher nonprofit for antinatalism. I'm down with that.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying I wouldn't be a crook. Yeah, I wouldn't be a crook. I wouldn't be a crook.
I'm not a crook.
That was a terrible impersonation.
Uh-oh, it's Boro.
I'd be actually kind of exact measure or revenge on the people that did.
I need a transhumanism micro. Yeah, transhumanism laptop is like, man. Actually, your internet connection must suck giant, huge donkey balls because, yeah, it sucks. But anyway, yeah, what the internet could be is a good subject. It could be a lot of things, and it's just disappointing that we somehow the people don't want to own the internet. They want to just give it to the corporations.
I agree, though. I wish the internet was kind of like a ham radio where you just plug it in and you fucking transmit. You don't got to rely on the middleman to maintain the servers and do this and do that.
Well, I'm just saying they ought to have it as infrastructure. They ought to just call it infrastructure, create a basic internet, and then let people do whatever they want on top of it. Open source the damn thing and create a nice, solid, basic structure. And if somebody wants to build pervert highways on it, go ahead. But, we ought to have the rights to a basic infrastructure.
Did that net neutrality bullshit get passed? What's the story on that?
Well, I don't think it'll ever get passed because it's got too many things. They got too much shit in the same bill, right? I mean, it's too many subjects in one bill. The subject of, corporate control over, censorship, and the subject of, pay to play. I mean, you should have to pay to play to a certain extent, right? I shouldn't have to subsidize your internet bill. So we sort of, in a way, I'm for people having to pay for what they use. But those are obviously two different subjects, right? I mean, paying for your use and censorship are not the same thing. So as long as they keep throwing both of those subjects into one bill, they're never going to get anywhere.
Well, you got a bunch of fucktarded Republicans though that are going to control both houses of Congress in a couple months. I'm kind of worried about that.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying compared to what? I mean, Obama didn't give a shit about any of these social justice issues, so the Democrats haven't done shit with the power they've had. They haven't done anything, so fuck them. I mean, I don't see how it can get much worse, to tell you the truth.
Well, people's Netflix bills could go up, or Netflix rather will crash on them and slow down. That's what people are reporting right now.
Well, isn't that what it should do, though, technically?
Yeah.
I mean, why should I have to subsidize your Netflix, right? That's not my obligation, is it? I mean, I'm talking as from a position where I probably have to pay more because I use it.
I was going to say, Gary, but the one thing that would keep up with people's lives is actually the internet going down.
Why should I have to subsidize people that are online, 24 hours a day playing live games, using up huge bandwidth? Why should I have to subsidize that?
Shouldn't have to. Shouldn't have to.
Well, that's the point I'm making. Yeah, I shouldn't have to.
Well, there's the idea that a lot of the infrastructure is owned by the American people ultimately, right? And we want to allow access for small businesses, for startups.
I know,
like
but we know that's not really true, right? I mean, Comcast has an actual bandwidth bill. I mean, they have to pay to maintain a whole freaking part of the infrastructure they provide. And I don't see why they don't have a right to say, yeah, these guys that are using this shit all day long got to pay more.
Right. Well, except for the fact that like Comcast is considered one of the worst companies by the people who use it. So Comcast is roundly hated. I did a test just the other day. I use a VPN.
Verizon ain't no picnic either, so I'm just saying
Yeah.
these choices absolutely suck. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not defending the corporations. I'm just defending the idea.
I understand.
I'm not for censorship. I'm not for any of that discretion being applied, but I'm certainly for the idea that, there is a difference in use, and why should somebody who just wants to get some recipes off the internet have to fucking pay for somebody else's use?
Right. Well, so the model that they're utilizing now or will be soon, I think, does make sense, which is, up to a certain rate of both speed and how much data you're utilizing. After a certain point, they're going to start charging you, and you have potentially have the option.
You got to pay for your cell phone minutes, right? I mean, I don't have a cell phone, but you have to pay for that shit, right? Based on how much you use, right?
Right.
Right.
So for myself, I just did a test recently. I use a VPN. I get a VPN through work. I get around 100 megs a second download normally with Comcast. It goes up almost 30 megs a second when I use my VPN. And it's because Comcast is throttling certain bandwidth.
Yeah, I can definitely feel it with Verizon. My bill's going up and my bandwidth's going down. I can definitely feel it. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit going on. I mean, they're also, because I've been fucking with this Android. It's fucking my connection. Like my laptop flips out. Because the connection. It can't survive a if this connection breaks on the laptop, it doesn't re-sign on. I have to reboot. Because it doesn't, whatever, there's something wrong with the configure file, so it doesn't redo the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a hassle now because they're interrupting my service. There's just these little blips, and it's not a big deal on the desktop because it's 30 seconds and it goes back on again, no problem. But it's a bitch on this laptop because I have to reboot to get the Wi-Fi to work again.
I don't like Android because Google makes it, and they're spying on every fucking thing I probably do on my phone.
Well, I mean, it's open source, so I mean that's the only thing and I'm just saying it's it's an alternative to Apple. So I'm just saying I'm not going to play with Apple's fucking infrastructure. Screw that. So what other choice do I have, jackass? I mean, do you think if there was a third operating system called, Nobody or No One or something, you don't think I would be playing with a No One then? Of course I would. But I don't have that choice.
Yeah, and there are free options out there, but you really need to have a phone that's power enough to use.
Well, I'm just saying that there's obviously enough distance between Android and Google now. Distance that you don't have between OS whatever and Apple. You know what I mean? Apple doesn't have anything open source.
Yeah.
I mean, saying the word Apple can get me into copyright trouble with Apple, right? I mean, Apple's just so possessive.
Yeah. Hey, Sid. What's up?
all of these innovators, though, have basically, so-called innovators, have just stolen shit from Linux. Like, Linux was the third-party coder for Apple and Android and all that shit.
Yeah, dude, very nostalgic. All right, Linux, Unix, Red Hat, Black Hat. All right, whatever.
Yeah, well, it's all kind of, it is a little bit relevant to the history of this whole dynamic, but yeah, it is strange though that the bastard origins for all of these things. I sort of see it as a taint on Linux that that it was trying too hard to just copy Windows without being Windows. It didn't start over. It basically tried to duplicate Windows. I mean, you open Office is like, oh, this has all the same irritating dysfunctions as fucking Word. I mean, fuck. They took all the crap in Word and put it in this. Oh, how brilliant of them. I mean, not that it's good. It's good software for free. I'm not griping. I'm just saying I am griping. I just mean that the idea of Linux was too much of a Windows copy.
Well, like, what is it, like? Are you talking about OpenOffice?
I was talking about OpenOffice, yeah, just in a sense that it just illustrates my point, is that it's so much trying to imitate Word.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I'm just glad to see Microsoft having to kind of, be taken to its fucking knees finally, though, and realize they got to be a little more fucking innovative, though. All these Android systems have caused that.
Yeah, I don't know if they're their game plan for the future, but I mean, obviously Xbox has been a big boom for Microsoft now. So I mean, eventually I think they're sort of cooked. I mean, they have figured out how to really rent. Now you just lease the operating system. You don't even rent it anymore. So I mean, I guess they're still figuring out a way to make revenue off of it. But I mean, there's a point where I'm still using XP, and I don't think I'm ever going to migrate. I don't think I'll ever upgrade.
Yeah, I'm the same as you, Gary. I'm still an XP Pro, and if I have to migrate, I may go to Linux when that happens eventually.
Well, yeah, if I can get Linux, I mean, obviously, if you're careful about what kind of hardware you use, you just make sure you get a Linux hardware that's suitable, so you can get the drivers to work. And if someday somebody can actually make a couple of, can write a couple of good, video. I mean, it's just really Linux is really poor at displaying and editing video.
Yeah, well, anyway, Windows 8.1 is like going away at the fucking dodo, and everybody at the group knows that they suck and they did a bad job with that. But 9 is going to be good. It's going to bring back the fucking menu. It's going to bring back all the things from XP, but better.
Pinball.
Wait tight.
Bring back the pinball. Yeah, that's what they all went wrong when they got rid of Windows 95 pinball machine, right? That's how I look at it. Remember that pinball game? That pinball game kicked ass. I mean, I don't even understand. You really can't understand Microsoft, right? They make a pinball machine that was really pretty damn good, and then they make a new operating system that can't run their own pinball machine. And you're just like, what the fuck, man?
That's what they did with their drivers, Gary. Same premise on their fucking drivers. So all my drivers on XP work good, but they fucking dump them with Vista and Windows 7. They don't carry them over. They want to tell me to, go fuck yourself. Go buy a new printer. Buy a new peripheral. I ain't buying a new fucking peripheral. It still works. That pissed me off.
Yeah, well, I can see where some of that would have to happen, though. You'd have to have at least an upgrade in the drivers, but the fact that they don't automatically upgrade them is the problem, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you come up with a new operating system and you spent many hours and many dollars on a lot of people, of course you're going to charge people.
Well, I'm just saying drivers are kind of complicated in the sense that the drivers have to go back to you're obviously it's going back to the ports and how you open and close ports, and so that really becomes part of a stability issue. So drivers are, obviously if you're changing an operating system or rewriting it, you're going to have to rewrite the drivers because it's just almost impossible to make them efficient.
Microsoft.
They have to be able to stream stuff. You can't, so you can't have an operating system getting in the way saying, wait a minute, this is a 95 protocol, we have to convert it, and it just can't do that. It can't start converting the stream.
But all my shit will work on the brand new version of Linux, though. All of my old peripherals, every one of them.
Well, I mean, that's just because Linux has been built because it can't write new drivers itself. No one's going to write new drivers, that they've become compliant with the old operating system's infrastructure. So that's probably a degrade in performance for Linux. So Linux has probably compromised performance to do that.
Microsoft does not want to redo the drivers. They want to force you to buy brand new printer, a brand new scanner, etc. They want to boost.
They don't sell any of that hardware, so I don't think that's what they want to do. But regardless, I'm just saying that, I think there's a point where I almost want them to redo the whole thing. So there's a point where I don't want there to be backward compatibility. So I'm not saying that Windows 7 was a justification for that because that wasn't a good enough operating system. I mean, Windows 7 was not an improvement, so yeah, that's the mistake.
Windows 8 was horrible. The Surface, though, the Surface is where it's at now. That's big time. Because you can whip it out as a tablet, then you can slide it into its little mail there, use it as a laptop, and it's actually a powerful laptop, so you can game on it, you can do a lot of different shit. Pretty cool.
Yeah, well, you're so mumbly, I don't even know what you're talking about, but fine. Very good.
Basically what I said is that the Surface, the new kind of tablet or laptop that just came out, is actually a really good option if you have somebody that just wants to grab a laptop and take off, or to sit with a tablet. It comes with a keyboard, so if you have to do a lot of paperwork or files like that, works out. And if not,
yeah, well, I'm just saying you can do all that with an Android now too, so.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying it's a nice alternative. It's a decent option.
Well, it's getting there. It's close. I mean, obviously, my Android will do Tiny Chat, but it doesn't do it very well. I haven't tried it on Google Plus yet, so we'll have to try that. Probably can't be much worse than this image that I'm now producing. It just be my timer went off for my light.
Yeah, well, I bite my tongue every single time I turn my fucking PC or laptop or tablet on, and I can't believe it's 2014. There's still lag and some stupid shit.
Yeah, well, you guys are doing a lot of complaining, and you're entitled to it. But I'm just saying I don't think that's the problem. I mean, the problem is the lag is being created by all the fucking ads and all the other gimmicks that are being thrown into pages to manipulate you, to spy on you, to sell you shit. It's all the added crap, of commerce that's slowing everything down.
Do you mind if I ask you an honest question, or it has nothing to do with computers or anything like that, but just an honest question about journalism?
I don't care, whatever. I don't know, this can I ask you a question? Every time somebody asks me if they can ask me a question, I want to say no, just because it's such a stupid thing to do. I'll ask you a question about whether I can ask you a question. I mean, you can't see how that's kind of absurd when you're already asking me a question?
No. Yeah.
Well, it's good you asked me a question with your Inviso mic, so good job.
Well, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Alright. My question was, my question was is that it seems now journalists actually have an ideology or an opinion, and they try to bring that upon the public instead of being a journalist and taking the people's opinion and reporting on it. Do you see it the same way?
Well, they aren't journalists anymore, okay? They're hired by a corporation that has an agenda, so they're agendaists. So yeah, so the word journalism's got to kind of be thrown out in the wind, thrown out in the garbage. There's no such thing. They're propagandists, and they're hired by a propaganda company. And so CNN's a propaganda company, Fox is a propaganda company. They're all propaganda companies serving an interest. They're going to tell people what they want to hear because so people are going to reward them for telling them what they want to hear. So that's all they are. But I mean, if you watch this shit, it's almost laughably trivial. These women doing the news are so overtly brain dead. And it's just like they're just the other day a woman starts a story to go into a commercial break. 5 million people dead in Iraq, and all horror breaks loose. We'll be back in 30 seconds, or something like that. And you're just like, you just talked about people being killed and used it as a fucking tagline to go into a commercial break. I mean, don't you see what a fucking cunt you are, pretending you give a fuck about these people that's lives are ruined, and you just use them to hook people to return after the commercial break? I mean, God, you're a cunt. I mean, their tragedy, and you're going ching, 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 ching. We made some money off of that tragedy. Yeah, so I wouldn't call that journalism.
It's completely insane.
Yeah, well, that's why I don't have a TV, and that's why I don't bother listening to the news. It ain't the news anyway, it's just what did the craziest person on earth do today? Let's go find the craziest fucktard and see what he did today. Oh, a man in India shoved an elephant up his ass. Oh, a man in China, ate 15, rhinoceros horns. A man in America shot his ex-wife and then blew up the local, bacon snatch.
Yeah, it's horrible. That's how it has to be. It's fucking horrible. It's disgusting.
Well, I mean, it's just stupid. I mean, it's this voyeuristic, idiocracy that somehow finds this all so fucking fascinating. Oh, I so much want to know what somebody shoved up their ass today. I have to know. Oh, what was shoved up whose ass today? Oh, I gotta get the ass report. What did the lunatics do today? How come Rational Access guy has a green arrow on his icon? What the hell is that thing doing there?
I think it sort of signifies the screen sharing or whatever.
Yeah. I've been watching you, Rational. You're fast, man. Good work.
Yeah, when you've got a mock-up, this is why I like doing a mock-up first, because once you've got the mock-up, it's a lot easier. You don't have to think about what the thing has to look like. You can kind of focus on just getting what does the data need to look like and just actually building it.
So what is that? Is PHP or something you're doing, or what?
This is Python, actually.
Oh, okay. So you're doing it sort of server side.
Yeah.
I didn't know Video Soap lets you do that.
Yeah, well, I would guarantee he's probably in a LIMP environment, has Linux,
Well,
has,
just
has an Apache server,
stop.
MySQL.
Yeah. Shut. Yeah.
Yeah, so the video soap part of this, Gary, is the only common thing that this has with the existing video soap thing is the name. This is none of the same software at all. This is a custom thing I'm building.
So you took their template and you're modifying it, right?
Nope, I didn't take anything of theirs at all. This is completely from scratch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the message board and the sign-in stuff was all a template, though, right?
I'm not too sure what you mean. Sorry.
Well, I just mean that you have a screen name thing and you have all that kind of stuff. All that stuff was in a template, like something else, like a pre-made message board template thing.
I see what you mean. So, well, I don't know how they built that specifically, but yeah, they probably did use some kind of framework that had some existing authentication stuff and whatnot. I'm planning to do a video on the technology stack that I'm using here and breaking it down a little bit and stuff like that.
Yeah, I
so
guess
you'll
I'll have
probably
to watch that to understand exactly what you're. Yeah, because I mean, I've modified, obviously you can just take a template and then once you put it on your server, you can fuck with it all you want. So I understand that, but I guess I don't understand exactly how you're integrating what you're doing with the mechanism of the message board, like whether the two things are separate or whether you're modifying it within the same structure.
No, they're completely different. So this whole method, actually, I've got the screen up. I'll show you the mind map that I had in the video the other day. So this approach is all based around what the actual data should look like. Let me just zoom in. That's probably a bit easier to see. So you've got your subject at the top level, and then under that you've got your discussions, and then a discussion can be made up of all these different post types. So basically it uses a SQL database in the back end, and the starting point for this whole thing is you can use this web framework called Django, that's what I use with Python, and that lets you define. So I don't know if you can read this file, but this is basically how you define what your data structures in the database look like. So you've got like a subject, and you say it's got a name, and it's got a creator, it's got a timestamp for when it was created. Then you've got a discussion, which is then got a title and all that other stuff, and the subject, so that kind of links it into the subject, then the post, and all this other stuff. And then you link that up, then you create your templates. This is basically just HTML with some template stuff specific to this Django framework, where you can pass in sort of variables which pull in data from the database, and then you can refer to them. You can like loop through them in your HTML and stuff like that.
Yeah, but what are you using to communicate between? So you're communicating with the server with JavaScript, or are you using PHP?
Neither. So it's the pages are all generated through Python. So Python replaces PHP in this equation, basically. It's just another server-side language. Am I still there? Am I frozen?
I could hear
You're
you,
not
Ralph,
frozen.
but unfortunately Gary's video is
Okay.
frozen for me.
Anyway, I'm conscious of boring people.
No, I don't find it boring at all. I think Gary's sincerely interested in, what's up with what you're doing. But unfortunately, we might have lost him. I don't know if he can get back in.
Well, hopefully that doesn't kick all the rest of us out.
Oh, good, he's back.
Oh, there he is.
Right. Yeah, I totally froze. Yeah, I'm still frozen. Trying to come back. Trying.
You're not frozen, Gary.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty close to it. Yeah, pretty close. Anyway. Yeah, so I guess it's all server side, so you're just modifying the server. The server database is just going to be modified by the database and just keeps serving the same page. I gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it just pre-renders the page.
So it's just a different version of PHP, essentially.
Yeah, it's a replacement for PHP.
Yeah, it's just it's a duplicate in the infrastructure, but a different implementation of the form. Yeah, okay. Or something.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just a completely different programming language, which I find to be just much more modern. PHP is kind of old and a bit shitty.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. Yeah, it's not really a language, right? I mean, it's too many. It's a bunch of different languages all smashed together. Well, I heard Python sort of like that too. I haven't messed with it. I still use Perl on the server side.
Oh wow! I mean, it gets the job done.
Yeah, well, because I just do everything in CGI files, so yeah, it's yeah, it does get the job done. I mean, it's not too good. It's it's really sucks at doing this. It's really good at. Well, it's not really good at anything, really. Actually, it really sucks at everything. Actually, it really is hard to do everything, but I know how to do it, so I guess that's all that matters.
Yeah, the CGI stuff is kind of old school now. This kind of stuff will run kind of in its own process, and it kind of typically you'll have like a web server, where things like PHP are really integrated with things like Apache and stuff like that. With a Python app, you'll typically have it running in its own process, and you'll just use something like Apache or Nginx as kind of a reverse proxy into the process. And
right.
Depending on how many.
Well, I guess I could still argue that Perl would be quicker, right? Because it's going to be you're going to be on a higher level compile, where Perl is going to be compiled into a baser function of the server. I mean, theoretically, Perl should be quicker, I think.
Yeah, it probably would be through CGI, because the script is basically getting the request directly. It's not going through the web server first, as a proxy. So yeah, that technically that would be true. Yeah.
I mean, not that the speed matters that much in terms of modern day function, but yeah. So I'll make my justification that way. Yeah. It's simpler, more direct. So as long as you're doing simpler, more direct things, it's okay. But yeah, constructing web pages would probably, if you tried to construct a whole web page in Perl, it would be rather tedious.
But once it gets slow, you can do all kinds of stuff. Like they do, there's this thing called memcached, which basically it caches everything in memory. So if the server you stick the cache mechanism between. Essentially, it's the first port of call from the browser, and if it sees that it's getting an exact same request for the same data that it's got before, it keeps a pre-rendered version of the page in memory. So
well, you can do that with JavaScript too, which is good though, because you can actually label your request. So sometimes you want. You don't need it to be updated, and the stuff you do need that you always want a fresh version of. You can label it, so basically you'll get the cached version depending on how you've labeled it.
Right. Yeah, and sometimes that's a problem when you've got a dynamically generated page on the server, because the browser and the JavaScript will try and be efficient and get the same version of the page, but actually the information's since been updated, so that's something that you have to work around sometimes.
Yeah, I find it works pretty good in my system. I can pretty much create one of those instant chat kind of mechanisms, and it works pretty good. I mean, I haven't tested it with a bunch of users, but I mean, generally speaking, it works.
Yeah. No, there's a lot to be said for some of the older technologies, tried and tested.
Yeah, I mean, their disadvantages is, like I said, they're it's not as good at parsing scripts, so its character manipulation isn't one of its strong points, so you know. But you have all those SQL database crap and all that shit to take care of some of that shit. So I don't know. Well, it's very, yeah, I just find it easier to make my own data files and have my own extraction mechanisms and my own, it's all, some of it's crap code, but some of it I think is more efficient.
Sure, yeah. You can actually there are actually server-side JavaScript things you can use now. So if you want to, you can actually use JavaScript on the full stack, even to replace PHP nowadays.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of using JS files to, it's like I'm basically using a CGI file to edit JS files, and so I'm still serving a hard file, but it's a hard file made of JavaScript. So it's
right.
so the page is created dynamically by JavaScript, but it was written in hard. I don't even know how to describe it. I mean, it's like the JavaScript is hard, but obviously it's dynamic in that you keep modifying the hard files.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's almost like it's almost like doing PHP on static web pages. You have a static page and just have the PHP remodify the page with time. So I mean, it's it's the same idea, except it's not remaking the page, it's just remaking the hard page. It won't be serving it, it'll still be just modifying a hard page that'll be served.
Right, yeah.
Because I'm always I'm a big client side kind of fan. I mean, I think more of the internet ought to be client driven, not the server side. You know what I mean? The client should do most of the work, and the server should provide the updates and the changes. And it just kind of seems like a lot of overhead when you're creating a whole web page for every individual. Because some web pages have a lot of complex elements. You end up with 200 kilobytes is a lot for just rendering one fucking web page. And if and the server has to shoot that out each time, that seems like a lot of server energy.
Yeah, well, it is. Yeah, and there's a big move towards that now. They call it SPAs. Single page applications, where you use these kind of heavy JavaScript frameworks, and the back end will just use what they call a REST API. I don't know if you know about that kind of thing specifically.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's sort of the sort of what I've fallen on as my own Frankenstein effort to put it together. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I just find that the fact JS files are really quite brilliant. It's just kind of funny that no one was using them. But I mean, I started using them like whatever 12, 15 years ago, and it's just like this is brilliant. You just have you can have all the dynamic content imported in a JS file. Why would I build it into the HTML when I can just import it?
Right. Yeah, there's a big move to just having the server basically give you like endpoints basically for data, and then you use HTTP verbs to give you whatever you want to do. So say you've got a URL which gives you whatever forum posts. You'll just have the same URL called whatever my server / forum posts, and then what you'll do is with your JavaScript on the client, you'll send an AJAX request which just uses a different method depending on what you want to do. So whether it's a get, then the server will know just to retrieve stuff from the database, or a post or a put or a delete or whatever it is, and the server literally just, it's really just a light interface into your database, and all the real work is done on the client. And it's a lot more efficient, like you said. You don't have to. You're just getting back what you need.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like how you can make it very modular, because like your first JS file can basically do all your diagnostics about whether this is a person that's been here before. Do I need to sign them in? Do I not need to? And so instead of running the whole infrastructure, you have one JS file that basically calls the appropriate JS files for the person that's at the site. So instead of having 20 files run on everybody, you just have the 5 files that you need to run on the individual. So you really cut down the overhead, because you're not it's all modular. You only put in the modules you need for this individual instance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's a good way to go, I think. Especially when you're scaling up to hundreds of thousands or whatever visitors per month. The cost of a few kilobytes really adds up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I just think it's a lot more efficient. Like I said, I always hated PHP for that reason. It just, one size fits all, and it's all server. Stupid.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of JavaScript, the language. I do a shitload of JavaScript for my job, and it's just so deficient in so many ways.
Yeah, I don't know. I like it. It's kind of direct. I mean, you can make all the variables can be very small. You can make it very light and compact. You're not obligated to sign anything explicitly. You know what I mean? Everything can have a 3-letter acronym. You can cut everything way down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it does. Again, it sucks in terms of string manipulation. So, it has its limitations. I don't know. Yeah, I just, I guess I've just fallen into it. And I found a couple of tricks in it, and I like the idea that I can trick it.
Trick the language. Yeah. Well, that's one of those languages you have to trick, because it's,
Yeah, because I mean, basically, I don't think there's too many people that figured out a way to do a request to a CGI file and then have it come back to the page without re-rendering the page. You know what I mean? So I'm basically making CGI requests and having to do a live update to the page without re-rendering the page. So everything stays exactly the same. It just changes the the dynamic JavaScript inside the page, which is kind of interesting.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of what you do with a modern day AJAX request.
Yeah, well, they usually have to resort to some sort of push-pull mechanism to do that.
Yeah.
You don't have to do any of the pushing or pulling crap.
Right.
But anyway, enough of shop talk.
Soft cock talk.
Well, whatever you want to call it. People don't like that kind of shit. But I don't blame them. I guess if I didn't know anything about it, I'd say, what the fuck are they talking about?
Yeah, you lost 3 viewers in the stream.
Yeah, it's like, it is kind of obscure and of narrow interest. But yeah, programming as a subject is just interesting. It has a lot to do with like logic and efficiency and functions and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's a kind of engineering. It sort of gets you on the thought of engineering conversation and engineering process, and it's well, I mean, for an engineering type mentality, I mean, programming is just so. I mean, it's it's a pig in mud kind of thing. It's just wonderful. And it's one of those irritating fun things to do, like picking a scab or something. I mean, there's never life is tedious and monotonous and dismal and horrid, but and then if you have like some kind of software, like some sort of programming problem, and you can't seem to find a solution, and just it's so irritating, but it's so much fun, when you figure it out, when you finally figure out what the hell's wrong, and you just it's just I got a semicolon in the wrong place or some kind of bullshit. It's just such a it's such a
Really satisfying in that
yeah,
respect.
it's a kind of I'm alive kind of feeling. You just have one of those kind of feelings like, yeah, this is being alive because you the problem and you solved it, and it's such a visceral psychological experience of conquering the evil code error. But it's like you can't fix any of the world's problems, but here's a problem that you can fix, and so it's kind of makes you feel good because there's something you can control and something you can make work, that kind of thing, I guess.
It's just the business. The only thing that ruins it is the, as a career, is the business end of it, because, you've got to. There's 50% of the job is, the people and the customers and all that other stuff, and the programming gets sort of squeezed into into a bit of a corner, and it becomes very confined.
It's their stupid agenda, So yeah, you're trying to figure out how to take the bugs out of an ad server or something, and it's sort of irritating, that I'm making something stupid. But at least I'll make the best stupid thing there is, so at least you can get some satisfaction out of it. But it's just irritating to, have to put your brain work to something stupid.
Yeah, that's what I like about working on open source projects, is that, your focus can be entirely on building a better product. You're not constrained by having to get something out on a specific budget, and stuff like that. But in theory, you can get a much better product because of that. So that's sort of satisfying too. You can kind of take your time on something and make it as good as you'd like it to be, which is nice.
Yeah, I can't say I've had much success. I mean, I've had some commercial work, and those projects have always been for these businesses of, that were always kind of bullshit. Some of them weren't that small. Some of them had a couple hundred employees, but they were still badly run businesses, and so it was like, and I was like their only IT guy, kind of, what I'm saying? I mean, there was no, they really didn't know what they were doing, so there was no like buffer between me and their stupidity. You know what I mean? Like there wasn't like some tech guy who would explain to them why they can't do a certain thing or why they need to do it this, and so it was just always, they never. They just wasted my time, which was just irritating, because they didn't know what they didn't know what they even wanted to get done, and they kept changing their minds every 15 minutes. They would have a new plan, and it was like they don't understand that software doesn't work that way. I can't change the plan in the middle of the planning. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I work on a team now that's, my biggest struggles are with the other developers. It's kind of weird because I'm on the same page with the boss, but I'm on a completely different page to the other developers. So I'm, this is the job that I'm leaving, by the way, which I'm finishing up this week. It's just, they just love reinventing the wheel, and I just meet people sometimes, even programmers, people who are supposed to be able to be convinced by logic, right? Who will just look for the most difficult way to do something, and it just drives me fucking insane because my whole job is trying to be efficient. It's just I can never understand that, and when I run into that, I just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, it's I find that too, just because I would often make stuff that was really functional, but and really durable. But yeah, it didn't look pretty, but it functioned well. You know what I mean? It was sort of irritating. They'd be like, well, could you make this blue, and could you, or something? You're just like, who the fuck needs it in color? You're talking about this isn't like served to the public. This is for your fucking inventory, you retards. All you need to do is punch a number in there, and it'll do the math, and it'll figure out this, and it'll tell you, why the fuck are you arguing? You give me crap about what it looks like. Who cares what it looks like?
Yeah, no, I can sympathize with that. I mean, everything I produce visually looks exactly the same, and it usually conforms to some kind of pattern, and it's symmetrical and whatever, and it looks completely boring. So it's nice to have a team where you've also got designers and stuff whose job is exactly the
Yeah,
opposite.
yeah. Somebody else can do that kind of shit. I just, it's
Yeah,
like, I'm like, it's not my job to waste my time worrying about rounding the corners and some other bullshit. You want
yeah,
to do round corners, go find them someplace else, because I don't do round corners. Fuck you.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm no good at all at the visual stuff. If I have to do it, I'll use libraries and things to, pre-made components and things to do the visual stuff.
Yeah, I'm even dangerous if you give me control. I'm going to give it pink hair. I'm going to do something, and then I'm going to say, well, that looks cool to me, but yeah, it's going to be just hideous. So yeah, my judgment is really bad.
Yeah, I sympathize with that.
Because there was one program I did a long time ago, and I still, I'm still wish I could find a place for it because I thought it was really brilliant. But I used an HTML form to basically to edit a rich text format document. So, you'd fill out the form and it would create a rich text document. And, it's not like it's really complex programming, but nobody did anything like that. You know what I mean? It was like really innovative, and it sort of created a pretty consistent document. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not a PDF file, but you know what I mean. It's a pretty consistently printable document, right? You know what I mean? Like rich text is pretty durable in terms of you know how it prints,
Right, yeah, yeah.
and so I mean, it just seemed like to me an interesting, like nobody else had done it kind of thing before, kind of thing. Like nobody else. And it just seems like that would be so useful for a lot of businesses to be able to have an HTML, a browser-based, easily updated, easily JavaScript enhanced form, that would produce an output of a hard copy fileable paper, you know, that was also had an electronic copy, so you had the paper copy and the electronic copy.
Yeah, you get these, you get some third-party services that you can use now, where you can basically send them a link of, whatever the page is with the rendered stuff on it, and they'll send back like a PDF document or something, and they've basically taken the thing and rendered it onto a page kind of thing. But it's all pretty complicated to get what it sounds like you had produced, through the page itself.
Yeah, well, it was just really dirt efficient, and I just found out that the rich text format was basically another one of these tag languages,
Right. Yeah.
and so all you had to so it wasn't that complicated a feat to figure out what the tags were. They were a little bit hieroglyphics. You had to do a little bit of fiddling with them to figure out what different tags did. But so it wasn't brain surgery. But I mean, to me, it was a much better alternative than serving up PDF files, where a rich text format displayed in all the browsers, and also displayed, what I'm saying, really easily on all desktops. You know what I mean? It was such a universal format.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, nothing fucked up a rich text document. You know what I'm saying? It's just pretty much a generic rich text document. You could have an image and text, and it would all be in the right place. It wouldn't get fucked up.
Yeah.
But you didn't need Adobe to read it, and you didn't need Adobe to edit it, and you didn't need Adobe to print it. So that was the advantage. That's back in the days when I really hated Adobe too. So I hate all this proprietary crap. I mean, I don't think none of these companies should ever let these stupid, whatever you call these, the add-on shit. What do they call it? what do you call Flash? Not an add-on. What do you call that thing?
Plugin.
Plugin. Yeah, the whole plugin crap. You should never allow these proprietary plugins. Yeah, well, that's nice that SubDNA's comfortable where he is. Yeah, good for him. Yeah, it's good to have 2 rooms open.
Well, he was just lecturing on Michio Kaku in physics.
Geez. Yeah, that guy. String theory nutter. I don't hate him, but I mean, he's just so full of shit. He's a guy with wild aspirations about what humanity's going to accomplish. It's just hilarious to hear him talk about the future.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all that hoverboard kind of crap, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, grow up. He's a big old man, you know, and it's just like he talks like he's a kid or something.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know, you've probably seen he has one blurb out there on, I think it's called Big Ideas is the YouTube channel, and it was in support of free will, the notion of free will. On top of that, he's still heavily invested in string theory,
I don't know
right?
if it was in support of, but I mean, yeah, he just used the quantum crap, but he basically, I mean, I don't know. I mean, to me, the argument was pretty much that the subject's closed because it doesn't matter. Causes. You know, you're not going to escape causes. So I don't know whether it was in defense of free will. I mean, I think he's just trying to call any will free.
Well, I thought, if memory serves, he was trying to counter determinism with randomness on a quantum level, and that was the answer to suggest that there's no possible way that free will could potentially exist. So
I
to
know,
me,
but you're still in trouble with the word free, so that doesn't even go anywhere. Then it's quantum controlled, right? So then it's photon controlled will. It's not free will. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to revisit that. Because I don't have that recollection. But yeah, I mean, string theory is loaded with all that kind of bullshit anyway. So your interpretation is probably more valid than mine. Of what he was saying. I guess he was saying it in such a veiled way. I didn't get the full message, or I got the opposite interpretation or something.
Did you ever get a chance to see any of the Brian Greene shows? Some of those have been available on.
I find that guy just so obnoxious. Yeah, the PBS shit, Nova, and some other show did it.
Yeah.
Those were just horrible showmanship bullshit. You know, just all style, no substance. You know, and these silly metaphors, you know, just going, you know, it's just so unscientific to sit there and say, oh yes, reality's like this pool table, or reality's like this dish.
Yeah.
No, that's not reality, you shithead. Let me see you 3-dimensionalize that. This reality has 3 dimensions, you know, shit for brain. You know, I mean, so show me how your gravity well works when you don't have gravity. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's almost kind of funny that the metaphor relies on the existence of gravity to work, right? I mean, that's a little bit of an irony, right? I mean, you know, Einstein's bent space metaphor depends on gravity to work.
Yeah.
I mean, the metaphor has to be in a gravitational field for it to make sense, right?
Well, those shows, I mean, that's what made me think. Michio Kaku and Brian Greene both, their shows seem to try to approximate a lot of the pop science that's out there. And then, as you were mentioning before with a lot of these science shows, it's just filled with like imagery that could have been taken from a Star Trek: The Next Generation episode.
Yeah, I mean they're just so bad. Yeah, I didn't even think about it, but yeah, these guys are just they're all in for the show. It's like that other guy, the Neil deGrasse Tyson guy. I mean, it's just so
Yeah.
much of this. It's all this clownery and buffoonery. Man, it's really, 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 these are bad representatives of science.
Well, I remember watching and really enjoying the original Cosmos with Carl Sagan. I haven't really spent a lot of time watching it since then. I've seen a few episodes, but I think it probably stands up pretty well. But most of it,
No, I think most of the shows were actually pretty good. The only time he went, he just went foul on my radar is when he started doing the Drake equation episode. And that was just so, yeah. I even back then, I was just not. I could just smell how this was just such an overstep of science. This was just him playing, and it's just it's not a very good game to play.
yeah. So was that a relatively new information that he was presenting at that time, or was the Drake equation something we've had for a long time?
Well, the Drake equation was around already, yeah. So that was like Sir Francis Drake or something, right? I mean, some British Draker. But I mean, yeah, but it was just a bullshit equation, right? I mean, it's just made out of numbers you basically have to just make up because there's no way to logically deduce the number. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what the odds are of life forming on Earth. You don't know what the odds are of the first eyeball. You don't know the odds of any of this shit. So it's, so there's no, you can't do it. None of the variables can be defined. So what's the point of doing a 10-level equation based on 10 variables you can't define rationally? You can only make up numbers. So yeah, what's the odds of a civilization surviving, 100 years of progress, or whatever? Well, yeah, let's just make up a number. Okay, 1 out of 10. Yeah, okay.
I can't remember who it is. I think it's Nick Bostrom or somebody like that, where now they're revising it and suggesting, oh no, that self-aware consciousness inevitably would face a kind of a crisis and hurdle to survive. I mean, that they would extinguish themselves by their own use of technology. So he's kind of reversed the idea of the Drake equation. So
well, I mean, you can reverse it just by changing one of the guesses. From a 10 to 1,000.
Yeah.
Going from 1 in 10 to 1 in 1,000, all of a sudden it goes from hopeful prospects to bleak prospects.
Exactly. And now that part is being taken. The more bleak prospects seem to be taken more seriously.
I think the bleak prospects are brought about just by the fact that I think my observation. That there has been no parallel evolution. None of the one-time events have any evidence of any parallel function. You know what I mean? There's no evidence of a second abiogenesis, no evidence of a second mononucleic cell, no evidence of a second colonization organism. So I mean, I could go through like the 5 or 6 one-time events in our evolutionary history, and I can say there's no evidence of either any of those things happening more than just one time.
Yep. What did you mean by a second? What was it? Second generation organism or second? I'm not familiar with that term.
Second generation. I don't know. I guess I'm saying. Well, you got the abiogenesis, then you got the contained nucleus, right? I don't know what they call that, right? I mean, you got
prokaryote, eukaryote.
Prokaryote and eukaryote. Then you have the multicellular.
Mitochondria, yeah.
Right. And then you got sexuality, but I don't know if that would count. And then you go the first neuron. You can go. Then you can start talking about specific cells. For specific functionality.
Yeah, interesting. I hadn't thought of the reproduction one.
There's only one thinking device, right? I mean, it's all made out of neurons, right? There's no brain in nature that isn't made out of neurons, right?
Yeah. I hadn't thought of the sexual reproduction one because it was only a few months ago where think it was some like Scottish guy, or maybe they found the fossil remains in Scotland of what they think was the first sex, happened to be some kind of fish. And so that's another question: is was there a parallel development, or is all sexual reproduction specifically from that, derived from that original organism? It's pretty bizarre.
Yeah, well, it's sort of interesting just to go. I mean, I find these things interesting is to just start mechanically thinking about, what the agenda was, And so when I thought about it, you're thinking about, okay, so you have this idea of the separation of the genome, right? So you can have this separate path, and then it has to be forced together, and it's always in this. The male's agenda is always to be the first one to the female, right?
Yeah.
And so they first were spawning. So I'm not going to sex. I'm going to the idea of intercourse, right? So how did you go from sexual reproduction, which is always done in an open field, so to speak? The woman laid the egg and the male pissed on it, so to speak. You know what I mean? It's like all sexual reproduction was not internal.
Right.
It wasn't a vagina, so to speak, for the purpose of intercourse. And I'm saying that's the funny part, is that the penis was basically an invention to get there first. So it was like, if I spawn with the rest of these males, my sperm's going to get all mixed up with their sperm, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to win the competition. But if I get to the female before she lays the eggs, and if I fertilize them while they're still inside of her, I get to win, right? So it's like the penis was actually invented as an actual weapon, where the male would impregnate the female as an actual weapon. Like he actually speared her, to fertilize the eggs. And so you're thinking of that, that might be the real truth of the invention of the penis, was this very negative, cheating of the game,
Yeah. Now that makes sense to me.
So it's just kind of funny that when you start thinking about what the real ambitions are, and that's really the ambition, is just to get these eggs fertilized by your sperm as a male. You know what I'm saying? The males became focused on their hardware, became modified to that purpose. They were basically built to be rapists.
Yeah, exactly. Horny cheaters stepping in front of the line and raping.
So I mean, you couldn't have a worse beginning, right? I mean, you just couldn't have a worse father than that as the ambition.
It's so romantic.
Yeah, I mean, I was raised to be, the scum of the earth. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is fascinating to try to figure out all those steps that life has taken, and we continue to get more and more information, scientific knowledge about that, and it gets to be an uglier and uglier picture.
Yeah, and a picture more and more disconnected from any real function of the universe, in the sense that this isn't an eddy in a stream. You know what I mean? Where eddies happen all the time. Life doesn't. This is a really complex kind of vibration, and it's one based on all of these one-time events that you have to consider to be incredibly improbable. I mean, the fact that they didn't happen more than once just means that they had to be just preposterously incredibly, unlikely. Just the idea that sex is usually, there's not there's well, like, so maybe in bee colonies you have an example of it, where sexual identity has been really perverted, you know what I mean? So you end up with this drone class, but the drone class, that mechanism didn't migrate to other species, you know what I'm saying? I mean, other species didn't fall on that mechanism, right? I mean, they did in the alpha sense, yes, but not in the realistic physiology sense. I mean, there's beta. Like orangutans have the physical changes that take place with alpha status.
Right.
And elephant seals the same way. So the dominant alphas do have a physical change, but it's not nearly as dramatic as the physical change between the king bee and the drone.
Right.
But what if, but there was nothing preventing it. I mean, theoretically, mammals could have been subjugated to that kind of life where most of them would have been drones serving a queen. And so when you just think about all the things that would have been, that were possible, and the things that so few things that did happen, and the fact that they never happened twice, you've got to say, what if intelligence was dependent on, um, that being a necessary step? That first you create drones before you could have intelligence. Well, you can almost argue that there's almost no probability of that happening in mammals, so there'd be no possibility of having intelligence. You know what I'm saying? Like, the very mechanism would be ruled out. So it could only happen if it happens when you're at 300 million years in evolution rather than 500 million years. If it doesn't happen early, it can't happen later, kind of thing. Like, if you don't create the neuron, you'll never get anywhere later in terms of creating intelligence.
Yeah.
So, when you start looking at all that, it's more than just a perfect storm. I mean, I could say the words, oh yeah, it's like a perfect storm, but that doesn't even explain how, when you really look at the evidence, life is preposterously, incalculably improbable.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, just thinking about it, you're just saying that it was here for billions of years, and it didn't do these things twice.
Right, exactly.
I mean, that's stunning. And there are fundamental things. Like I said, neuron's not a minor thing. It's a fundamental thing to everything we value about life. Consciousness, intelligence, all that stuff is dependent on this one cellular variation. And if that variation doesn't happen, you just stay a fish. Well, you stay less than a fish, right? I mean, fish have neurons.
Well, and when we talk about mammals, of course, that seems to be dependent on, one massive asteroid hitting the Earth and giving us a shot to fill the gap.
Yeah, well, I just mean that when you're, like I said, you were just even, like I said, thinking about neurons. I mean, really, you just think about how much of life is dependent. You just think how far back you have to go and how nothing life is without a neuron.
Yeah.
And why isn't there any variation? I mean, any. You know what I'm saying? Why is there some subspecies that uses some other kind of cell in a neural network, and there's not one? It's neurons or nothing.
Yeah, and don't recall ever hearing any even theoretical prospects of an alternative version that might have evolved or might evolve somewhere else.
Well, I mean, you brought it up before, like Piros and stuff like that. We have these theories about microtubules, but yeah, there's no evidence that microtubules are doing any calculations. That they're doing anything called logic or anything we'd call an abstract intelligence. I mean, there's no evidence of that. So, I mean, they can theorize about maybe it could, but there's no evidence that it is. So that's the only, it is a little bit hopeful. It does give me some hope that the universe doesn't do this too often. The horror show doesn't have it doesn't run forever on Broadway. It will have a beginning and an end.
Yeah.
But it really is context. I don't know, I really should be able to do that. It's like that unintelligent design video that Gray did. I really should be able to do like a half hour, an hour of that, and just really go through this is what nature is. This is what made us. This is what we're built out of. Just so people have a context, just to understand what we are, what kind of machine we have been made to be, and just how bad, the world that created us is. The insane attrition. And then we keep pretending. I mean, we're only living on our good luck, right? I mean, we're sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, well, it ain't so bad." Well, that's because the piano hasn't fallen on us yet, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, we're in this delusionary state, like, okay, this isn't so bad. Well, yeah, it's not so bad because the piano hasn't hit you yet. Wait till the piano shows up.
Well, and it seems to be pretty bizarre that, the piano may be showing up very soon, and we're just at the cusp of really understanding our place in the whole scheme of things. So we have this long human history in which essentially we're almost unconscious, animals living on the planet with no real awareness of the bigger picture. And now as soon as we get an inkling of what's going on, the piano's on the horizon, right?
Well, they're still not seeing it as on a personal level. They're just saying, oh, it's going to be somebody else's problem, or it won't happen until I'm dead, or they'll blah, 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 blah. So they just keep finding a way of rationalizing the reality of it away. But I'm just saying on a personal level, we do that every day. Like I say, right now, I'm not worried about the piano that's going to hit me someday, right? I'm going to be hitting a piano of some kind. And, I don't sit here and fret about it because I know that'll just terrify me, so why bother? But I mean, I'm just saying that it's just completely a delusion I'm existing in. This notion that I'm somehow going to get off, that I'm going to somehow not get pianoed. And that's sort of what's in my head. I'm not living with the reality of being pianoed. I'm kind of living with the fantasy that somehow I'm going to slip underneath the radar and not get pianoed. And that's a lie. And so it's the same kind of way that people rationalize animals, right? It's like they see the animals getting pianoed and they don't really have a connection to that reality. They don't really think about being, well, what if that was me? And that's like the first thing that occurs to me to say is, what if that was me? And that's like what's missing between me and these other people is they're not saying, what if that was me? I mean, would I find this an acceptable game if that was happening to me? If that was happening to me? If that was happening to me? Would I say this game is great if that was my fate? And I can honestly say, fuck no, fuck no, fuck no, fuck no, right?
Yeah. And I have the same experience. I'm sure the majority of the people who are participating here do. But, I didn't have a horrible upbringing or anything, but I did get to encounter, people that got fucked up by life when I was young. And, my father passed away when I was very young. That kind of thing. So I think it definitely made a difference in my psychology. There's some, a saying. And
it's always a big one, right? I mean, that's just as big as you can get, is what you were adopted after that?
No, I was adopted into a Navy family, and my dad died. I was in my early 20s. I was 22, 23.
I guess that's even worse, right? I mean, you're not only disconnected from your origin family, but you're disconnected then from the one that adopts you. So, yeah, that's really tough.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's really tough. Yeah, but that's when I had that's one of those empathetic things. One of those moments in your life where you have one of those moments of reflection, or whatever you want to call it. But I remember, there was this girl. She was sort of she harassed me a bit, but I didn't realize at the time it was because she liked me. You know what I mean? And so she was, jerking me around because she found me interesting to play with. Well, anyway, and so I was sort of just didn't like her much. Blah 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 blah. And I remember her father died, in high school, and just thinking of, I just gained so much empathy and so much, I mean, I felt so bad for her, and their whole family, they lost everything, the house, money, everything, it was just terrible. And it's, and it was just like, made me so conscious of the fact that, we were all just so vulnerable, and I felt so bad about, my petty response to her petty game playing, you know what I mean? And I felt like I was, well, you know what I'm saying. You're just saying that this game is way out of control. That's just one of those moments where you just say, this is a game I just don't want to play. I mean, this is just bullshit. I mean, I drew my father just died of a heart attack ticket. I mean, fuck that.
Yeah. And that's a minority of people that happens to, at least in in the United States. But there's the idea that, once your parent's gone, then you're next in line. And that begins to sink in, right? But it usually doesn't happen until people already have so much skin in the game and so much security concerns in their life that it really starts to, impinge on their consciousness.
Yeah, well, it just points out, like I said, I mean, you're just when you just start contemplating these things that actually do happen to people, and just how horrible it is, and it's just, you're saying, yeah, how can people not, how can they not be as startled and how can it not may leave a permanent mark, so to speak?
Yeah. Well,
Because
for all the optimism biases that we have, right?
yeah, just there's all these, I just have these little things, but you know what I'm saying? It's just the little roadkill here, a little thing there, and these things, they just add up, and there's you just, if you start to go through them, like looking at files on a computer or something, you know what I mean? Sometimes you look at like old pictures or something, and it's like, oh fuck, this is depressing. Um, yeah, but you just start thinking about all the reasons there are to be just, you know, all the sad stories and all the brutalities that have been endured. I mean, so you just start thinking about these little ones in your own life, and then you start thinking on a massive scale, like the plague and cholera epidemics and smallpox and all the childbirth fatality and all the crap that's been going on for all this time. It's just like, oh my God.
Yep.
How can people be trivial about this? I mean, how can they not take this seriously? This is a serious fucking game you're playing.
Yeah. Well, and beyond that, we, for all the wealth and as far as we've come in terms of being able to create infrastructure and create massive amounts of food and housing and all that, we still let people fall through the cracks every day as a society. Our society
Well,
really
I don't
doesn't
think
give a
we
shit.
let them fall through the cracks. We push them through the crack. We smash them into the crack. We rub their face in the crack. You know, with a bunch of bullshit, a bunch of you know patronizing band-aids. We show up with our band-aid box. When somebody's sitting there with their arm cut off. You're just like, yeah, oh yeah, okay, this is an answer. Not.
Well, so we started by talking a little bit about like the environmental stuff, which was the discussion that Flyora had in the earlier meeting today. And one of the things that's often brought up, seems to be being brought up more about, is about how little the topic of population and population control comes into the whole, environmental degradation question and problem. So we still, in the United States, just aren't willing to have these kinds of conversations.
Well, I think people are willing to have them, but they're obviously not going to have them in the context of doing something radical. I mean, a hysterical response certainly isn't there in their in the realm of possibility. So yeah, they're just going to have some sort of, oh yeah, I'll get around to that. Yeah, we should get around to doing something about that. But I mean, we've gotten off on so many subjects. You think about I think about the economy and the debt and all that shit. And theoretically, 30 years ago, they were pointing out that this is an imminent disaster, and it never turned into one. You know what I'm saying? We just haven't hit the brick wall, and so now you're just, you just sound like some kind of truther lunatic to be saying, well, there's a brick wall and you're going to hit it, because nobody ever hits the brick wall. We keep getting away with it. Right. So I think it just teaches us lessons that, oh yeah, well, we just keep these naysayers and these complainers, so we'll just keep whining about stuff, but somehow it keeps going, so, they're just full of shit. And so we'll just pretend that the facts aren't the facts, and somehow there's going to be a redeeming silver lining thing that's going to save the day. The silver lining will show up to save the day.
Yep.
And it's just the bad habit that we've gotten into. We've been taught in the last few generations is that the naysayers are always wrong. But yeah, the environment thing, obviously, on some level, you say, well, it's good if we can, destroy the habitability of the planet. That would be quite excellent.
Well,
But
so I was thinking about that.
yeah,
Wouldn't that be an excuse to, in the short term, be a meat eater and go ahead and participate in the carnage?
well, this is part of the argument that Hover Blubber guy has made is that you might as well make humans because nature will make something else if you don't. It will make cockroaches or make something else. But I mean, theoretically, a principle's a principle, and so obviously you're not going to defend murder to prevent rape or something. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to commit a crime to solve a crime. You want to do it in some more honest way. So I guess,
agree.
but that's the irony of it, right? Is that, killing humans just puts animals in jeopardy. You know what I'm saying? Because we kill the animal, so, generally speaking, we depopulate rather than populate environments. We make our environment sterile, so we're helping to depopulate the planet by overpopulating ourselves. So that's almost a good thing. The more shit we can shit, the more living things we will prevent living, and that's good.
How is that good if that in turn affects us, affects future people?
Well, I mean, people are just tiny percentage of the life on Earth. So I guess what I'm saying is by percentages, it's one human equals what to 500,000 sentient organisms' existences or something. I could say one human year is how many rat years, is how many of all the other biological organisms, your percentage of the rest of the biosphere, what percentage of the biosphere is, say, your percentage? So I'm just saying that that volume of living things, of sentient creatures, is so high compared to your sentience that clearly how you affect that biological infrastructure is more significant than how you affect yourself.
I was listening to a podcast and it was a radio show and someone called in and said, is there an organism that all life depends on? And the host didn't know the answer to that, but he said insects were something that all life depended on because they are decomposers and etc. I'm not really sure. I'm not an expert.
Well,
but
dependency is a kind of a tricky word, right? Because you could just say that was true. There was a whole different dependency back in Jurassic Park days, right? So, and clearly life found a new balance. So you're just really talking about balances, not dependencies. So we don't have a dependency on insects. We don't even have a dependency on microbes. There could always be some other mechanism that would create the circle, would complete the circle. So all you're saying is that there will be an energy cycle, and I don't think there's anything requiring the energy cycle to be made out of specific kinds of organisms. It just requires that there be a cycle, that there be an instrument of purification, so to speak, or dilution, or the more physically accurate word to use would be something to deal with the thermodynamics.
So I was thinking in terms of apholism. So if we wanted to get rid of all life on Earth, including humans, if there was an organism that everything relied on, like worms or something, then we just eradicate that, and then slowly everything else would die. Would that work?
Yeah, well, I mean, it'd be easier to probably invent a new life form that ate DNA, for example, like a virus that would eat DNA or something like that would be a more effective way to kill everything. But yeah, I don't think you can. I'm just saying that the energy cycle is the energy cycle. So I'm just saying it will find a replacement for the if you take away a parasite, it'll come up with a new parasite. Something else will fill the role eventually. So there might be some trauma, there might be some depopulation, but once it reestablishes a balance, it will regain the thermodynamic energy, and it will be as vital as it was before because the sunlight's going to hit the earth, and the energy is going to want to be mobile, so to speak. It's going to do this mobile thing. I mean, it really is.
It would.
It really is a physical phenomenon, a phenomenon of physics. I mean, what's happening on Earth is just a phenomenon of the physics. And so instead of because the elements aren't confined to just being elements, like Venus is so hot that all the elements stay separate. The lead stays separate from the gold, from the copper, from the carbon. Nothing can do any real sophisticated combinations because it's too hot. And it's because it's not too hot here that they can have these more sophisticated combinations, and those combinations are just taking care of a thermodynamic thing. But energy comes in and energy goes out. It's all just thermodynamics. It's like if I put you on a desert island, right? And let's just say there's 5 of you or whatever. You're gonna find a way to survive, and so it'll be a different way than you survived when you're at home, but you'll find a way to do it. So I'm just saying there'll be an acclimation to the new world, and once you've established that acclimation, once you've modified your body or physique to it, you'll be as comfortable as the whale is in the ocean, right? I mean, the whales weren't always in the ocean, and they found the spot and they took it because it was.
So you're saying ecosystems will restore themselves even if, say, a predator is.
I don't think anything's dependent on in any critical sense, unless you're talking about some relationship like orchids and wasps or something. But I still think the orchids would probably find some way to, like, if you killed all the wasps, some of the orchids would pollinate by air transfer, or they'd pollinate because of an ant, or there'd be some other way, and they wouldn't all die. You know what I mean? There's always going to be some survivor, and the survivors will modify and evolve. So yeah, it's the nature of evolution that it's going to change the organism. Certainly, look, there's lots of extinctions. Don't get me wrong, but to make it life extinct, you have to really squish it. You really have to. You have to put it. You can't dent it and expect to kill it. You've got to impale it on something. You've got to really kill. You've got to kill it hard. You can't kill it soft.
You got to get it from behind when it's not looking.
Well, whatever. I'm just saying that you have to do it. You have to do it more completely because it is part of a machine, and the machine is going to keep running. And so you have to hit it. I don't know how to put it. I mean, there's no heart. There's no critical element, but there's. I mean, look, if you take away water or something, well, then yeah, you're probably going to be able to wipe out life. But I mean, certainly you could take away an element that was vital or something like that. But I'm just meaning it's, wiping out a few species ain't going to do it.
Have you heard of Nibiru, planet of the crossing? It's this huge planet that might be coming past ours, and it might steal all our water.
Shut up. You want me to kick you?
Well, you mentioned water. The sun is expanding, so with that might come a lot of evaporation of water, and then
that's a long time off. I mean, the sun is obviously burning energy, and it's getting lighter, So, but I mean,
it's nuclear energy, so it's expanding.
Well, I know, but it's expanding, but it's getting less dense. That's the expansion. But I'm just saying that the point is, it's not getting more massive; it's getting less massive. But the real point is it's doing it so slowly that you're talking about billions of years. I mean, the sun's not going to dramatically change in the next, 1 billion years. It's not. It's going to be pretty much the same sun. I just think you have to kill life. You don't have to eradicate it on purpose. You're not going to be able to eradicate it by accident. But I'm just saying in the short run, whether it's better to have sentience in the form of humans or sentience in the form of mountain lions, I think it's a really hard question.
No, what I was trying to say before is if a huge planetary body came past ours with a stronger gravity, it could essentially suck up our water.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue. I don't want to argue fantasy film, okay? This isn't happening. There's no other planet, so it's all nonsense, so why waste my time with it?
Well, Boro, you might be interested in David Brin, the physicist and sci-fi author. He did forward an idea about uplifting the Earth in the future, and what is it, 100 million years when the sun gets too hot. So he's talking about doing what you're suggesting, except in order to save the Earth by putting it back in the habitable zone.
Well, it wouldn't be. It's got to be more than 100 million. It's got to be over 1 billion years.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. Wasn't it? Is it 6 billion? Is when they're estimating that the sun will.
Yeah, I thought there was my vague. So 6 billion makes good sense, just because that's 6 billion from the time of origin. So I'm saying that because my understanding was like 2 billion years.
Okay.
So
well before the sun essentially expands, there's going to be a period where it's going to get hot enough to essentially make life on Earth uninhabitable.
No, well, they say that the sun has 4 billion years to go. But get this, right? We only have 2 of them left. Only 2 billion years. So it's panic time.
Well, so I'm just saying it'll take it a long time to do all this stuff, but I'm just saying that the critical difference in the sun's radiation is, that 2 billion number.
Yeah.
Game over for life in 2 billion years. It won't be game over for the solar system until much later.
Exactly. So David Brin did forward that idea that we could use, other stellar bodies to push the Earth into a wider orbit.
Well, I don't even know how you do that, but yeah, I'm all for it pushing us into the sun then. So if we can do that, let's just push us into the sun and get it over with. So cool.
Yeah, we'll go out in a blaze.
Well, we're going to go out in a blaze anyway. Somebody's going to be picked to be the loser, so it doesn't really matter who. What's the difference? What generation gets the losing card? Somebody's going to pull it. Somebody's pulling the short straw, and we can do it gracefully or we can do it sloppily. That's the difference.
Yeah.
But I think it's a real problem, this dilemma. The biosphere is really in control, and that's the controlling factor. And people just keep thinking about life as this is it. What's happening to us individually, and this is a tiny fraction of sentient life on Earth is doing this human nonsense. I mean, reverting back to a natural world is not an improvement. I mean, the worst that humans do is minor compared to the average that nature does. Nature doesn't kill anything gracefully. It kills everything harsh and young, right? There's not too many wild animals that get to die of old age. I mean, what percentage would you guess, die of old age in the wild? One 1%? 0.5? What?
Yeah, I couldn't hazard a guess. I mean, even for human beings, right? I mean, the average lifetime was something like 30 years for the vast majority of our existence, if even that long.
Well, yeah, those averages are taking in all kinds of infant mortality, all that kind of stuff. So if you just took out all the infant deaths, I'm just saying that once it's an established, mature organism, it could be expected to live to be 40 or 50 or 60, without too much difficulty. But so I mean, you might say that our natural lifespan is somewhere in that, you end up back to the 60, 70 number, like that. That is kind of our mechanical lifespan.
But so much of animal life is, even if they aren't predated upon by another animal, there's just so much horrible parasites, disease, injuries, all that kind of stuff. So
right. I'm just saying that you're not likely to survive the gauntlet of experience to get to something called a mature age. You know what I mean? You're gonna get wiped out before you get there. There's too many booby traps, and you're gonna get booby trapped. So I'm just saying there's nothing graceful about death, life or death in nature. So there's nothing for me to say. I don't have any fondness for restoring the earth to its peaceful, natural state, absent humans, because absent humans is not the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, as bad as humans are, the Holocaust we perpetrate are on tiny numbers compared to the Holocaust nature imposes. Well, you know, look at these diseases like raccoons and other animals get these viruses and parasites, and it wipes out half the population. This kind of shit happens all the time.
Yeah.
You know, huge attrition. You know, numbers that make the Black Plague look like fun. You know, by comparison. You know, think about all the zillions of birds, and you know they all die. You know, we don't get to see any of it because it all gets decomposed and eaten up, right? But I mean, it's happening every fucking day. There's billions of these little things falling out of trees.
Yep. Well, and you've used the example of like the mass carnage of just, you know, the large birth populations of certain species where, you know, like 3% may survive the original gauntlet just from being born, you know. So octopi, turtles.
I didn't really think about it, but yeah, you're just thinking about these animals that reproduce every year. You know what I mean? Like spawn every year. And you just start making these totals up, and it's just like, holy shit, they end up having 10,000 kids, and only one of them survives. You know, like a sea turtle or something. I never really thought about that, but you know, you're talking about in its lifetime, 10,000 eggs, and one of them survives.
Yeah.
Well, two. You know, replaces the male too, but you know, 2 out of 10,000. I mean, you know. Very bad numbers. I mean, I don't know what the probabilities are on just egg layers in general. You could just say, well, you know, let's say just birds. You know, how many for every egg laid, how many reaches their first birthday? You know, what's the real number? You know, it might be 1 out of 50 as far as we know. I mean, birds are a good example, right? Because you can sort of see it with birds, right? I mean, every year they're laying 4 or 5 eggs, and
Yeah.
you know, and so, but obviously, out of all, so I'd say if a bird lives 7 years, that's 70 eggs. Well, let's say 5. That's 35 eggs, and only 2 of them survive. 2 out of 35.
Well, so this is one of the other things that I think is interesting is the idea that, oh, let's say we did come up with some alt energy solutions and we got super efficient, cheap solar power, and this could free human beings up to basically just exploit and intrude on more of the world.
Well,
I mean, that's what it would amount to.
well, obviously that kind of thing ain't going to happen. I'm not saying there isn't a way to extract energy from the environment more efficiently than we do. You know, we can, you know, there's lots of gold mines, so to speak, out there in terms of energy that isn't being harvested. You know, we're not, but solar is not really a great harvestable energy source. You know what I'm saying? I mean, obviously it's running the whole planet, but you know, fossil fuels have like in 1 ounce of oil, you know, there's 1,000 years of solar exposure.
Yeah.
You know, it's a battery. It holds energy from years and years of exposure, not today's exposure. So trying to collect energy as it's landing on the Earth is, you know, kind of, you know, futile.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, more practical to glean it out of the places where it's stored, like in the ocean and in, you know, rain and the atmosphere and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, the thermal and the hydro kind of ways of gaining cost-effective energy are probably the ways to go.
Yeah.
But
Well,
like I say, we have more technology. You know, I mean, it does seem like there's not much that's stopping humans from behaving badly, even in an environment where they don't have lots of energy. You know, I don't know if energy is what's stopping people from having more kids. You know, the only thing that seems to stop people from having kids is having the knowledge that it'd be better to do something else with my life than raising kids, right? I mean, it's only poor people that are having kids, so it's still.
well, that is the question. So, I mean, I read that earlier today.
So theoretically, you could argue, though, if we had lots of free energy and we didn't have this competitive environment, you know, this competitive economic environment of harsh, you know, losers and extravagant winners, that in a energy-rich world, those poor people wouldn't exist. As ignorant poor people, anyway. They'd have technical um, faculty, and they'd have technical community, and so they wouldn't be. Maybe they wouldn't have as many kids.
Yeah.
I mean, that argument could be made that, you know, maybe energy would be a solution. You know, a resource solution could be a solution. You know.
Well, supposedly the Navy's working on and is going to deploy a solar concentrator that will be like geostationary. And I think there's been some talk about other companies screwing around with that technology. So it wouldn't really. Say again?
You mean in space?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't think that there's enough, you know, that you can get enough hardware of enough mass into space to collect it over enough area. I mean, let's say it was made out of like a hefty bag or something. It was really easy. You know, you just unroll the hefty bag, and you know you can start collecting all this pure sunlight. You know, you'd still need some pretty hefty hardware to be able to manage that energy, right? To flow it, to control it.
Yeah, my understanding is they're going to convert it to microwave, and then my first thought was, you know, well, what does that do to the upper atmosphere?
Well, how do you even do the conversion? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's so much. You know, it's like we're back to this, you know, flux capacitor thing or something.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's the idea of, you know, it's pretty hard to control. It's like controlling a lightning bolt kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's a massive amount of electricity you'd be trying to control, and you know, you have to do that in some sort of, you know, with some sort of mechanical system that has to be awfully well engineered, I would imagine, to be able to do that conversion. I mean, I can't think of any, you know, I'm just trying to think of hardware, you know, like lasers or even, you know, but they all generate heat and stuff. I mean, how would you resolve that problem? You know, not having an insufficient conductor to even get to your conversion. And then if you were to convert it, you know, obviously they've got all these other issues about you're going to blast it through the atmosphere. And, you know, microwaves don't do all that well in the atmosphere from what I understand, do they? No, they do. They do really badly because they interact with all the water molecules. So
Yeah,
microwaves would be a pretty poor choice unless you do it like over the desert or something. You'd have to pick a location, you know, like do it to the top of a mountain where the atmosphere is really thin.
Yeah. Well, I think the one that the Navy is going to deploy is going to be, you know, like a test, and it's supposed to be mobile. So it would be, you know, the idea is essentially they could power bases or ships or whatever they need to do anywhere in the world, regardless of, you know, access to other energy.
You're not going to be able to do it with microwaves. So they're going to have to definitely go with a lower frequency energy source. I mean, they're going to have to do it in, like radio waves or something. Because, yeah, microwaves are just going to create a lot of hot water. Yeah, a lot of steam. Anyway, let's see what time it is. Ugh, 6 o'clock. Wow, that's pretty good.
I looked up the article. You were right. It's radio waves.
Oh, okay. Yay for my side. Yeah, I mean the problem with a radio wave is you can't focus the damn things. So they're gonna have to figure out some technology to shoot it straight, so to speak. Because blasting us all with a ton of photons.
Yeah, heating everything up.
Yeah, because I really haven't heard about any experiments with directed radio waves. I mean, maybe there's somebody who's figured out how to do it, but I'm just saying they don't have like a laser version of radio. But that's sort of what you'd need. You need a radio laser. It's kind of an interesting concept, right? I mean, that's kind of, hey, cool. Maybe they can do the internet over that. Radio lasers.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's really hard to focus. I guess the longer the wavelength gets, the harder it is to focus.
I don't know what the tech is, but it must be radio. That there's plans to create basically cell phones that will be able to work in grid down type situations. So they'll actually be able to transfer calls from one to another. I mean, essentially using, an existing network of cell phones to send messages around.
Well, I mean, theoretically, I suppose if the signal's strong enough, you could run the cell phone off the energy of the radio wave, but obviously that's, you're still assuming that radio waves are passing through us passively, and there's, there might be reason to believe that, if you start shooting high-intensity radio waves at us, maybe we're not going to do so well.
Yeah, exactly. I think there's plenty of science to show that already, right? But it's just certain wavelengths, and there's a lot of unexploited wavelengths.
Yeah, well, the matter is all subject to, it all has its individual vulnerability, which is really quite interesting about the whole thing, right? Is the way matter has each atom has its own light signature, of color photons that it produces, and depending on its energy state, and all
frequencies.
It all fits into my theory, the photons being everything. But I mean, it's that whole idea that that all the photons are all the same, and it's just the fact that if their period defines their character. How often they hit something is really what defines their character. So it's, I've used this example before, but it's like if you wanted to knock something over, like the Washington Monument, and you're going to throw cannonballs at it. If you threw one cannonball a minute, you would do nothing. But if you threw a cannonball every second, you might knock it over. And it's just the idea that you have to compensate for the rebound, the equal opposite reaction force. And if you take away from something its ability to oppositely react because you're acting faster than the reaction, then you can apply a force that will knock something down. And so it's all about that speed thing and each thing has its own vulnerability to a certain speed. So it's like if you're swinging at a certain period, you're going back and forth in a swing, I have to push you in sequence with that swinging.
Yeah.
If I push you out of frequency, I'll change your swing. I'll break the pendulum. And
would you use the word harmonics to describe that?
Well, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. There's a harmonics to photons. And it's really just harmonics that define the difference between a radio wave and a cosmic ray.
Mm-hmm.
It's just harmonics that are really the only signature these things have is their frequency difference. How often they arrive is defines what they are.
Right.
You know, they as individuals don't have any character. They only have character based on how quickly they arrive.
And that's photonic pressure.
Yeah, well, that's what it comes down to in the end, is that gravity would be a, a frequency of a particularly invisible nature except to the interior of atoms. You know, you have to have an atom to have mass to have gravity. So obviously gravity is dependent on the existence of more than just an electron. It has to do with the interior structure. You know what I'm saying? So it's a photon, a vibration that only atoms are vulnerable to.
Yeah.
You know, where other photons obviously affect just electrons. And so that might be the difference between a photon that's invisible from our perspective, like gravity, versus photons that are visible, you know, are more visible, more apparent, you know, like the electromagnetic spectrum.
I see.
So,
I'm starting to get it.
Yeah, I mean, so gravity could be at either end. I don't know which end it would be, the invisible end, you know what I mean? I guess yeah, I'm sort of arguing that gravity might be photons that don't have any period. You know what I mean? Their period is entirely variable.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they're a mixture of all forms. So we just call them a background radiation, you know, but most of it's in a form that we can't detect because we can only detect things that have a frequency.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like something has to come in a pair for us to even know it exists.
Right.
So that's sort of like the nature of these invisible photons might be, is that they're not paired. They're not in a frequency arrangement, so that they don't impact both. Two of them aren't following each other. You know what I'm saying? They all have a different directional vector, so they can never be perceived as having a frequency.
But that doesn't necessarily correlate to something like dark energy, right?
Well, I think it does correlate to it in the sense that it accomplishes the same task, which is to explain the force that's pushing things apart.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sort of explains where the extra push is. That gravity is not really a force of attraction, it's a force of everything being pushed into each other.
Yeah.
Okay, there is no attraction, there's only repulsion. There's only something being put. You know what I'm saying? Everything's being. You can only have an unevenness in the pressure being applied, and the only thing that makes the pressure uneven is something shielding you from it. And so there is no attraction, there's just things being pushed together because they're shielding. See, what's a good way to put that? No, I guess I can't say it any clear. I mean, it's not really a force of attraction. Everything's always forced together. Proximity forces consolidation. Because as soon as you become a shield, you are going to be pushed in the direction that you're shielding.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not even a good way to put it. As soon as you become a shield, and you can only become a shield by having something that's shielding you. You know what I'm saying? The moon can't be attracted to the Earth unless the Earth blocks the photons that create the attraction. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, you've described that before.
Yeah.
I haven't heard you utilize other terminology yet, so I can appreciate your search for a better.
I'm trying to figure out a good way to describe the fact that it is just all the force is being created by the incidence of the two bodies being in association with each other and creating the same shielding effect. So it's when you put two shields together, you create an automatic obligation that they combine. Yeah, I just think of a better way to say that.
Well, it is complicated. I mean, I'm seeing it visually.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, you have to come up with the metaphors to describe it. And, I'm using the word shield, and even that's a tricky word. I mean, I think it's adequate. It's useful to the purpose. but it doesn't kind of explain the fact that the pressure is all around us, and we're being shielded from something. It's not, so obviously something's being taken away, and what's being taken away is, we're in the shadow of something else is taking away a pressure that's not falling on us anymore.
Yeah.
We're going to the place of less pressure, so we're being pushed by the greater pressure, but it's only greater pressure because a lesser pressure was created. You know what I mean? It's always, there's that inverse relationship that's just so necessary. Nothing can be attracted to something. It's the nature of the fact that there are two things in association that create it. So it's completely dependent on both of them existing. You can have no. Well, anyway, I have to think of a better way to say that.
Would you use a term like falling bodies falling into each other, something like that?
Yeah, but that still implies a gravity underneath the gravity. You know what I mean? Using gravity to explain gravity, which is really cheating. Yeah, it's interesting. Just the language you have to use has to be pretty precise and careful. But it's just so, when I think about it, it's just so obvious that this is how it works. It's just such a good explanation because it accounts for all the math, and it's just funny how people are so hostile to it when it seems so. I mean, my visualization of, like you're just saying, it just seems like, wow, this metaphor even the fish metaphor just works for me so well in terms of understanding movement.
So those forces in your description, they're warping space too, is that right? I mean, through the force of gravity?
Space is completely irrelevant. There's no, space space has nothing to do with the dynamic at all. It's just the idea that you're being the pieces inside of you, the fish inside of you. So you're a school of fish, and what happens is a bunch of little fish goes into your school of fish, and they change the direction of the fish in your school. You know what I'm saying? So
the
little fish pass right through you, but when they pass through you, they nudge all your fish to be pointing in the same direction they're moving.
Right.
Right? So if you think about your school of fish is surrounded by an even amount of these little fish coming in all directions, well, then the directional effect net will be nothing. So you'll just be sitting there because you'll have even the same number of fish pushing you north will be the same number of fish pushing you south as they're pushing you west, or not pushing you, but reorienting you, right?
Yeah. So your trajectory changes, but
changing the individual direction of the fish inside of you will all be in net balance. But if I put something that blocks the fish that are coming from the south, then all of a sudden, there's going to be less fish being pushed in the north direction. You know what I'm saying? So because the south fish aren't getting to you anymore, so you aren't getting oriented toward the north, and so you're going to end up drifting towards the south. And that's gravity. And the same thing with any kind of movement that happens inside of you. It's not your matter doesn't move. The fish that make you up move. The individual fish change their direction to go in the direction you're moving more often. So they might be still swarming around each other, but in net, they're spending more time moving that way. So you go that way.
But so that's not like an inertial trajectory, though, right?
Yeah, there's no inertia. Is an illusion. It's really the fish just moving. They're dancing stage left. So when you're moving in a direction, it's just your atoms and your photons just taking one tiny little step in that direction you're moving each time they cycle. They go one little notch in that direction extra. So they're doing a dance. They're doing the twist, right? They're doing the twist. Let's all do the twist. And they're just taking one tiny step in the direction that you're going as they're twisting. And that's the nature of your velocity. And once they're pointed in a direction, once they're doing the twist in a direction, they won't stop until something forces them to stop. They'll just keep taking that extra step each time they do this, and this, and they take one step. this, one step. This, one step. And they're just going to keep doing that. But I mean, it explains velocity, explains all this shit, explains time dilation, because you can understand time dilation is that obviously if I'm doing the twist and I have to take that extra bit of time to do that extra step in a direction, then I'm going to be twisting slower. I can't twist as fast if I got to waste a second of my time to take that extra step. And so velocity automatically slows down metabolism of your atoms.
Well, that's it. You've used the word metabolism a bunch, and so the idea of like the orientation, I can see the term orientation, but it's not really a force either, right? So it's true. We were like missing a word.
Well, I know, but metabolism I think really works for atoms, right? We can really think about an atom having a metabolism, clock speed, a routine, and that the orbits of the electrons would be just changed very slightly based on acceleration. So the more you're moving, the slower, the longer it takes electrons to get around one time, because they're going a little bit further each time. They're taking that extra step in one direction that circles a little bit off perfect circle. It goes one photon, one Planck constant, or whatever you want to call it, in that extra direction. So it's swirling this way, and that's going to slow it down by that much because it's doing that extra distance. That little extra distance takes up a little extra time, which creates time dilation. So, I mean, that works just perfectly in explaining time dilation. And, the fact that there's no difference in which way you're moving. The idea that there's just as much energy in a school of fish that's moving 30 miles an hour in a direction as there is in a school of fish where all the fish are moving 30 miles an hour in different directions.
Right.
So that the idea, it just makes that metaphor just works in explaining the neutrality of the energy equation. That it really isn't a difference in energy. Something moving and something stationary isn't a difference in its energy. It's just a difference in its expression. In one circumstance, the energy, the mass, is in all directions, and in the other circumstance, the energy and the mass is only pointed in one direction. So when a school of fish is moving towards me, it has no mass in the opposite direction. It has very little mass in the left direction or the right direction. All the mass is in one direction. And that's the difference between when it's moving and when it's stationary. So unlike Einstein's theory, the more you're accelerating, the less mass you have in every direction but the direction you're moving.
Right.
In that direction, you have greater mass.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard you describe that before.
I'm just saying, it's another part where it just adds up as a metaphor. It just seems quite, you know what I mean? It's very visual. You can really understand that as a school of fish, that it can have exactly the same amount of energy, whether it's moving or it's not moving. And the only difference is that it's how the difference is in how the directionality of the energy. The energy is now directional when it's moving, and the energy is unidirectional when it's not moving.
And those movements are at the Planck scale, and they're based on the same, I guess it's a giga-electron volt arrangement that is currently utilized to describe the amount of movement that is taking place for, let's say, for an electron.
Well, you don't even have to use an electron. Just go back to the photon again. Like I said, the photon is an indestructible I'm going to keep going forever thing, right? Photons aren't destructible, right? They don't, even when they're terminated, you know what I mean? They're not terminated, they're absorbed, right?
Yeah.
So it's a perpetual energy machine, a photon. It will never die.
Yeah.
You will not kill one. So that's the way you need to look at it, is that the fish will always go 30 miles an hour and you cannot destroy one of the fish. So if you understand that's what you're made out of, is fish that are indestructible and that are always going to be moving somewhere, that does your conservation of energy thing right there for you. And so all you're really talking about is whether the fish are moving in a direction or not. If they're moving in a direction, they have a mass in that direction. If they're not moving in a direction, they have unidirectional mass. But their energy is always the same.
Well, I think you've tapped my limits on my ability to
Yeah, well, I
continue.
don't think I have, but I mean, I'm just saying if you start thinking about, if you always just keep metaphoring everything into these fish thing and just understand that we're just made out of a colony of little things, like first you recognize that you're just made out of colonies of cells, and then you break the colonies of cells down into, blobs of compounds, and then you break the compounds down to blobs of atoms, and you break the atoms down into blobs of photons, and you get this idea that we're just these layers of schools of fish, and that the fish are doing all the work.
Yeah.
It's that what the fish are doing is making us do something. The fish have to do it. We're not doing anything. The fish are doing it.
So what are the impacts on the idea of the speed of light as a constant?
Well, it's exactly I was saying that's why it's a constant, is the photons are always doing the speed of light thing. They only do one speed, that's it. And so when they're trapped in matter, they're just going in circles. So they're still moving the speed of light, they're just doing it in a circle.
I see.
So they have exactly the same energy when they're stuck in a terminating circle, or a perpetual circle, whatever you want to call it. It's the same amount of energy they'd have if they're shooting in a straight line towards Alpha Centauri. It's exactly the same thing. From the photon's perspective, it's not doing anything different. It's just moving one Planck constant forward. It's just that you've bent forward. So now it's doing it in a circle. It's kind of like corralling a horse, like you have a horse on a rope, and you do that thing where it goes around in circles,
Yeah.
So I think that's what atoms do, is they grab, like an electron, it's just, there's a mechanical string that actually holds it to the nucleus. I think it's probably actually a mechanical device that actually forces it into a circle. So I think it's that mechanical, like there's a string between the nucleus and the electron, and that's what forces the orbit. I mean, it's a string of photons. Like I said, everything's made.
Yeah, I was going to say some kind of charged.
Yeah, I don't think, but the charge is a word we use for a phenomenon that's on the higher scale of the universe, right? So, but we know that charge from a photon's point of view isn't charge, right? Photon doesn't know what charge means. Charge doesn't mean anything to a photon. I think it has to be more mechanical from a photon's perspective. It has to be actual mechanical mechanisms that are forcing things into shapes. So there actually has to be a physical, like the loop. It has to be a loop, like a circle, and that the other circle's going through the other, it's that circle that's keeping the circle in a circle. You know what I mean? It can't get out of the arrangement somehow. It's locked into the rearrangement. So you have to come up with these locking mechanisms. But it's something mechanical. It's not like there's an invisible force that ties it together.
Yeah. Well, I think like with gluons and string theory, they actually talk about phenomena like that.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying string theory is those strings go zillions of miles. I don't believe in strings that long. So I'm saying there's the only strings there are mechanical strings inside of atoms, so they're not very long strings. Long from a photon's point of view, but very short from a cosmic point of view. It seems quite obvious once a photon is liberated. It's quite, it quite willingly demonstrates its primary function, which is go from point A to point B in a straight line at the speed of light. It does that quite reliably, unless something interferes with it.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to do a little physicsing.
Well, thanks for educating me a little bit more on some of your ideas.
Yeah, I have to come up with some more. It's like I said, it's not very complicated, but it's so what's the right word? It's so hard to because the scale is so tiny. We just don't appreciate how distant we are from photons. Scale wise. When you start thinking about something moving 186,000 miles a second.
Right.
It's just a very small thing that's doing that.
Well, so you're still assuming that photons are made up themselves of other subatomic particles. Is that correct?
I think I'm saying that I think photons are the quanta. I don't think you need to go any smaller. I think all you need to do is have a mechanism that locks them together. So when photons are, say, in an electron, they've been stripped of frequency. You know what I mean? So they don't have a period anymore. The photons are actually end to end. And so I think there's a mechanical piece to a photon, where it has a pointy end and an open end or whatever. You know what I mean? So it has an end where it sticks into the other end.
Yeah, I've heard you describe that.
Photons stick tail to head to tail, head to tail, head to tail. They stick to each other.
Yeah.
And so it's when they're forced into those relationships, it's very hard to force them out of it. So once they're in that lock, it's hard for them to get unlocked. And so I think that's what makes electrons so durable, is the fact that the photons are locked. And when a new photon interrupts that sequence, you know what I'm saying, it has to create an effect in terms of that it's going to vibrate the locking mechanism. If it vibrates it hard enough, it'll release a photon and absorb the photon that went in. So that's kind of like how three blue light photons will go in. I mean, 3 infrared photons will go in, and 2 blue photons will go out.
Mm-hmm. Would that phenomena have any relation to the arrow of time that we perceive? In that, that we do have linear time, but there's been speculation that potentially,
Yeah, but all time is based on that one feature, how long it takes a photon to flip or to whatever it does to move. So, but it's obviously doing that. It takes it a certain amount of time to go 1 photon length of distance.
Yeah.
Right? So if I think of it as a domino flipping, that would be as good a metaphor as I need, I think. So you could just think of a domino that just keeps flipping, and it takes a certain time for that flip to happen, and that creates all time. So the core, the kernel of time is just the amount of time it takes for a photon to flip.
Yeah. Well, that's some mind-bending stuff.
Yeah, well, I have to make it non-bending. I have to make it like, oh yeah, that's totally sensible. So that's what I have to turn it into. It's like, oh, that's so obvious.
Does this line of thinking give way to any like first cause kind of phenomenon?
Not in any new sense. In the sense you're still saying that there's some, defect in the universe that's creating this thing that wants to go.
Yeah.
So I could argue that maybe the nature of the universe is that it breaks, and these little things, once they're loose, are going to keep going until they fall back into a hole or something. You know what I mean? It's like, I've used the analogy of like golf balls being shot out, and they just keep going the speed of light till they fall into a hole they came out of, or a hole of the same size.
Mm-hmm.
They can never get in the hole. You know what I mean? They just keep getting close to the hole and get caught in traps, but they never go back into the hole, kind of thing, or something like that.
So what do you think about the so-called digital physics and information theory as it applies to potentially to physical models like the one?
Yeah, I think information theory is just horrible. I don't see any point in playing games with that idea that everything has a history. I'm not saying it's not relevant, but I'm just saying that there are elements of interaction where I think there's a historically neutral transition. So I could argue that I go back to like the cue ball example of two cue balls that directly collide into each other. That in a frictionless environment, that would be a perfect interaction in the sense that you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between two cue balls that completely missed each other and two that hit each other, in the sense that the end result is going to be identical to the universe either way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like a complete miss is going to look exactly like a complete hit. And it's only the partial hits that are noticeable, where the universe changes.
I see.
So if they completely hit, you annihilate a history, and if they completely miss, there is no history, right? Because they didn't have an interaction. And it's
That's
only,
still a binary relationship, though.
well, I don't know what you mean by binary relationship.
Well, I mean, it can be expressed in a digital form, perhaps.
Well, I'm saying, but it's not something that you would have a guaranteed historical path. I'm just saying if you were to, obviously you would know whether they hit or didn't hit for other reasons. But I'm just saying theoretically, if you were absent the knowledge for some other reason of whether they hit or they didn't hit, you couldn't tell from the outcome, because the outcome between directly hitting and missing would be identical. So I'm just saying you wouldn't be able to write the history, right?
I see.
Because you wouldn't know whether they did hit or they didn't hit unless you had some other information about condition that would have give you explicit knowledge of everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
Obviously,
Exactly.
the photons aren't going to carry explicit knowledge of everything. They're just going to carry vector knowledge.
Yeah.
So unless you had vector information about every other element in the universe, you wouldn't be able to tell whether they hit or didn't hit.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm just saying information theory doesn't really account for the fact that an individual photon doesn't necessarily have an explicitly retraceable history unless you have knowledge of the world it interacted with.
Right. So theoretically it's reversible, but it's not necessarily, information theory per se doesn't apply.
Yeah, it's not reversible without explicit knowledge of all the things that interact
the
with.
entire.
So once you have exact knowledge of position and location for everything else it interacted with, you're not going to be able to trace its path.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm not saying there isn't. I'm not saying you can't metaphor the transfers of energy or the transfers of directional information, right? That's the only thing cue balls, like say if cue balls did exist in a frictionless environment, all they would be is transferring directional momentum, right? I mean, they wouldn't transfer energy, they'd only be transferring direction. So all they could do was change each other's direction, constantly changing direction, but there would be no net change in energy. So we could agree on that, right?
Yeah.
And so they'd still be bouncing around into each other. If they're in a closed box and it's frictionless, they'll just bounce into each other forever, and the only thing they'll keep doing is changing individual directions. And they can do that losslessly, without consuming any energy.
Mm-hmm.
So
even with incredibly complex interactions taking place, right?
Right. It's all going to be free, though. So you can change direction without consuming energy. So that's a critical thing to understand about the universe, right? Is that it's all just directional changes and none of it costs any energy. And so you could theorize that, there's this net cause and effect in terms of directional changes, and that it's all, like, obviously all the pool balls have to be there for the arrangement to end up a certain way 10,000 years later, right? All you have to do is take away one pool ball for 1 millisecond, and the result 10,000 years from now will be different, right? Because I changed that one interaction. So it's like the ultimate butterfly effect, right? There wouldn't be like a tiny change. Like say if I let the pool balls bounce for 10,000 years, and all I do is for 1 second I remove one cue ball.
Yeah.
The fact is that there'll be no similarity between those two futures. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've radically changed. Now I haven't just changed it. I've radically changed it because the change is going to be amplified so many times because every future interaction is going to be corrupted.
Right.
So it's almost like the example I use with humans. Like if I change one relationship on planet Earth, like I switch, you know, I take a woman and instead of being that guy's husband, I make him that guy's husband. Then the guy she would have married is going to marry somebody else, and the girl she is going to marry some other guy. And he's
Right.
going to, you know, and you could just see that as soon as I made that change, I would change the entire world radically, you know, in terms of relationships between people, you know, just by changing one relationship.
Yeah.
I would change the destiny. Almost everybody's destiny would be changed because of that one change. And certainly the destiny of all the people in the future that one change would start magnifying and magnifying and magnifying and magnifying. And eventually, if you go far enough away, the world would be entirely different because of that one tiny change. So I guess the way to think about information theory being important is that information theory might give you some understanding of the magnifications that take place based on that one change in a prehistory.
Yeah.
It's probably a word for that, you know, it's almost like a feedback or something, you know, the idea of that magnified change, you know, magnified effect, you know, where that one single misstep will create a vibration or a frequency that'll just become more and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as more and more interactions take place.
Well, I don't know how to frame the question, but I was also thinking in terms of like time dilation, and you know, supposedly as you approach the speed of light, time slows down, and then at the speed of light, for photons, time essentially doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just kind of a silly notion to think of being a traveler as matter when matter doesn't travel the speed of light, right? So you can't move matter at the speed of light. So if we go back to the fish metaphor, you'll sort of understand what I'm saying. So let's say the fish are doing a figure eight, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I start moving them to the left. So they're still doing the figure eight, but they just keep doing the figure eight by taking a couple of swipes of the ocean to the right. Or I say the left, but let's say the right. Now, the faster I move them, you can sort of understand that they're going to have to spend more and more time moving in that direction. So the figure eight's going to get slower and slower and slower. As I really start moving them quickly, then they're going to be doing like 90% of their time will be going in that direction, and only 10% of their time will be doing the figure eight. So the figure eight's almost going to get lost. It's almost going to be hard to even see them doing it anymore. And as I go all the way to the speed of light, what is happening is now all the fish are moving in a straight line in one direction, and there is no figure eight. So there is no matter.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? There is no formation. There's no figure eight. There's none of that could possibly exist. So that's what destroys that's what conceptually makes it understandable why matter will not do this. Okay, you will never make matter go the speed of light because the matter is transformed into energy when you do it.
Yeah.
So as soon as you start accelerating matter to any kind of thing, anything like even half the speed of light, you will be it will spend so much of its time looking like energy that it might as well be energy. You know what I mean? It's going to have so little of its pattern left, that you might as well just call it a beam of light.
So could we extrapolate from that? Because this sounds, as you've described it before as well, highly deterministic, right?
Well, I mean, determinism is a I mean, I'm saying it's a mechanical universe made of mechanical bits that are basically operating on a checkerboard. So obviously,
Yeah.
that's deterministic in the sense
Yeah.
that it can only do the photons can only do one thing. They go forward, backward, left,
Exactly.
right, up, down. So that's it. They go one step up, one step down, one step left, one step right, one step forward, one step back in a Planck constant of time, and that's all they do.
So in that sense, would you say the future already exists potentially?
Well, I mean, the future is inevitable, but yeah, I mean, it's going to happen, but it doesn't already exist. No,
Okay.
there's no way to avoid it. Yeah, we won't avoid the future.
Yeah, I forget the name of it. I think they call it like the cube universe or the box universe model, something like that, which is theoretical, but supposes that the future history does already exist.
Yeah, I
We're
just don't see
just
any reason to go there. I just, there's no, the fact that it's the fact that the blueprints are going to be followed, and the blueprint is already half formed into a building, right? Doesn't
yeah,
mean that the other half of the building still hasn't been built yet. Yes, there's a blueprint. It will follow the blueprint, but the building hasn't been built yet. So yes, we have half the building, but we still haven't finished the building.
yeah.
So yeah, I guess I don't know why people want to break materiality, and time. Time is matter. Matter has to actually move the distance to create the time. So how could the future possibly already exist when the matter hasn't done the flipping necessary to get there?
Well, that's the question of what is the nature of time?
Well, I'm
So
saying the nature of it's a mechanical process, so you actually have to go through the mechanical process to get there. You know what I'm saying? You
yeah,
can't get there through a shortcut. You actually have to wait till the dominoes flip. You
right.
can't
And
get.
like when Einstein was saying time is an illusion, he wasn't suggesting that it doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, I think Einstein was only suggesting that time is an illusion in the sense that time is just a phenomenon of distance. He didn't say it that way, but that's my reinterpretation of his physics, is to basically point out that time is a symptom of the movement of matter.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so it's not a real thing. It's just a phenomenon of perception.
Yes.
The universe is doing a billions and trillions of years worth of work. Just me doing this air quote, from a photon's perspective, you could almost think that that was 5 trillion years.
Yeah.
Okay, because from its time perspective, so much happened. You know what I mean? Trillions of Planck constants of time passed by
Exactly.
in that little bit of movement.
Yeah.
So I'm a dilated form of time in the sense that my sense of time is based on the fact that I'm functioning, based on a ton of mechanical process that has to take place before I even can blink an eye. Between every blink of my eye, there's like a zillion processes that have to take place.
Right.
So instead of my metaphor of a figure eight, the fish doing a figure eight, the better metaphor would be, a million years of evolution or something. I don't know how to do, you know what I'm saying, but it's a really complex shape they're doing. They're writing the Holy Bible 7 zillion times. But I'm just saying that's how distant we are from the real time scale of the universe. The real time scale of the universe is we're a zillion frame rates away from it.
Right. In either direction, right? At the macro scale or the micro scale, same thing.
Well, you could say from Saturn's point of view, yeah, the universe is even slower. But I guess it's more of an idea of complexity. So in a way, no, we're probably on the highest end of the scale. Because you would have to argue that the things that could perceive time the slowest would have to be the things that had the most complexity built into their function, right? You have to be doing a pretty complex design for time to appear slow.
Yeah.
and planets aren't complicated, so they're for time for them might be quite fast. Well, you know what I mean. If we were to imagine a perception,
Yes.
their dance isn't that complicated.
Right. Well, that's the same kind of headspace I was trying to get in with imagining, time from the perspective of a photon.
Yeah, I just mean that we're so distant from the origin of time, the real kernel of it. That's why we're not very good at appreciating.
Yeah, and they're talking about actually rejiggering some of the constant values they use to describe like the Planck scale.
Well, I know, but see, that's dangerous because that's like the people who talk about light moving slower as it goes through glass or something, and it's just such like Piro pissed me off when he does this shit because it's such a lie. The photons aren't moving slower; they're bouncing around inside of the substance, which is causing them to be absorbed and readmitted constantly inside the substance. They're traveling much more distance. So it's the longer distance that's giving you the appearance of slower movement. But they didn't move slower. They just traveled a longer road.
Yeah.
So anybody who's going to mess with constants, I think, is just breaking the rules here. I mean, I think the speed of light is a rock solid constant. And it is, you can take it to the bank. You can do a Planck constant based on, say the smallest frequency and say there's your constant. Just have a Planck second or whatever you want to call it, and a Planck based on light. You know what I mean? Just neutralize the light to a 1. Find a place to say that this is the amount of distance that's traveled in a amount of time, and there's your constant.
Yeah.
And then measure everything else based off of that constant. I mean, give the photon the gravity of 1, and then measure everything else's gravity based on that 1. I mean, if it's technically, I think that's what it is. I think technically a photon has the basic kernel of gravity. Gravity is a creation of the arrangement of photons, but I'm just saying it's obviously in the nature of photons to create it. So I think each photon has to have a possession of it. It just has a tiny possession.
Yeah.
I mean, an apple is to the earth as an atom is to the apple. When you start thinking, and then when you start trying to figure out what an electron is to an atom, then maybe it's another apple Earth scenario.
Yeah, I can't remember the details, but I think there was like a fudge factor where it wasn't so much the distance as the measurement, but when they were trying to convert it into energy.
Yeah, well, I just mean that you could just say that you give a 1 to a photon, give it a 1 of everything. And now all you're saying that is that something that's high energy, it's just more photons.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, the distance between photons for a radio wave can be 1 mile. Right? And that's really why radio waves are less energetic, is because, there's a distance of 1 mile between when the fucking bullets hit you.
Yeah.
Where, visible light is a machine gun by comparison, and an X-ray is a machine gun by comparison to that, and then a cosmic ray is a machine gun by comparison to that.
Exactly.
So very good, thank you. I mean, we killed the audience, but I like talking physics. And
well, it was interesting for me, so thanks for your patience. There was some discussion going on in the other chat room earlier about some of this stuff. SubDNA and another gentleman, I don't know who the man was, but I was hoping that SubDNA would come over and bring up the topic.
Yeah, it probably just pissed me off. I mean, that's what you're kind of good at, just being a little less rigid in conversation. So you're hard to offend. So it's always nice.
Yeah.
Where SubDNA will just absolutely piss me off. But anyway, I do appreciate it. And thank you very much.
All right, Gary. Always good to talk with you.
I will go rest my weary whatever. And such. Yeah, I thought I had to work today, which is kind of funny, and then it got canceled, so it's just kind of put me in a weird position.
Yeah.
I had rearranged my schedule, and now I don't have a schedule, which is good, though. So till it be the next time, and thank you to all who participated and such.
All right, Gary. Peace. Thanks.
I hope to do something more brilliant in the future. That's what I hope to do. I hope to be useful and do something profound and meaningful. I'm allowed to hope, as they say. Yeah. Yeah. Good night, Flyora, and such. You know, Flyora by another name, and such. Purple, all the same. I can do poetry. And yeah, so I think I'm done. Okay, so really. And then, yeah, this thing actually worked. So I'm going to stop broadcasting, and we'll see you next time.